Hello and welcome to Ellough Park. You join us for round 4 of the FAB-Racing minibike championship, and the countdown to the Junior British Grand Prix continues with just 2 weeks left to go for one of the most historical events in minibike history. You can just see up behind me, we are at the heart of the FAB-Racing paddock here at Ellough Park, and we're seeing some riders get out for the final few practice sessions. Right now out on track is Mini GP 50R. You'll be watching this on Saturday, where there's plenty of racing to come. Brought to you by myself, Riley Davis, and Zach Sweeney. But right now, we're going to take you through a little paddock walk to, have a look at all the things going on in FAB Racing. It's been a while since we've done a paddock walk, as we see one of the O'Keeffes coming along on their Moto team bikes. Let's take a walk then, shall we? As we make our way down, we'll let them get all sorted out for now and get their gear off, because it's quite warm here at Ellough Park. But there's plenty of stories going on here at FAB Racing as we head to Silverstone. While that's not a round that counts to championship points, it's certainly a round that counts to drama and excitement. I mean, some of these kids racing in front of their home crowd, which is going to be incredible. An incredible feeling as well, to race in place with so many of their heroes. Eddie O'Shea, someone who's come through FAB Racing as well, who's going to be at the British Grand Prix and hopefully spectating alongside our racing on Friday and Saturday. But enough about Silverstone and more about Ellough Park. It's a very fast and flowing track, and it's going to make for some fantastic battles. So I'm hoping we can get a word in here with some of the riders and some of the stars of FAB Racing, the stars of the future, of course. But at the moment, it seems to me like the paddock is a little bit dead. Quite a few people out in sessions. Emilio Pereira, his bike was just there. We passed him. The number 31, he is currently out in the Mini GP 50R session. We continue to look on. You can see some more bikes there, some Ovales and another Moto team bike coming in. So yeah, not the most fortunate circumstances as we see. Here's someone to keep an eye on. Is second in the championship, Acme Racing on the green number 8 bike in Moto team in the open class. That title fight is going to go right down to the wire between him, Marco Pandolfo, on the Acme Racing machine, and Sam Klaus on the SFC bike. So make sure you're in there for that, because they're split by just 1 point going into this round, and they're not going to be at Silverstone. So their championship is building up to be a great finale. Despite the domination we've seen in Moto Team through this season so far, I think we're going to see a big battle between these two at this race, because there is many overtaking opportunities. But we'll continue to march our way down the paddock and get a word with someone. It really seems like everyone's gone to bed, to be honest. It is quite hot, so what we might find is quite a lot of people in caravans getting in front of the aircon. I can tell you that we certainly were getting behind the fan in the nice cool air, because it really is heating up here at Ellough Park, just as the drama and action is. As we're going to take a peek into this awning, and we join Team Acme Racing fighting for the title in the Moto team class. You've got SFC as a rival at the moment, and that championship really going down to the wire, isn't it? So what do you make of that championship so far, and is this a track that you think you'll be able to take the fight to SFC?
Well, unfortunately, I think Team SFC are not here this weekend. But yeah, it would have been nice if Sam would have been here. It's a track that I like. I feel comfortable even riding. This bike feels amazing in those S's. So
yeah, I can imagine. It's a really fast-flowing track, isn't it? And on these bigger bikes, compared to the smaller bikes in the rest of the paddock, it can make for some much better racing compared to some of the other tracks that are quite hard braking. But nonetheless, despite Hooton Park being quite hard to overtake, you and Sam Klaus on the SFC bike, you brought us an amazing show. Let's just speak on that, because that was an amazing round, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a brilliant race, and Sam did really well. It was a fight that went down literally to the wire, and we ended up on even points, and it was literally down to the 10th in 4 races. So it was an amazing weekend.
Yeah, it certainly was. Well, it was great to talk to you. Thank you very much for giving us your time, and good luck for the rest of the weekend. Of course, your title hopes still very much alive. I think it's just 1 point between you and SFC, and obviously, as you said, with SFC not here, that could bring a very big advantage to you in the championship. So, yeah, good luck, and we wish you all the best.
Thank you, guys. Ciao.
Thank you. Well, it was brilliant to talk. to the Acme team. As you can see, that beautiful green machine. Of course, these bikes 125s, it's the most accessible class as well as Moto Team. It's great to get out there and have some fun with your mates, of course. You can get multiple riders out there in one team. That's why we have 4 races a weekend for Moto Team. So it'd be a shame to see them not at Silverstone, but we are certainly not short of any Moto Team action. 4 races in one weekend makes for the longest calendar of all of the classes here at FAB-Racing, and we'll continue walking on down through the paddock as you could just see there a lot of Moto Team riders coming back in. We were actually given a shout to Riley Paisley to come and talk to him. He is wildcarding in this one in the Extreme 200s on his pit bike, and that'll be really interesting to see, a 2-stroke pit bike getting out there. Last time we saw one of them was when Henry McCartney took one to Clay Pigeon and brought on an amazing podium battle between himself, Harrison Day, and many others like Tommy Keats getting in there on the Ovale. So Extreme 200 is another class where it's great to see the difference in machinery making for such incredible racing. And now we'll make our way over to this awning on the left. It really does seem like a lot of people have packed up and gone for an afternoon siesta perhaps, but we'll wait and see to if we can get a word with Riley Paisley. As you can see there, number 17 pit bike, that's the one that he'll be out there on for this one, and Daisy Grayson's AC40 Inter machine there as well. The number 19, she had a monster crash at the previous round of Houghton Park, and she unfortunately broke her collarbone, but thankfully she's back and she's ready to go. She's done a few laps. I saw her on Instagram on her bike in another track, and she's ready and raring to go. She's really excited, and it's really good to see that confidence being there for her. So we hope that Daisy Grayson can fight for the title, as she so valiantly has been with Logan Paisley and Jensen Brown, so many other riders here. And it'll be great to see Riley Paisley out there in Extreme 200. But with great timing, do you guys fancy a word to join us? Max Keats joining us here at Ellough Park. It's getting a bit warm, but you've had a pretty decent run arounds at the moment, been challenging for a good few top 5s and more than that as well. So you've been really delivering some battles, that's for sure. The mid-pack has been very interesting to see.
Yeah, it's been good this season already. We're just trying to get at least top 5 for now, and then maybe a bit more later on into the season we can start going for podiums.
Yeah, that's the goal ultimately, podiums all the time, and at the moment you're doing a really good job, a consistent job as well, so not too many mistakes either. So I think you're having a really good start to the season. Will you be at Silverstone, and on a scale of 1 to 10, how excited are you?
Yeah, we will be, and I'll be like 5. Like, yeah, it'll be good to like see, because it's more bigger tracks and we get more like time on the track as well.
Yeah, of course, they'll be having the test on Monday as well, so that'll be good for you guys to learn the track. It's a really fast track as well, so a lot of people looking forward to it, like myself, commentating on it. I think it's going to be really interesting, but going back to Ellough Park, is this your favourite track, or is there another one that is on the calendar that takes your pick as the best?
It's my second favourite track. My favourite is Clay Pigeon, because I feel like it's got like, you know, like good overtaking positions as well, but same as here.
Yeah, 100%. Very fast and flowing, and a bit easier to make a bit of a dive bomb rather than the Houghton Park, which is quite one line, you have to say. It was quite hard to overtake as a few more riders get out there. But it was great to talk to you, Max. You've been having a great season so far, and of course, we mentioned Clay Pigeon. That was one of the races you were very strong at in the battle. So it was great to talk to you, and good luck for the rest of your weekend, of course. Thank you very much. Now, we'll move on. And I believe, I don't want to get this wrong, but I'm going to say Tommy Keats. Yeah, that's the one. I'm that experienced now in the FAB paddock, I guess, and that's just how quickly it spreads here, the information and the fun in this communal paddock of FAB-Racing, whatever class you're in. But Tommy, you've been having a really good season so far. You've been challenging for a lot of podiums, getting involved in the battles, especially back at Houghton Park on your Ovale. You've been really taking it to the top guys. What do you make of your season so far, and what do you expect for the rest of it?
Well, I'm happy with the season, how it's going so far. Been battling up at the top and like around top 5. It's quite annoying at Lid because I only got like 2 races in, because one of them my transponder wasn't on, so I didn't get any points. So that's like some critical points gone. but the whole year's been good so far. I've been riding the 70 and Ovale, but now I'm just riding the Ovale now.
Yeah, the Ovale as well might be out. It'll be out in Silverstone. Will you be out in Silverstone on the Ovale, or will you go back to the 70, or maybe even both?
We'll see how it goes, but I think most likely the Ovale.
That would be good. You've been really strong on the Ovale, and the 4-strokes are very, very strong, especially at the tighter tracks. So Silverstone and Ellough Park a bit more flowing. The 2-stroke might be a little bit more competitive here, but I still think the Ovale has that slight stronger part. And of course yourself, in general, you've been doing a great job of, as I said, taking the battle to all the podium guys. There's a few more riders come past on their pit bikes. It looks like the pit bike 140 session is just getting started now. Only a few more sessions to go. But thank you very much for talking to us, Tommy. Good luck for the rest of your weekend, and we hope to see you at Silverstone in 2 weeks.
Thank you.
Thanks. Well, it was great to talk there to Tommy Keats. And is anyone interested in an interview? Anyone? All right then. Let's come this way, just so we're not in the way of any traffic. Right. So who's going to start us first then? All right then. Okay. So first of all, tell us what's your name and what class you're racing.
I'm Lawson Dorrington, and I'm racing Inters.
Well, Lawson Dorrington, that's a name that I am familiar with, not by face but by name, and it's a great season so far for you. You've come from the AC40 rookies and to the Inters, and you've been quite close to the podium. So I think you're doing a great job so far this season. And that's what I was just saying to Max Keats. Is this your favourite track?
No, I'd say my favourite track's Hooton.
Yeah, Hooton Park is a really good track, and you had a few decent races there as well, didn't you? I mean, the Inters class is very competitive, isn't it? There's a lot of big battles at the front. So I suppose every weekend just chipping away and gaining time to that group in front, and you're doing a great job of it as well. So. Is there a plan for the rest of the season, or is it just go for it and see what you can do?
Just go for it and see what I can do.
Yeah, that's the way to do it, of course. In FAB-Racing, it is the ultimate way to do it in motorbike racing as a whole. And Ellough Park, it's quite a difficult track because it's so fast and flowing. That's what we've said to quite a few other people. But we haven't spoke to anyone yet that rides the AC40 bikes, the mini motos. So what difference is it? Is it harder to overtake here than Hooton Park, or is it easier?
Definitely a lot harder. Because everyone's flying, it's hard to overtake.
Yeah, I can imagine. But we wish you the best of luck, Lawson, and we wish you the best chances to get a podium or maybe even a win this weekend, and we hope to see you out next time out at Silverstone, of course. So good luck to you, Lawson. Thank you very much for that one, and we'll move along to everyone else in the rest of this group. We've got quite a big group going on here, so we'll start off just like we did with Lawson Dorrington. Let's have your name and what class you're racing in.
I'm Albie Stone, and I'm racing in Inters.
Albie Stone, that is a very famous name at the moment. If you've seen the streams back, you'll know how much me and Zach have been applauding your efforts, just for your performance in AC40 rookies at Lid, and then coming to AC40 Inters and taking 2 wins, was it? 2 wins at Hooton Park? That was really impressive, wasn't it? So are you hoping to continue that winning streak here at Ellough Park, or is it maybe just a bit of a difficult track for you?
I've been here before, and I think it's like really easy to get around, and it's really flowing. So I think I'm going to get on well here.
Yeah, we sure hope you will. You've been taking the fight to even the top guys. Austin Baton has been leading the championship at the moment, but despite missing Lid in the AC40 Interclass, you've actually done a really good job of closing back the championship gap. So with still quite a few rounds left, I think the gap at 67 points to the championship leader, Austin Baton. Do you think you can do it? I think you can.
Yeah, I think I can do it.
Well, that's the right spirit. Thank you very much for giving us a chat there, Albie Stone, and good luck for the rest of your season. And so now this is a special story here, also in the AC40 Interclass. Daisy Grayson, you have had a bit of an issue in the previous round of Hooton Park. You were really fast, but had a bit of a crash, as I saw on Instagram, broke your collarbone, but you've done a really good job in only 4 weeks to come back, put the effort in. I've been seeing you doing your push-ups and trying to get out on your bike to see if you've been strong enough to do it, and lo and behold, you really have been, and it's great to see you back and challenging for the championship. Are you looking for the win this time?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the way to go. Yeah, just missing out on that win so far this season, but you've definitely had the speed to do it. So I think this time that might just give you a little extra boost. And there's one question I wanted to ask you is for the rest of the season. One problem I've seen is that Logan Paisley has been very hard to overtake for everyone, not just you. But you've found yourself behind him quite a lot. Now this time, I imagine you intend to get past. Ellough Park, as Albie Stone just said to us, is quite hard to overtake. But you feel like you can make this difference this time. You got a little bit of a something to chase after that collarbone break, and now looking to take the title charge. Yeah. And also in the AC40 Inters, where Zach told me back at Lid when you were doing such a good job to battle with Jensen Brown for the race victory, that you were planning on moving to big bikes next year. Is that true? And what bikes are you looking at riding?
160 on Metrokit.
Yeah, that would be really cool. The Metrokits and the 160s, they're racing at Silverstone, aren't they? So if that happens again next year, which fingers crossed it will, you'll be able to go out there on the big bikes. So have you tried any big bikes yet? And if you have, what do you think of them?
Yeah, I've got a 110 and I've been racing on it at BNB.
Well, yeah, that must have been a lot of fun then, the 110. That's a great thing to learn on. But, yeah, thank you very much for that chat with us, Daisy, and good luck to you for the rest of your season. And we hope that everything goes well with your collarbone as well, because it's healed quite quick, so it's really impressive to see that as look at this massive group we have here. But thank you very much for that one, Daisy. And now we continue on. So many riders here, as you can see, so much talent left here in FAB-Racing, and we'll do our best to try and get through them all. So coming up then, we've got Freddie. So first of all, let's hear which class are you racing in? And yeah, 50, the GP50Rs. Okay, so are you on the, I'll try and remember as much as I can, but are you on the Ovale or are you on the Metrokit?
Ovale.
Right, the Ovale, the 4-stroke. It's been quite strong this season, so I can imagine you've been having a pretty good time on it. And one question that I've been asking, you may have heard, to a lot of people, is Ellough Park your favourite track, or is there another one that maybe just benefits you or your bike better?
Three Sisters, I think that's really good. Last year, at the end of my Minimoto championship, I had a go in the race, and I didn't do that bad. I was 17, so... And at Houghton Park, I was third. So, because when I go to Spain and train a lot, and I race in Spain, so it's really good, like, to come back and be able to achieve third at Houghton Park.
Yeah, it is great to see. As so many people going to Spain as well to train, it really shows how incredible the talent is in Spain as well. To go there and fight for championships there is really difficult, but it just shows how dedicated you are. We were speaking to your dad earlier, and he was saying how great a job you're doing in Spain and racing in the MIR championships and things like that. So do you have is your favourite track here on the FAB-Racing calendar? And I'm talking about in the world here, not just in England. Is it here in FAB-Racing, or is there a better track in Spain?
A better track in Spain is called Aspar. It's so good, like, and long and flowy.
Yeah, we when we were speaking to your daddy, we heard a lot of good things about the Aspar circuit and how you're really strong there. So hopefully that pace continues here at Ellough Park, which I believe it can. You've been doing a great job so far this season, and let's hope that push, that fight for the podium continues on this season. Thank you very much for talking to us.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Well, it looks like this group are now distracted by their phones, and we'll try and move on to see if we can find a few more people to talk about bigger bikes, perhaps. Continue walking down the paddock. As we get to more of the front view, we can see here Tommy Williams and Noah Barfoot, two very, very competitive riders in their respective classes. We'll see if we can get a word here with either Noah or Tommy. Of course, Tommy in the GP50 and GP50R class. Tommy Williams, you've been doing a great job so far this season in the GP50 and GP50R classes. You've been challenging for podiums, and you are so tight with Bo Morris for that third place in the championship. So not only in 50R, but 50 as well. So in both championships, trying to either chase him down or maintain the lead. And you two, especially, have been making some amazing battles. So on behalf of myself and Zach Sweeney, the commentators, I have to say thank you, because you've been making a lot of the races really, really interesting with your battles.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, and now I wanted to ask, here at Ellough Park, you come into this one with quite a few podiums at the moment. So do you think you'd be able to turn that into a win? Do you think, let's just talk about the 50 class for now. Do you think you can take the challenge to Caelan Ratcliffe and Emilio Pereira this time round?
Well, this ain't Ellough Park isn't my favourite track, but I can be quite quick through the corners, so I'm hoping to battle out with them and try and get a win.
Yeah, that would be great to see, of course. It's an unmissable paint scheme, the bright blue, yellow, white. It looks fantastic, doesn't it? And it's great to see you challenging for those podiums. But in the 50R class, it's been a little bit more difficult this season, hasn't it? Because the ovales have been really, really strong in some tracks. But I feel, as you said, the faster corners, it's going to help that two-stroke a little bit more, get on the power band and get on the power. So hopefully you'll be able to beat a few of those four-strokes this weekend, which you definitely can do. The bike can definitely do. So hoping all the best for you. And then one last question, what we'll have to say is that let's say you were in a one-may class, so there's no difference in bikes like the ovales or 50 or metro kits, so the normal GP50 class. Which track is your favourite based purely on the layout?
I would say Lid, because Lid, as it's quite quick, I quite like the chicanes, I like the straights, and I can carry quite a lot of the corner speed.
Yeah, you were really strong at Lid as well. Another round where you were battling so hard for the podium. But it was great to talk to you, Tommy, and we wish you the best for this weekend on your number 51 machine. And thank you for joining us, and we'll hopefully see you on that podium and hopefully on the top step, as you said. So yeah, good luck for the rest of your weekend.
Thank you.
Thanks. So it's great to talk to some of the riders on the bigger bikes this time. And as it looks to me like the AC40 rookies are getting out there now. And in fact, before we started this paddock walk, Riley Paisley did say that he'd come and have a chat to us, and he'd be at that awning just where his brother Logan Paisley's bike was, and his own pit bike. But it seems to me like he's tried to do a runner, so we're gonna take a bit of a walk down here and see if we can track him down. Of course, we'll speak to anyone who wants to have a chat on the way, but we'll have to see what we can do to find him, because he did say to us, first of all, that he would definitely be at that awning ready for an interview, and he didn't show. So it might have been a certain set of circumstances for Riley Paisley not to show, because he is someone that I'd like to talk to, because he is a wild card, as I mentioned earlier. So it would be interesting to get a word with him. But here's someone that I do want to have a word with. Sebastian Gazlowski. He's trying to look away. He is trying to run away from us, but I'm afraid he can't escape us this time, Super Seb, because you have been on an incredible run of form. You had a little bit of an issue in the first race. In fact, I was talking to your teammate in Stanford Racing, Henry McCartney. I was asking him what happened in that first 70 race. You had to start from pit lane because of a bike issue, so that has unfortunately done a little bit of damage to your championship lead, but I guess it's a good feeling that you know it's not an issue with your pace, because you were miles quicker than everyone else. And are you expecting to see that continue here? I certainly am.
Hopefully. We've just got some bike problems. We're changing carbs and stuff because we've got a couple of bike problems, but hopefully.
Yeah, carbs is an issue that quite often arises with two strokes, and just general reliability. So issues that I suppose have to be dealt with, but nonetheless, you have been incredible all the way from Lid onwards. Lid, you unfortunately didn't take a victory in the semi class because you were so close to getting past Bradley Curtis. I think one point you were literally side by side to line, weren't you? As we just come out the way here, a few more people arriving into the paddock. But at this point in time, you are 1 point, I think, behind Bradley Curtis in the 70s Championship, but your pace says a lot more than that. So do you think you'd be able to wrap up the title a little bit earlier than you think, or do you think it will be a battle between you and Bradley Curtis all the way to the end?
I mean, again, hopefully, I think if I win this first race and I just kind of take off from there, hopefully we can.
Yeah, that's what you've been doing pretty much all season long, from Clay Pigeon onwards, is take off and go. If you've had moments where you've destroyed the previous lap records, mainly from Harrison Day, be it Extreme 200 or GP70, you've blown them out of the water. So it's been really impressive to see that. And obviously Stanford Racing connections, so that is a big tree supporting riders all the way from the likes of Emilia Pereira in 50s to yourself in 70s and Extreme 200s, and then to the Moto4 British Cup with Henry McCartney. So it's great to see the team representing all classes of talent and all ages as well, because you were in 50s last year, weren't you? And you did a great job. So many wins in that class as well. But Silverstone in 2 weeks' time, the Junior British Grand Prix. It'll be great to see you there. Will you be joining us for that special event?
Yes, I will.
Well, you heard it here first. Sebastian Gamslowski will be with us at the Junior British Grand Prix of Silverstone at the moment, taking the FAB-Racing paddock by storm. Thank you very much for talking to us, Seb, and we wish you the best of luck for the rest of the weekend and for the season. Thank you very much for that one.
Thank you too.
The paddock walk continues then as we join yet another young rising star in the FAB-Racing paddock. First of all, can you give us your name and the class you're racing in?
My name is Danny Longhurst. I ride in Metric 50. Okay.
Yeah, Danny Longhurst. Your season's been quite competitive as well. Getting quite a few top tens. I think challenging the top 5 quite a few times as well. So, is this your first time in the Metric 50 class, or are you quite experienced with these two-stroke machines?
I did used to ride a little pit bike, but we got rid of it to get a Metric kit, and since then it's been pretty good.
Yeah, I can imagine they're a lot of fun to ride, and I'm gonna take a bit of a wide guess to imagine that you're possibly named after Danny Pedrosa, based off the fact that, of course, your name is Danny, and you've got the brilliant Danny Pedrosa number 26 design on the front of your bike. Is that more of your parents' hero, or is he your hero as well? Were you growing up watching him as much as I was as well?
I got out on my brother as well. He showed me Danny Petrosa and told me that I was named after him, and since then I went with it.
Yeah, well, hopefully this weekend the speed of Danny Pedrosa can be replicated, and again, hopefully you'll be able to challenge for the podium as well. So it was great to talk to you, and good luck for the rest of your weekend and season. And one last question that I've been asking a lot of people: will you be joining us in 2 weeks' time at Silverstone?
Hopefully, yeah.
Oh, that would be great to see. Well, thank you very much for talking to us, Danny, and good luck for the rest of your weekend. And we'll continue. We're just going to take a quick step back, actually, and see if we can hunt down Riley Paisley. But first, in fact, a lot of people being teased for interviews, and they're all pointing at each other, looking like that one Spider-Man meme, for those who know, and where they're all pointing at each other in a triangle. You join us here to close off the paddock walk with a wild card for this one in the Extreme 200 class. Riley Paisley, it's great to see you out there. You've been watching Logan Paisley, your little brother, in the AC14s class. He's been very competitive, but it's great to see you out here. And Ellough Park, clearly a favourite track for you to get out here and have a wild card on your pit bike in the Extreme class.
Yeah, well, just came here for some bike time. Really might finish the season in FAB. Just started off the year in a different championship and just wasn't enjoying it, and the pace wasn't there, so just coming back to have a bit of fun and try and build on for next year.
Yeah, FAB is the perfect place to have a lot of fun, and I can imagine this two-stroke pit bike is a lot of fun as well. In fact, Henry McCartney was on his two-stroke pit bike when he engaged in that amazing battle, which I did mention earlier on the programme, with Harrison Day and a few other people. So very competitive machinery in the Extreme 200 class. And one last question, because we're kind of holding you back here before you go out to the session. You've only got a couple of minutes, so I'll just leave you with this one. Will we be seeing you at Silverstone? Because I believe the Extreme 200 junior class will be out there.
Yeah, I will be at Silverstone. We're going on Monday for a practice day, test day. So I'm going on that on Monday, and then I'll be at the race meeting as well. So
yeah, it'll be great to see you there, of course, and bright red bike, green and white leathers. It's hard to miss, and not to mention either the best first name in the world. Let's not forget that either. So yeah, thank you very much for talking to us, Riley. And just before you run in the session, good luck.
welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Mastermac FAB-Racing British Minibike Championship. You join us for round number 4 as we're down in Suffolk to Ellough Park Raceway to start the second half of the 2026 campaign. It's myself, Zach Sweeney, and Riley Davis alongside me in the commentary box to bring you all of the 21 races that we've got here on Sunday. I hope everyone is having a fantastic morning. We've had a little bit of rain overnight, and well, now the sun beginning to shine just a little bit here at Ellough Park, just towards the concluding stages of our warm-ups before we then get the first of our 21 races underway. And Riley, to be fair, Ellough Park yesterday, over, well, the 11 races that we had yesterday, definitely delivered in terms of the racing action, the narratives and the stories that were told out on track.
Oh, certainly. It was a story of drama, dive bombs and all sorts of racecraft being put on display here at Ellough Park on Saturday, and there's a lot more of that to come. As you briefly just mentioned there, the track conditions going to be quite different from what we saw yesterday, because the much rarer rain at this stage in England in summer came along in the night, and it was quite a lot of rain, and it was quite dark when we got here this morning, so the track is going to be quite different to what it was yesterday. So we might see some different faces up there for today's racing, at least in the early stages.
Yeah, potentially so. Just in, like I say, the warm-up stages for the riders to get themselves back going again. For a lot of the adults, it's to loosen up the joints. For the kids, obviously, it's just to get themselves back into the swing of things and ready for what is, again, 2 more races for the majority of them. In fact, actually, no, for all of them. Motor team also doing their 3rd and 4th races today. Everyone else doing their 2nd and their 3rd. There we can see, though, the wind blowing a gale, really, here. We're not too far from the coast in Beccles, and as such we do get quite a lot of wind. There's an airfield nearby as well, which I'm sure they're not going to be overly grateful for a bit of a headwind heading down the runway. But in terms of the riders and bikes, obviously quite a narrow thing is a bike, and as such the wind pretty consequential in terms of the handling of that. I mean, what sort of a consequence is that going to have to our racing out on track? Is it something the riders are going to have to manage?
Oh, it 100% is. Along the race distance, it's going to make things a little bit harder to tip the bike in the really fast corners as well. It just helps you lose a little bit more confidence, especially when you're getting out there at the start of the race to push on and continue and try and stay with the leaders. And I think it's going to make a big difference in who gets the best start, might have the best chance of just getting away and getting on with it. So for people who want to beat the dominant riders like Acme Racing or Sebastian Gauslawski, they have to get past him and get through, and that is their best chance of winning today.
Well, like I say, not too long until we get racing underway, the first of which will be the AC40 Pro class, which, albeit 4 riders in that field. We did have a very interesting race yesterday. Noah Barfoot, who coming into the round had won 8 of the 9 races from Lydd through Clay Pigeon and Hooton Park, was on a streak as well of 7 consecutive race victories. That was tipped by Finlay Stiles, who took pole position and had a monumental battle with the championship leader. And, well, I mean, maybe could we see a bit of a resurgence from a rider that for the majority of the season has finished 2nd. Yesterday took his maiden victory in FAB.
Yeah, it was really good to see for Finlay Stiles. He's been so close so many times, and we were saying every single race how he's getting closer, he's gaining, he's building that confidence and that strength, and how it's easier to be the chaser rather than the defender when it comes to a close battle. And that's what we saw there from Finlay Stiles. He got his head down, and the confidence just came out of nowhere, really. It was really good to see Finlay Stiles taking that victory. And now with these tricky conditions, it might make it even more interesting, because if you think back to the last time we had tricky conditions, which was at Lydd, which, if anything, affected the AC40 Pro race the most out of all of them, Noah Barfoot, despite being quite fast in the wet, I think he crashed out of the lead and ended up 2nd. That was the one race going into this round that he did lose, of course, that going to the Dutch wildcard, Faya Veldhuizen. And I think if it continues to be a little bit tricky as the warm-up sessions come to a close, getting a bit of rubber down after last night's rainfall, we might just see a bit of a difficult race for Noah Barfoot to challenge for the win as competitively as he did yesterday.
If you are now just joining us, by the way, if this is your first time joining us here at FAB, hello, welcome. These, of course, are the riders of the future. This is where, well, every aspiring British rider starts out. This is the place to be, all the way from the AC40 rookies, where they're, 6, 7, 8 years old, all the way to the Mexico Mini GP 70s. usually the top championship contenders in that class then go on to the Moto4 British Cup and beyond, all the way up onto the MotoGP ladder. Quite an impressive roster of alumni, really, from FAB-Racing.
Yeah, it really is. There's so many classes that produce so much talent, and the best thing about all the different classes is that they teach all the kids so many different things, from how they manage the bike, and then when you get to the top classes, it's about championship pressure and, you know, going from round to round. If you go to a round where you're not quite the strongest like you would be at the previous one, then you got to try and deal with that and take on the most amount of points that you can without pushing too hard to get a result that you're realistically not capable of, without mistakes which could ultimately cost you the championship. And that's the best thing about FAB-Racing. It teaches them those skills that back in the day, before FAB-Racing, before there was such a structure around the grassroots stages in motorcycle racing, you wouldn't see people learning that until maybe they're 18, 19, maybe even 20s, when they come from club racing to their professional stages. So I think the way FAB-Racing has progressed so many riders into professionals before they've even left the paddock has been really inspiring to see.
Absolutely has been. We saw a conversation between brothers Roman Ratcliffe and Caelan Ratcliffe. Roman, the older of the two, currently out there on cycle, in fact getting ready for his warm-up session in the pit bikes. Caelan, of course, racing in the 50R and the 50 category, looking incredibly strong so far this weekend. Took a victory yesterday in his pursuit for the championship versus Emilio Pereira, and some very nice sights around Ellough Park as well. Like I say, the airfield not too far away. You'll often see some people jumping out of planes and parachuting. Fortunately, they have got parachutes attached to their back, and that tends to help. But yeah, so we will see some picturesque scenes around the circuit today. Hopefully the weather can remain good as well. The sun beginning to shine here in Beccles as, like I say, we anticipate the start of our races. Just a couple more warm-ups to go. We've just concluded the senior Minimoto warm-up, and as such, that means we've got 3 more before racing gets underway. The pit bikes, the 70s and the extremes out on circuit together, and then concluding the warm-ups with Moto Team before we start our actual itinerary with, of course, the pros, the rookies, inters for the 50 hours, mini-motos, 70s, pit bikes, 50s, and then the extremes before the first half of the day done and dusted with the moto teams after lunch. There is Mr. Pit Bike Sonic himself, the Ellough Park home hero and the favourite coming into this round. I say favourite tentatively. Of course, in motor team, he did very, very well, taking both wins in the standard class yesterday. However, in his other endeavours, in both the pit bikes and the extremes, that same can't really be said for Jamie King.
Yeah, pit bikes has always been his forte. Of course, Pit Bike Sonic you'd expect it to be, and it really hasn't gone well for him this round. He was leading the championship coming into it, and it's just not really happened for him. Was 4th yesterday in race 1, and has now got 2 races to try and make it right. But Harrison Quincy, Chris Wells, Richard Holmes-Williams, they were a trio that could not be stopped yesterday. And I don't know if Jamie King will be able to catch them, but overnight might have been doing some homework, watching his very own onboard laps that he's got so many of on his YouTube channel, and is going to try and get out there and make a forceful push onto that trio to make it into a squad battle.
Yeah, hopefully so, because he did lack a little bit, to be honest. Richard Holmes-Williams, of course, joins us as an Ellough Park wildcard as well in the pit bikes. And if you are watching this and you do want to get in touch and get yourself onto the grid, there are plenty of classes for all sorts of ages that you can get yourself into the paddock. One of the best places to be in British motorsport, and one of the most budget-friendly ones as well. So definitely head over to the FAB-Racing website, inquire, have a look, get in contact, and hopefully we'll see you out on the grid. But watching along, just as good as well. You get to, like I say, see some of the stars of the future progress their way up through the ranks, and also some esteemed veterans coming back, having some fun, and ultimately giving us some entertainment. Like I say, 3 more warm-ups left to go, and I mean, what sort of value are the riders looking to get out of these sessions, right? Because they're not competitive, they're not official, you're not going to be getting any lap records. What are the purposes of the warm-ups beyond just sort of stretching legs and getting the heart rate pumping?
When you get to a warm-up, it's the best thing to do in the morning, to just get a few laps in, and with no pressure on you as well. You do it in all forms of motorsport, and even in other sports as well. And for me, when it comes to anything, even with esports racing as well, which of course sim racing is something that you and me, Zach, have a lot of experience in. You have to do these warm-ups. So if you start a race, let's say at 9 in the morning, at 8 in the morning, you'll wake up, you'll have your breakfast and get ready, and then you'll go to your sim rig or your bike or your car, and you'll have a warm-up session where you'll just do a few practice laps and try and get that mentality back into your head of remembering where all the lines are and just keeping it there in your head. As they say, practice makes perfect, and you're not going to set lap records, as you said, in warm-up, but it's getting you back in touch with the feeling of getting ready to set those lap records. Is what warm-up does.
We can see some supporters on the sidelines cheering them on. One of them, Wendy King, the one in the dress just sort of, well, now not in shot, but was there. Pit Bike Sonic's biggest supporter, mainly because she kind of has to be, because she's his wife, but she is an amazing supporter of Jamie, and always travels to as many of the rounds as she possibly can, and gives some good advice and some good help as well on the camera work, and I'm sure Jamie is incredibly grateful as a result of that one. Panning our way around, you can see this beautiful circuit here at Ellough Park down in Suffolk, which, fair enough, maybe not the most picturesque region of the UK, to put it lightly. This is the first time you've been down this south, Riley, to Suffolk. How are you finding it here at Ellough Park?
That was a really good circuit. I'm really enjoying it. It's brought us some great racing. That needs no explanation. If you saw yesterday, and if you didn't, then you better go and watch it before the race starts here on Sunday, because it was truly amazing, wasn't it? There was some amazing battles in GP50s, Pit Bike 140s, and that's just to name the very few of the battles that happened across the grid. And even in the races where, people dominated, like Sebastian Gazlowski, that's a name you're going to hear a lot in the same sentence as domination. In the Extreme 200 class, for one, Wilson Dilks gave us the wonderful entertainment of giving himself a ride-through penalty in pit lane and coming back out, going all the way back to 5th place. And now with that little more experience under his belt, maybe he'll be able to get back out there and challenge a little bit more aggressively. But will he go for that ride-through penalty, or will he decide to take a step back and challenge for the win? Because as we found out yesterday, Gazlowski and Dilks, their lap times weren't that different, so he might still have a challenge on if he just fought for the win.
Yeah, exactly that. Also, Wilson Dilks, I saw on the time screen yesterday, is racing in the senior category. So that just means Jamie King has got no chance of winning the Extreme Seniors, to put it bluntly. But yeah, Dilks, he came through drive-through. He started on pole position, did a drive-through on the opening lap, came back through to finish not only P5 overall, but winning in the Extreme Senior category. Meanwhile, Sebastian Gazlowski was up in front, commanding the championship. It would be really nice to see Dilks and Gazlowski fighting at the front, so hopefully Wilson and Seb give us the pleasure of that battle. An interesting angle into turn 1, and also just the very zoomed out shot that we have at Ellough Park. Because we are in East Anglia, you can see the entire circuit, because there is little to no undulation around here, and also because we are, like I say, near an airstrip, so a lot of the ground is thankfully quite flat. But there are a couple of challenges here at Ellough Park. Deceptively difficult corners, a lot of flow, but also some hard stops, and namely as well over the crest and into the chicane at the back end of the circuit, providing quite a difficult braking zone for these bikes.
Yeah, 100%. It's a really tight corner and a really technical track as a whole, because you can go from a really tight hairpin straight into fast corners like the final sector. You've got a really tight right-hander where you'll see so many dive bombs, and then you go straight into another left-hander similar to that, but you want to go for a wide line to get a better run through it, and then you'll get thrown into this really fast right-hander where on all the bikes you're going flat out trying to get the best run to the line, and then into turn 1. That's where most overtakes get set up, is that run down to turn 1 and then a dive bomb through on the inside, and that's where we've seen pretty much most of the leading overtakes in Ellough Park so far this weekend. But I think what we're also going to see is, as I said earlier, a little bit of a difference in the challenges for victory because of these different conditions. We'll have to wait and see how things progress for the riders as the final few warm-up sessions come to a close. They'll get the track rubber down and perhaps into better condition than what we arrived to it with this morning, Zach. But yeah, at the moment then, Pit Bike 140s, they seem to be having an all-right time. The times on the warm-up session not quite anywhere near what they were doing yesterday, as to be expected in the warm-up session, but because of those conditions as well. And then a mention as well, I think a late entry wasn't around yesterday on Saturday, but Moto4 British Cup rider Archie Hooper there, I just noticed on the time sheets there in this Pit Bike 140 class. So good to see some more Moto4 British Cup talent coming to FAB-Racing at Ellough Park, as of course usually it's the other way around. You'll see the talent of FAB-Racing going to Moto4.
Yeah, but we also, like we say, we see the reverse. We see people come back. Sullivan Moundy did a couple of rounds. I think definitely did some in 2024. I'm not sure if he did some in 25. We had Harrison Day and Henry McCartney join us back in Clay Pigeon for a wildcard round and gave us probably one of the best races of the season thus far as a result. And we've seen the likes of Casey Gorman make their way back in and into the paddock. And it is good because this is where they all begin. This is where they all start their journey. They climb through, and ultimately as well, the competition in FAB is still good enough that when they do return and come back, they've still actually got to fight for something. It's not that they come in and completely walk over everyone else. The talent here definitely aspires to chase after them, and fair enough, if you're a British Motor 4 rider and you come back into FAB, you maybe do have a little bit of a target on your back and an expectation. But it's something that the riders use, I guess, as motivation to better themselves, right? If you're a Sebastian Gazlowski and you're racing against Harrison Day, who's already won the 70s, you're going to push yourself to find those extra couple of tenths of a second. Yeah, exactly. It's like a new benchmark, really, a fresh set of eyes and a new perspective on how you can take a track on different bikes and things like that. And there's so many different things that these Moto 4 British Cup riders will do because they're into these habits of being in the Moto 4 British Cup now. That they'll go about their races in a different way. They'll structure their races in terms of how they'll push and when they'll save a little bit, save their energy, and just try and make the rivals think that they're not really using the speed that they've got just yet. And that's exactly what it is, and you learn that as you race these people. And the best way, like for example, if you were to play a video game, a lot of people say it's best to start on an easy difficulty, but in my opinion, if it was an online game, you jump straight into the hardest difficulty because you're automatically learning with the best in the world. So it's a great way to hone your skills and figure things out, because the basics, which come usually a little bit longer if you're in the easier state, in the easier difficulty, would come straight away in the hardest one, because they get picked up so much more easily because it happens all the time. It's a structure that everyone's used to. Yeah, once you get to a point, I do an education degree, so here's a little bit of insight in that regard. Once you get to a point where you understand the basics, right, and you get to a point where, say you're in a field where you're not necessarily being challenged, what are you actually learning? Because you've got no challenge. You don't necessarily understand what more there is to learn. If you come into a field and you completely steamroll it, you win every single thing, naturally, as a rider, you're going to think that you're top of the world and there's not really much more that you can do. Maybe you're self-aware and you look a little bit more introspectively and sort of understand that maybe you've got a couple of weaknesses. But until you have a more knowledgeable other, someone to show you what necessarily you don't know, they come in and they set a lap time 3 tenths quicker than you when you already previously thought you were on the limit. It then sort of broadens your horizons and raises your ceiling for you to understand that there is definitely more to learn. So, yeah, absolutely in that regard, that once you do get to a certain difficulty, once you do understand the basics to a certain level, raising the bar higher and higher forces you to improve, improvise, adapt, and overcome. Penultimate warm-up session out there on circuit as it stands, with the Mini GP 70s and the Extreme 200s out there on circuit as it stands, and then we'll head to Moto Team for their warm-up session before we finally start the racing this morning. There you can see some of the riders chilling out, and very impressively blowing quite a nice bubble there with the gum. There you can see just chilling out, watching the riders. Some of the riders they aspire to be in a couple of years' time. But yeah, with the 70s and the Extremes, again, Sebastian Gazlowski, let's talk a little bit more about him. Bradley Curtis as well. When it comes to the 70s, Gazlowski has just been on fire. His start yesterday, I mean, he popped the wheelie, but he controlled it in such a smooth manner. The front wheel coming up didn't actually matter too much. It was actually a really smooth power delivery, and that was the difference down into T1. Yeah, it's something that's always going to happen with two strokes if it's an aggressive let off the clutch, and he didn't panic. He didn't let off the throttle instantly and grab a whole load of rear brakes to slam himself down and possibly bang his helmet on his handlebars. That's something that happens to a lot of people. He didn't panic, and that just shows the confidence that resides within him to just slightly let off and apply the tiniest little bit of rear brake to ease it down and get back straight on the power into second gear and then head off down into turn 1. And he instantly responded. In the Extreme 200 class, he didn't get the best start. I think he dropped
to maybe 4th place, but within a lap he was in the lead again, and that just shows you exactly why he's so dominant, is because he's so methodical in these early laps. He doesn't panic, he doesn't get frustrated with these bad starts, because he's confident enough to know that he can easily deal with this throughout the race. He's got plenty of time, and as many say, you can't win on lap 1.
No, absolutely not, but you could definitely lose on lap 1. That being said, though, I will say, fair enough, you maybe can't win the race on lap 1, but you can definitely do yourself a lot of favours. And something that we saw from, from Rex Austin yesterday was that he didn't necessarily go on to finish on the podium as such, but he gave himself the best opportunity to do so by getting that good start. His pace maybe wasn't quite on par with the likes of Bradley Curtis and those around him, but what he did do was get that track position. And crucially, it was track position that gave Rex Austin the opportunity to hold up Bradley Curtis and have an opportunity for the podium. And on the flip side of that, Bradley Curtis, he didn't necessarily lose the race on lap 1, but having that back step, taking that step back, getting stuck behind Rex Austin meant that he'd lost half of the race. So that once he did eventually get through on Rex Austin, the gap to Gazlowski was nowhere near close enough for him to actually overcome and go for the win. So fair enough, you can't win or lose a race on lap 1, but you want to do yourself as many favours as possible.
Yeah, 100%. And in fact, in this situation, at this race here at Ellough Park, I did notice that the gap between Bradley Curtis, once he got up to second, and Sebastian Gazlowski in the lead in the GP70 races, wasn't actually as big as we saw previously at Hooton Park and Clay Pigeon. So clearly something there for Bradley Curtis to look at, and that'll be a little bit of a confidence booster for him perhaps in today's races, to try and get on the back of Sebastian Gazlowski. As you just mentioned there, lap 1 is so important. Again, you can't win the race on lap 1, but you can certainly put yourself in the position to do that, and that's what he needs to do, Bradley Curtis. If he's able to get ahead of Sebastian Gazlowski at lap 1, then he's got enough speed to stay ahead of him for a good few laps and get some experience out there leading out front. And then once you get to the halfway point, once Gazlowski has had his time to sit there and look at how strong Bradley Curtis is, he'll most likely make a move, and we'll see that second half of Bradley Curtis and Sebastian Gazlowski battling for victory. But we'll have to wait and see how this one plays out, of course, with the different conditions. But you also there mentioned Rex Austin, who's a little bit of a wild card in this one. Of course, not actually a wild card, but in terms of the fact he's been quite an underdog in many races. He's found himself with either a difficult start or been quite aggressive on the start, and it's painted his race in quite an interesting way, because he's usually been the one that's in the most action-packed battles. Because if you look back to Hooton Park, him and Caelan Ratcliffe came together at turn 2 on lap 1 in one of the GP70 races. He ran off onto the grass, which here at FAB-Racing, on these small kart tracks, that is a lot of time to lose in such a short race. Dropped right to the back of the field and fought straight back to claim third on the line with Max Johnson on the run to line. So that was truly incredible, and I think that confidence has just expanded so widely now that he's officially introduced himself as a consistent podium fighter.
Yeah, absolutely. And all to come over the course of today. It's a new day. People maybe have reviewed some data, some onboards, just having chat with parents. There's a plethora of experience in the FAB-Racing paddock. Think of the likes of Harrison Day, who's not with us, of course, this weekend, but his father, Josh Day, racing in the BSB paddock, using that experience, leaning on that experience, and that's something that these riders have got in troves, really. Like I say, penultimate warm-up session out there on circuit right now. We'll then head to Moto Team in just under a minute's time. This one will be checker flag, so Moto Team out within the next 2. They'll then get themselves, of course, the opportunity to warm themselves up ahead of what is going to be a very intense day of racing. Let us know, of course, where you're watching from, what you're most looking forward to, and potentially who you're cheering on for at home as well. And if you do want to get yourself on circuit, no easier way of doing it than FAB-Racing. Head over to the FAB-Racing website, look at the regulations, get yourself a bike that fits. Join some of the social media communities as well. Facebook, of course, a great one in that regard, a big community where people can offer advice, can even sell you a bike, can sell you the equipment that you need, and everyone more than willing to be helpful to get you out on circuit. So if you are watching this and you do want to get involved, by all means, absolutely do so. With what have we got? 5 seconds left of this one before it's checkered flag. That'll bring the curtain onto the warm-up for the 70s and the Extremes before we see them out a bit later on. Again, the 70s and the Extremes, two of the most competitive classes that we've got and two of the most interesting narratives and stories through the paddock, really, because of the fact that they are the final stepping stone before we get to the for British Cup on some big circuits, like I say, some of our graduates racing and winning at the highest level of that. I hope you are enjoying the coverage thus far. Again, not too far away from getting racing on the way. We've got, I believe, 21 races to get through here on Sunday. So plenty to sink our teeth into, and again, while FAB-Racing is a British championship, it has got plenty of international influence, particularly our friends over in the States and Singapore. We had some people watching from yesterday as well. So let us know where you're watching from and what you're thinking of the FAB-Racing paddock. And again, your support means a lot to each and every single one of these young riders aspiring to chase their dreams. In terms of the order of the races, by the way, so in about less than 10 minutes or so time, we'll have the second race of the weekend for the AC40 Pros. We'll then go to the rookies, to the Inters. Then comes the Mini GP 50R category, joined by the Avalis and the 160s. Then comes Senior Mini Motos before the Metricut Mini GP 70s, Pit Bikes before the 50s, and the Extremes before the lunch break, before we then head to race 3 for Moto Team, and then the final races of the weekend back again in that same order: Pros, Rookies, Inters, 50Rs, Senior Mini Motos, 70s, Pit Bikes, 50s, Extremes, and finishing the event with Moto Team, their fourth and final race of the weekend. So make sure you tune in for as many of them as you possibly can, but hopefully we can have your company for the entire duration of the day. But if you can only pop in and out, it's better than nothing, and hopefully you'll be entertained by the track action that we've got. Curtain has dropped on the Mini GP 70s. That means Motor Team will roll their way out onto circuit, and Riley, we've been handed a lovely little bit of information sheet from Phil Joyce, who always comes and gives us a little bit of a Moto Team briefing before each round. Always really good to see what's going on in the Moto Team paddock, because again, you don't necessarily see their names. You often see the team names as such, because that's the slightly interesting thing with Moto Team, is that it is a team event, if you like. Most notably, of course, we talk about Team Acme Racing. Marco Pandolfo, his domination this weekend, I mean, that's what we expect, and his championship campaign with SFC, who are absent this weekend, is a golden opportunity for him to get some points back, but it's also a bit of a family affair for the Pandolfos. Yeah, it really is. There's a lot of passion into what the Acme Racing team do here in Moto Team, and as you also mentioned, there is the domination from Acme Racing, which we haven't quite seen in terms of how far they've dominated since 2025. Now, if you were watching last year, and then you'll know how much they dominated that, winning a really good chunk of the season's races. And if SFC do come back at the next round, of course, Moto Team, they won't be present at Silverstone. They'll be joining us back out at Rowra at the end of August, so make sure you join us for that one, whether that's on a bike in Moto Team or on the broadcast or just spectating along at Rowra. A brilliant circuit, of course, and one that these guys will enjoy a lot. But yeah, as I was saying, hopefully SFC do return with us at Rowra, because that'll be great to see the title fight, which you feel would be slightly dampened going into that one if Acme Racing does continue to pick up those wins for the rest of the weekend here. They'll still be battling for wins, no doubt, so hopefully Moto Team will return to some battles. But I'm also hoping that Jamie King can get off to a good start and, give Acme Racing a good run for their money this time. We'll have to wait and see, of course. And yeah, of course, with Marco Pandolfo, his cousin Antonio Sciuto, joining us from Modena, Italy, flew into Luton, unfortunately, on Thursday night, and took the trip down to Suffolk to support his cousin. And to be honest, no better rider really than Marco Pandolfo to give you some advice in the world of FAB. And we noticed yesterday as well with the Moto Team, a huge grid. Just been told by Phil Joyce, who is a very reputable source in the Moto Team paddock, again, 22 on the grid, and apparently that's the largest Moto Team grid for a decade. And we always talk about 2026 being a new golden age for Moto Team, and I think that is the cherry on top, really. The largest grid that you've had for a decade, and ultimately as well, it's not just about the quantity of riders, but also the quality. The level of competition we've got on this field is incredible. Oh yeah, 100%. And I think what sold it the most is that incredible action we've seen all season long between SFC and Acme Racing, and Ian Jackson as well, being in there for quite a few good races at the start at Lid also. The battles
sell championships, whether that be to viewers or to riders and teams as well. So I think people have seen that and they've decided, you know, this is a really competitive championship. I can get out there and get on my bike and have some fun with all my friends and hopefully have some good battles, and that's exactly what's happening here. Of course, I did say earlier about how Acme Racing was previously dominating so commandingly over this class, and now with more battles coming to the floor at the front of Moto Team, a lot of people excited to join those battles, and we're seeing that now. 22 teams on the grid for Ellough Park, and it's great to see, isn't it? Across open and standard, a flurry of multiple bikes, be them 50cc 2-strokes or 1254 4-strokes. It all makes for such good racing in the mid-pack as well.
It really does. In terms of the championship, by the way, so Team Acme Racing came into this round 1 point behind SFC, teeing us up for a spectacular conclusion to the first half of the season and a spectacular introduction into the second half. Unfortunately, SFC not here at Ellough Park. So as such, Team Acme Racing have basically been free to run away with things at the front end of the open class. I think there's only 4 bikes in the open class this weekend. The vast majority of the field in the standard class, with the 2 obviously differing in terms of where the points are scored. So as a result, Team Acme Racing took their 8th and 9th victory of the season yesterday, and were able to bridge the gap to SFC to 49 points. And they have got an opportunity to leave the round with a 99-point lead should everything go exactly the way they want to. Now, if you're SFC and you've got an opportunity to be watching this round, not that you hope something goes wrong to your rival, but if his chain falls off, you're not going to complain, are you?
Well, I'd probably say SFC at the moment is Jamie King's biggest fan. Hoping that Jamie King can try and take some points out of Acme Racing, seeming to be their best hope of that due to qualifying second, finishing second in both of the races yesterday. And in the first race, actually giving Acme Racing a decent challenge, getting into the lead on lap 1. And despite being in the standard class as well, so I'm sure that'll be a nice little underdog story for his YouTube channel, Jamie. But he'll get out there and try that again, see if he can get in front of Acme Racing this time round. But it seems to me what we've seen, a pattern across the season so far in Moto Team, is that as the weekend goes on, Acme Racing gets stronger and stronger, as everyone does, but Acme Racing more than most. We've seen SFC be a bit more commanding in the first 2 races on Saturday, and then Acme Racing respond to that in a much more dominant fashion on Sunday. So I think we might even see some bigger gaps being pulled out this time if the conditions aren't too affecting.
Hopefully not. Clearer skies coming around here at Ellough Park. In fact, I say that, I'm going to touch wood because there is some very dark clouds behind us and the wind is blowing in front of us. So as much as it does look nice and blue skies, to what would be sort of the north from the south, it's not necessarily as pretty. So hopefully it holds off. Some of the riders, I'm sure, are going to be grateful not to have to use any wet weather tyres, but needs must, and we'll have to wait and see what that can bring. This is the final warm-up of the weekend before we then head into the first of our 21 races. So thank you for your patience, thank you for your company. If you've been with us since the start of the programme, like I say, let us know who you're cheering on for, let us know your thoughts and feelings, any queries and questions as well in the YouTube chat. Definitely keeping an eye on it, and thank you for your company as you watch again the FAB-Racing, Mastermind FAB-Racing British Minibike Championship. Motor Team, like I say, out on circuit. In terms of the standard category, it's Ivana Di Francesco, the 141, who we saw have a couple of problems yesterday, but himself and Thomas Dudson looking pretty decent the last couple of rounds. They've definitely been trading blows in that standard category. Jamie King has caused a little bit of an upset with his 2 victories here at Ellough Park, which is to be expected. It's his home circuit. Should be his best one. So, of course, Di Francesco and Dudson not taking a win thus far. In fact, Di Francesco hasn't won a race since race 1 back at Houghton Park, which was quite some time ago for the 141. And we saw yesterday, like I say, he had a couple of issues that gave Thomas Dudson that P2 in race 1. Some crucial championship points for Dudson because he's got a 46-point deficit to make up in the standard class.
Yeah, Thomas Dudson, he's been so close every time. We've seen in so many classes the story of a rider who's got so close to getting onto that top step or the podium, and is just missed out on so many occasions. And that is the same case, unfortunately, for Thomas Dudson, and led so many races already in the standard class, and even I think in podium positions in overall. But at the moment, Ivano Di Francesco riding the crest of a wave in the standard class, and I'm sure Thomas Dudson will be hoping that he can take advantage of Jamie King's presence and try and take some points out of Ivano Di Francesco, but nonetheless, still not looking like it will end up being a standard class victory if Jamie King continues on that strong run at the top of the class. But overall, still looking for that podium, and I think if it's doable, it will be doable today, because in both races he was quite close to Ivano Di Francesco at the start, and once again, for these bigger bikes, the first half of the race is quite important to continue the challenge with your rivals, because it's such a physical track for these older riders who won't have anywhere near as much energy as the young kids. They'll get tired if the podium battle, the chance, starts to slip away from them. They'll get tired. They'll start thinking about, you know what, let's just bring this one home. Whereas if you get the adrenaline flowing of a nice podium battle, then it sort of all goes away, and you come home and battle all the way as hard as you can to the line. So let's hope that is the case for Thomas Dudson, and we might just see him on the overall podium this time round.
Maybe so. We'll have to wait and see. He did come, like we say, perilously close to it, so I'm sure he would like to just do one better, potentially. And, time will tell. They've got 2 opportunities, 2 races to do so over today, and with that, who knows what can happen. That's the joys, of course, of motor racing. You can see there just in the centre of the shot, Phil Joyce, he's the one stood on the tyre barrier there with the camera. Does a lot for the motor team paddock, like I say. He's always the one to provide us with the information and all of the gossip of the paddock, and always kind enough to write us out a little information sheet, which we are incredibly grateful for, and as you can see, trying to get the word out for the moto team family, I suppose. So get yourself on the grid if you are able to. And the best thing about it, again, is the fact that the bike is the one that scores the points. So you can split it as riders. You can swap out riders as and when you please. So if you have got a mate, then, there's 2 qualifying sessions, do 1 each. There's 4 races, you can do 2 each. Whether you do 1 each on Saturday, 1 each on Sunday, or 2 on Saturday, and then the other person does 2 on Sunday. However you want to split it, you can definitely split up the costs and come and have some relatively cheap motor racing here in FAB-Racing. Checker flag flies, though, so that's going to conclude the warm-up for the motor team. Hopefully they have got themselves warmed up, though, because we definitely do expect to have some fireworks in this category.
Yeah, 100%. I think there will be a lot of mid-pack battles, as I briefly mentioned there, Thomas Dudson and Ivano Di Francesco being one to look out for in their battles for the overall podium and the standard class lead, if they can keep up with Jamie King, who has been enjoying his home circuit, of course. And the best thing about it being a team category, really, is that ultimately the best team to make would be to have a duo of riders who are really the best at different halves of the calendar. So if you had a rider who was really good at one track and then a rider who's really good at another, it would be great to switch them out across the calendar and get the best you can out of your riders for the rest of the season.
Absolutely so. Well, with the checker flag for Moto Team flying, that does mean that we are just moments away from getting ourselves out on circuit for the first of our 21 races this morning into this afternoon. You're joining us for the Mastermax FAB-Racing British Minibike Championship. Round number 4 brings us to Ellough Park.
AC40 Pros comes the way of FAB-Racing at Ellough Park for the first race of Sunday's action, and a race that was unfortunately not broadcast yesterday despite Finley Styles winning race 1. But let's see if he can be challenged by Noah Barfoot yet again in race 2 and race 3, and hopefully we'll get a good battle out of it. Might be a small grid, but I'm sure, as I said to you yesterday, Zach, off the broadcast, that we're probably looking at a really good battle between those 4 riders for the victory. So let's hope we can see them 4 wide down into turn 1, maybe a couple slipstream moments that can definitely make a difference in these AC40 classes.
Big thank you as well to 2 Clicks Out for sponsoring this category, and to all of our sponsors here in the FAB-Racing banner. Again, their support means the world to each of these young riders. The AC40 Pro class is one that has been the battleground of some historic championship battles in the past, namely back in 2024 between Rex Austin, Caelan Ratcliffe and Mason Federick, 3 riders that are fighting at the top echelon of the FAB-Racing paddock, proving themselves on the mini-motos before that step onto the bigger and the geared bikes. For the AC40 Pros, like we say, a slightly smaller grid than we expect, but that does not take anything away from the quality of racing, particularly at the front. Noah Barfoot sits 47 points clear of Finley Stars by winning 8 of the 10 races thus far, and the 2 that he lost, he finished 5th and 2nd. But Finley Stars, even though he's not only won 1 race, and that came yesterday in what was a historic moment for the number 19, he's finished 3rd, 2nd for the majority of the season. He himself has taken 9 podiums from the 10 races as well, and that consistency has kept him within touching distance of Noah Barfoot, and especially if he can keep the pace up that we saw yesterday, the championship is not over between Barfoot and Stars.
Yeah, 100%. A comparison I actually made a few rounds back of this battle between Barfoot and Finley Styles is Jonathan Ray and Alvaro Bautista in World Superbikes. If for those who watched that in 2019, it was quite similar, a championship battle where Bautista started incredibly well, but Jonathan Ray just kept finishing 2nd for the first half of the season and keeping that pressure on, just keeping the rider who's so dominant and just a little bit nervous, just to let them know, I'm still here, by the way. I'm not making mistakes. I'm not falling head over heels trying to beat you just yet. I'm just waiting for you to make that mistake, and that's exactly what came along. He, of course, Jonathan Ray went on to win that title, dominating the second half of the season, and that might be what we see here. Of course, we're now getting to the halfway point of the FAB Racing calendar, and maybe Finley Styles has got a comeback on his hands.
Maybe so. Well, this championship has been largely dominated by Noah Barfoot. Theo Velthausen, the other race winner of the season. But Noah Barfoot has won 80% of the races so far. Will that continue? Will he continue to add to the tally, or will Finley Stars have something else to bring to the table? We'll run you through the grid, of course. The starting procedure is they come out of the pit lane, they grid themselves up, they then go for a green flag formation lap. They grid themselves back up again. It's then ice the lights and to go racing here at Ellough Park. Again, in terms of the grids, so we'll run you through the 4-rider field for the AC40 Pro category. It's going to be the case of Finley Stars taking pole position by quite some margin over Noah Barfoot yesterday in qualifying from James Dermott and Randy Carter, the second and final row of the field. Might be mini grid, but they are mini motos. But the racing itself will be mighty. Finley Stars on the number 19, you can see. Then comes the 36 of Noah Barfoot alongside him. Ice the lights for the first time today. Round number 4 at the Master Mac FAB-Racing British Minibike Championship. The 2 clicks out, AC40 Pro Class is go. And a great start from pole position there from Finley Stars. Look to the inside from Noah Barfoot, but no way through just yet. Randy Carter following him there in 3rd position. Of course, with James Dermott also trying to get himself involved through the opening sector for the first time. And so far, so good for Finley Stars. But let's not count out Noah Barfoot in the slightest. He's already onto the rear wheel and contending for the race lead.
Yeah, that loss yesterday will fire him up for this one. Maybe just rested on his laurels a little bit in yesterday's race 1 and thought, you know what, it's okay, I can get on with this and continue my domination. And didn't think much of Finley Styles' early challenge in the race, but I think this time he knows he's been fired up and he's ready to battle. He's now thinking of Finley Styles as a serious title contender to bring down his championship lead in the second half of the season, and now that's exactly what he needs to do, chase him down and destroy his confidence. He had that little boost yesterday, and now he needs to deflate it and make sure he's still in the command of the mentality here in the AC40 Pro class heading into the next race later. But there's still plenty of laps to go and plenty more laps for him to challenge.
Yeah, absolutely. But first lap is going to go the way of Finley Styles. He'll be looking to get his second win of the season. What a moment it was for him. But yeah, Noah Barfoot still able to rise to the occasion. And that's sort of the way it goes in these classes, right? You almost from round to round, the learnings that you can have. You can do one test session and almost find yourself finding half a second of lap time just like that, because, you know, you're still young, you've still got a lot more to learn, and as such, the learning becomes a little bit easier. As you get older, as you get a little bit more optimized, it becomes harder to make those gains. Obviously, MotoGP riders, their improvements year on year are fractional, whereas at this stage, from rookies to pros to 50s and beyond, I mean, the improvements they make, not only year on year, but weekend on weekend, is incredibly exponential. I think that's what we're seeing from Finley Styles here. He's clearly unlocked something to make the difference relative to Noah Barfoot.
Yeah, and especially in the mini moto classes, there'll be a lot of riders who aren't as experienced at some track than the others, and they'll come to a track that they know so well, they've grown up at. Maybe it was their first time riding a mini moto at Ellough Park, and that can bring a great deal of confidence, which starts you off from practice, like you've already done a load of practice sessions, and that automatically becomes your qualification qualifying. You come here and you're already ready to push, ready to find the limit rather than learn the track, which could be the case for some riders. And I think that's what might be what we're seeing here from Finley Styles. This year have already had some track time at Ellough Park, or maybe putting in the work to catch Noah Barfoot in the championship, and that's exactly what we're seeing now, as he's just done the fastest lap for 54.287. Now Noah Barfoot has only 6 laps to go to respond to this. He's got some work to do to close that gap.
Indeed so. Ellough Park, on the comment of course, the track time, do run regular bike nights here on the circuit. An opportunity for you to get yourself on circuit with, of course, the eligible bikes that you need, and of course, amongst other things, our brilliant hosts here at Ellough Park. They run plenty of events, and whether that's 4 wheels or 2, you can take your pick and get yourself out on circuit. What is a brilliant circuit, of course, here down in East Anglia in Beccles. Not too far away from Lowestoft, and so if you are local, you have got a bike, get yourself down to the circuit and see if you can bring maybe some decent pace. We've seen the likes of riders like Charlie Eagling also join us in the pit bikes and such, and even though they're only locals to Ellough Park, they still do very, very well on the one-off rounds. They join us for FAB-Racing. 5 laps left to go though at the line. It's Finley Styles that leads from Noah Barfoot, and the fastest lap time still coming down. In fact, the consistency absolutely there for Finley Styles. Yesterday it was quite a close affair between the two of them. Finley Styles has woken up this morning, clearly had his Weetabix, is beginning to pull a nice bit of a gap away from the championship leader. Yeah, exactly that. The confidence is now there. He knows how to win, and he's got the mentality ready to continue that winning streak. And I think that's exactly what we may be seeing, to be honest, because if we come out to the next round, we could see Finley Styles sort of flipping it round and making him the dominant force in this AC40 Pro Championship. But right now we're seeing a close battle between James Dermott and Randy Carter for the final spot on the podium. Randy Carter has quite often been on the podium this season, still not quite found enough yet to challenge for the win like Finley Styles has, but is slowly building his confidence, as they all are out there in this AC40 Pro class, and gaining and almost compacting in terms of the times, separating most of the grid. We saw much of a bigger separation in pace in the first round at Lid, but now I think we're seeing as everyone gets the experience, gets through the calendar, and gets some races under their belts, everyone is tightening up a little bit more, and we're seeing a few more battles, because a crash from one of the two leaders could easily put Randy Carter or James Dermott a place up, whereas in the previous rounds we may not have seen that. They may have been able to remount in time and get back to where they were. Of course, with Finley Styles and his championship challenge, if you like, coming into this race, he was 47 points back into the round. He was 52 behind. You get 25 points for a race victory, 20, 18, 15 and beyond, down to 1 point for 15th position. And as such, it means that, fair enough, he's gaining 5 points per race. But that does mean that he needs to win every single race between now and the final race at Clandau if he wants to have a chance at winning the championship. What that means is that usually you rely on your rival falling off the bike a couple of times, having a DNF, maybe dropping to 3rd or 4th. With only 4 riders on the field this weekend, and with Styles and Barfoot so clear away from Randy Carter and James Dermott, it's going to be difficult for Styles to really make a huge difference. Even though pace-wise he's able to pull this sort of a gap, he's just at the fast lap of the race. Even though the Styles is able to have such a huge pace delta to Noah Barfoot, the points that he's gaining on him are not going to show that, because Noah Barfoot can cruise to 3 second places this weekend, and largely his championship gap is going to remain largely untouched. Yeah, it will, and it's really a bit of a statement, though, from Finley Styles to dominate like this in the fashion that Noah Barfoot has done so much this season. And now Finley Styles getting into this stage of dominance. Hopefully, for his sake, he can continue this on for the rest of the season, because then if Noah Barfoot eventually responds, maybe when we head out to Rowell, when we come back to the championship battles, Noah Barfoot is slightly quicker, perhaps, and he'll be able to respond to Finley Styles that time round. And we could see a title fight in a championship that started looking like it was going to be Noah Barfoot taking the title all the way to the end, and easily taking it by a large margin. It may end up being Finley Styles versus Noah Barfoot as a one-to-one showdown. Well, who knows what can happen. FAB-Racing, like I say, the pros, we've seen some brilliant battles in the past. The likes of Taylor Tomlinson has won this championship. We had Rex Austin win it in 2024, fighting with Mason Frederick and Caelan Ratcliffe. And well, we saw, like I say, some brilliant battles in the past. The mini-motos generally as well, and those titles came down actually to this circuit at Ellough Park. Nonetheless, final lap of the race for Finley Stars. He's waited, about 4 months for the first victory. He's now about to do 2 in a row. Before this, it was 8 podiums, 7 of them in a row, trading 3rd and 2nd position. Meanwhile, Noah Barfoot was running away with every single race victory. He's come out swinging at Ellough Park, has Finley Stars. The gap currently sits at 6.1 seconds. The fastest lap of the race. He's gone from strength to strength. It was a 53.8. It's now a 53.6. The consistency and the improvement absolutely there for Finley Stars. He's just got to negotiate a couple more corners now on that number 19 machine. It's his time in the sun this weekend, albeit a very gloomy day here at Ellough Park. Through the final couple of corners for Finley Stars. The checkered flag awaits his arrival. The 2 clicks out AC40 Pro Class goes the way to Finley Stars, who goes 2 from 2 so far here at Ellough Park. And look at what it means to him as he crosses the line. A sensational ride from Stars. There is your championship leader. Noah Barfoot comes across the line to secure a very decent 2nd place to mitigate the damage in the championship.
How impressive from the young lad Finley Stars. He's just done so well to stay confident despite that incredible performance in the first half season for Noah Barfoot, and he's responded so quickly here at Ellough Park to dominate in this fashion, and now it will come in a flurry of victories, I'm sure, and challenges for the win with Noah Barfoot. And you can see how much that means to him. You can see how much he's worked for it as well, as rainfall begins to arrive here at Ellough Park. And that is certainly going to make for some interesting racing here on Saturday. We haven't really seen many wet races so far this season. A couple races at Lyd affected by a couple raindrops on track and puddles as well. But this time, I think we might just see quite a storm brewing, not only in the skies, but on track as well.
Yeah, potentially so. There is Finley Stars, who takes his 2nd victory of the season and closes the gap in the championship to just 42. Noah Barfoot and Randy Carter joining him on the podium, with James Dermott, the 4th and final finisher for the 2 clicks out AC40 Pro Class. Of course, getting very windy, as it has been here at Ellough Park, and now the rain beginning to fall. However, with the direction the wind is blowing, there are clearer skies on the horizon. Right now, probably not wet enough for, the full wet tyres, but definitely a bit of a concern maybe looming on the minds of some of the riders and, of course, the parents and mechanics around the paddock. They'll be keeping an eager eye on what's in store around the circuit. Of course, for the AC40 Pro Class, that's going to conclude their morning's action. Their 2nd of 3 races here for round number 4 of the FAB-Racing British Minibike Championship is done. They'll be back out on circuit later on for race number 3. Time for the youngest riders out there in the FAB-Racing sphere, and, time for the Grassroots to Grand Prix AC40 Rookies Cup. The first step on a very long journey all the way to the top, and some of the best riders in the field have won this very category, and it does look as competitive as ever, of course, in the AC40 Rookies Cup. Thank you for your company. Thank you for joining myself, Zach Sweeney, Riley Davis in the commentary box as the rain, tentatively begins to fall here at Ellough Park.
Yeah, and this is going to make a brilliant challenge for these AC40 rookies. Some of these kids may have never even raced in the rain before, so it's the ultimate test of patience and, how you plan out a race, which is something that these kids haven't even considered yet, haven't even thought through, because they only think about racing the next corner and how they can take the victory. But to take the victory today won't be as much of being the fastest, but being the most methodical, and that's exactly the best way to learn it here. And that's exactly what they do in the AC40 Rookies. They learn every race, and this will certainly be an interesting lesson.
Absolutely. It's a lesson they're going to have to learn at some point. You don't want to sort of go through your whole rookie pro into career and then get onto the bigger bikes, into the bigger classes, not have any rain experience, because it's a lot more difficult to ride the bigger gear bikes for your first time in the wet than it is to ride one of these. Nonetheless, they are all out there on slicks. Hopefully should be okay. Like I say, the weather albeit not looking overly great. Because the wind is so strong, hopefully we'll just blow these clouds straight over the top of us, and we shouldn't be impacted too much. Any eager eyes out there will see that they are on slicks, so keep an eye out if we do see any grooves tyres out there on circuit. But for now, I think everyone is out there on slicks, and just going to be hoping that there is going to be no grip problems really for them. The main thing actually though, what this is going to do is cool the track temperature down. So fair enough, maybe the rain could make it a little bit greasy, but I don't think it's been necessarily heavy enough for that. What I think it has been able to do, if the riders can get through the psychological barrier of the fact that it has been raining for a couple of seconds, the track temperature will come down. In theory, the lap times could actually get quicker.
Yeah, exactly that, because actually we were talking to quite a few people this morning when I came into the paddock, and they were all saying their tyres were in awful condition from how hot it got yesterday, mainly the big bike riders. So Sebastian Gauslawski and quite a few people had actually really struggled with the heat going through their tyres in what was a really warm Saturday. And as you said, yeah, it might actually bring us some quicker lap times. We're in all classes quite far away from most lap records, so maybe we'll see some challenging to those lap records this time around. But on the grid then, for the AC40 rookies, we have Bobby Baker once again lining up on pole position ahead of Vinnie Glossop in second, Eros Garrett in third at the front of the second row, and then behind him will be Theodore Ford in fifth and Grayson Mills in fifth, and fourth, sorry, was Theodore Ford, and Grayson Mills in fifth. Behind that top five, though, is Louis Elimelech and Hudson Heaps in seventh, Tyler J. Windard, Freddie Fletcher, Harley Spiller, Albie Miller, Alfie Spedding, Jack Irwin, Savannah Polden, Oscar Bond, Imogen Vivas, Ellie Kellett, Arlo Simmons, Albert Gauslawski, Theo Tyler, Charlie Skingle, William Green, Roman Hartle, Bradley Bannister, Courtney Spiller and Ayrton Oakley, rounding out this 26-rider grid we have in AC40 rookies. And it is going to be a thriller. Let's see how this one plays out in the AC40 rookies class, with Bobby Baker lining up on pole position. Here we go then. They wait for the red lights to go out, and someone with a huge jump start there, but now they get away in these tricky conditions in the AC40 rookies class. That may have been Theodore Ford. We'll have to wait and see as they head down into turn one. That looks to me like the number 61 of Vinnie Glossop, who's taken the lead and commanding these tricky conditions. Confidence is at a low at this point in time, and it's who can command it the best and get the best start that will matter the most, but who can control that excitement and be careful as not to slip off in these early stages of the AC40 rookies race.
Yeah, it looks really good from Vinnie Glossop. Took their best results of the season yesterday with P3. Before that, they only finished inside the top 10 once. Arrived at Ellough Park, found some pace, didn't quite manage the race victory. Took an early lead, similar to this, and then started to drop back slightly. Here comes Eros Garrett, though, the championship leader, pulling alongside down the inside of the penultimate hairpin. Will have the inside line, and that's the advantageous one. Glossop runs wide, and that could open the door for the likes of Bobby Baker to get involved. But so far, so good for your championship leader of Eros Garrett, who's searching for his third win of the season. He took his second one this time yesterday. Vinnie Glossop with the less than optimal run onto the start-finish straight, and under a lot of pressure now from the pole sitter of Bobby Baker, who gets up and underneath on that run towards turn two.
Yeah, brilliant way to get through into the lead at this point in time for Eros Garrett, and now looking to pull away and make a dominant push in the early half of the race. But as I said earlier, confidence is at a low for some riders, and it might just build as the race goes on. And now, one thing about the AC40 rookies class is that we were saying in AC40 Pro that, you know, improvements can come at a massive rate just from round to round, let alone season to season. But even from race to race, lap to lap in the AC40 rookies class, as they learn, adjust and gain the confidence and speed. And that's exactly what we're going to see here. If Eros Garrett is challenged, Vinnie Glossop and Bobby Baker have to work together, but in perfect timing there. I think Vinnie Glossop may have ran wide and Bobby Baker could have gone through, but we'll have to wait and see how that battle progresses, because right now we're looking towards the middle part of the pack where it all starts to bunch up.
Exactly that. Plenty of battles through the field, and no matter where you are on this grid, you will have someone to race with, someone to learn from. So following a battle a little bit further down in the pack, there you can see the 66. That's Freddie Fletcher on the back end of Grayson Mills, just under 0.4 of a second separating them. Louis Elimelech from Tyler J. Windard, the number 8, getting cheered on from friends and family in the YouTube chat. Currently running P7 for a rider that sits 4th place in the championship. So far has taken 4 podiums this season. Would like to add to that tally. and right now getting involved in what is a frenzy field out there in the AC40 rookies class. Eros Garrett, though, up in front, is the one with the fastest lap of the race. So it's 1.4 seconds clear of Bobby Baker in second, with Vinny Glossop still there, still in contention in P3, but Eros Garrett, the one currently at the helm, currently in control. There you see the 127, the rear end of Savannah Polden, with an issue for one of the riders through the chicane. Savannah Polden, as a result, will gain a position and still on the back end of the 40 of Albie Miller. No moves, no dice down into the second hairpin, but may be able to get the ride in towards the final corner. Nicely done there from Savannah Polden to go around the outside and gain another position and moving a little bit further up inside the top 10.
Yeah, and there you're seeing just a few riders still trying to get into the rhythm of this race, and that's where you'll see outside moves being made of the riders who have got that confidence a little bit higher at this point in time, even if it wasn't tricky conditions, just because we're back, of course, here on Sunday morning, and the laps will count down as they gain more confidence and speed. But then with 5 laps to go, Eros Garrett looking like he's not being challenged at this point in time, trying to pull away from Bobby Baker and Vinny Glossop. I think that's going to turn into a two-rider battle for second place, as we now watch the race leader, Eros Garrett, coming around the final few corners to take the checkered flag, not the checkered flag, go across the line and have 4 laps to go until the end of this race. So at the moment, a commanding lead for him. Has really progressed quite strongly on from Hooton Park. Took his first win back at Hooton Park, despite his many podiums, finishing behind Harry Burridge and many other riders from Lydd onwards, and has really taken on a new step, quite in the same fashion as Finley Starr.
Yeah, he's been the only bit of real continuity really at the front end of this Rookies Cup field. At Lydd, it was Albie Stone who dominated. Once he then dominated at Lydd, realised, okay, maybe the Rookies Cup, not necessarily for me, I'm going to take that step up into Inters, like we were alluding to a little bit earlier on. You know, once you're dominating in a field, you're not necessarily learning as much. It's natural to take that next step of progression to unlock what you then need to know. You need to understand what you don't yet know and then improve from there. From round number 2 at Clay Pigeon, it was Harry Burridge that joined us on the field. He dominated both Clay and Hooton. He's also now taken the step up into the Interclass. And through all of this, it was Eros Garrett capitalising, getting podiums. 9 of the 10 races thus far has Eros Garrett stood on the podium. On 2 of those occasions, it's been on the top step. He waited for quite some time in order to do it, but now he's able to bash them out like no tomorrow. Fighting in the battle for second, though, is Bobby Baker and Vinny Glossop, who has dropped off slightly off the rear end of the 64, but still firmly able to see the rear wheel of the pole sitter of Bobby Baker, and potentially with a small mistake, this battle for second far from over, with 3 laps to go and, well, 2 to go at the line.
Yeah, certainly not. It's not too big of a gap. There's plenty of chance yet for Vinny Glossop to get through, as we're now coming towards some back markers. That has certainly been a deciding factor in many results in the AC40 rookies class and many different classes like that in FAB-Racing, and this could make a difference here. This could allow Vinny Glossop to close in, but it depends how it all goes there, as Bobby Baker nearly gets wiped out by one of them and manages to stay on the bike and avoid that incident. A really good job from both him and the rider at the back to avoid each other, and now that has in turn allowed Vinny Glossop to close in. Now, how will Vinny Glossop structure the rest of this race to try and catch him?
Well, maybe, yeah, a little bit of problem. We saw yesterday actually some contact with some back markers in some of these races, so nice to see that he's able to deal with it quite well. Not really affected his composure or his momentum too much. It did allow Vinny Glossop to close the gap at the line, down to sub 4/10 of a second with just a lap and a half left to go. Will it be enough to tip the scales? But either way for Vinny Glossop, this has been a dream weekend. First, second, third, who really cares? I mean, a podium is a podium at the end of the day. When the last 2 rounds have been spent you fighting to get into the top 10, and for the most part outside of the points for Vinny Glossop, right now running P3 for the second time this weekend, exactly where they want to be.
Yeah, exactly that. It's a baptism of fire for him, really, to progress so largely on from, as you said, trying to challenge for the top 10 to now podium and even victory contention. He led a good chunk of the race yesterday, and we could see that in the next race, possibly for that reason, struggling to get the confidence in the tricky conditions in the early laps, and of course being on Sunday morning, can't quite get the feeling at this point. And I think that will progress and continue on as we get to the next race later on, and hopefully we'll see Vinny Glossop challenging for the win. But right now, unchallenged, at least for the most part of this race, with half a lap to go, Eros Garrett preparing to come to line line in a few corners' time and take yet another victory home at Ellough Park.
Yeah, just half a lap left to negotiate for the championship leader, who would like to extend it beyond a 50-point margin to Bobby Baker. It will grow to 53 at the end of this race. His third win, his 10th podium from 11 races this season. Eros Garrett has been incredible.
And here he comes then, Eros Garrett into the hairpin. This is one of the overtaking hotspots, but no one's close enough to make a move. Bobby Baker has put in an amazing final 2 laps to try and close in on Eros Garrett, but I don't think it's going to be enough. It's not going to be enough. It's another win to the tally for Eros Garrett, who wins race 2 for the AC40 rookies here at Ellough Park. And he'll be looking to continue that pace on into the third race later on this afternoon. But we will have to wait and see, because the lads in second and third, Bobby Baker and Vinnie Glossop, certainly have their eyes on challenging him on the third race.
Yeah, absolutely. What a ride that was from Eros Garrett. Looking incredible as ever. His third win of the season, extending the gap in the championship, and plenty of fantastic rides through the field for the Grassroots to Grand Prix AC40 Rookies Cup. Round number 4 at the Master Mac Surfacing FAB-Racing British Minibike Championship. Eros Garrett bringing it home with the victory. However, Bobby Baker setting the fastest lap of the race on that final lap gives us some hope that maybe Garrett can be challenged this weekend through the third and final race later on today. What a ride, like I say, from our race winner. He'll take his third of the season. And for Bobby Baker, like I say, he got the gap down to nearly under a second by the end of that one.
Yeah, it was a really good final few laps there from Bobby Baker, and that just proves that he should really be in contention for this next race. So make sure you're around for that one. Make sure you're around for the rest of the day's broadcast, because there is plenty more racing to come as the conditions improve and the racing gets even more intense. And I think that is what we're going to see next in the AC40 Rookies.
Absolutely. So we'll run you through the full results in just a couple of moments, and run you through who finished where. It was Eros Garrett by just over a second. I say just, very just over a second from Bobby Baker, Vinnie Glossop, your podium, the same order they were yesterday. Grayson Mills from Theodore Ford, your top 5. Then comes Louis Ellough from Tyler J. Windard, finishing P7. Savannah Polden moving her way through the field and firmly inside the top 10 ahead of Harley Spiller, with Hudson Heaps, the 10th and final rider inside the top 10. Behind that was the likes of Freddie Fletcher, Alfie Spenning, Oscar Bond, Albert Gazlowski, the final of your point scorers, brother to Sebastian Gazlowski, of course, getting a couple of points in the AC40 Rookies Cup. Not bad going at all for these guys, and well, that's going to be the end of their second race of the weekend. We'll see them back out for the third and final one. Can Eros Garrett be challenged at the top of the field?
One more small bike category before we move on to the bigger and powerful bikes, but the powerful action has been the headline here in the AC40 Interclass, supported by LS2 helmets. As the sun comes out, the riders come to pit lane to get their sighting lap started in a few moments' time. And Zach, this class has been a great one to watch all season long. Yesterday, Logan Paisley took the race victory rather dominantly without any challenge, but Austin Baton and Albie Stone certainly had a magnificent battle for that second place.
Yeah, they really did. It was great to see in the LS2 helmets AC40 Interclass, and definitely gives us some hope that the championship still very much wide open. We'll run you through the championship as it stands at the end of the opening race of the weekend yesterday, but yeah, a lot of intrigue for these young riders. And well, literally 20 minutes ago, less than 20 minutes ago, we were worried about the rain. It's sunny again. What is going on?
Oh, you tell me. You live here. I don't know what the weather's like, to be honest.
No. I don't live in Beccles. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. I don't live in Beccles.
Okay, well, closer than I am to Ellough Park. But yeah, the weather being a bit odd here, as it typically does in Britain, but nonetheless, they now come to the grid to get their warm-up lap started in a few moments' time. And it will be Logan Paisley starting us off from pole position, and there behind him you can see on the second row of the grid, Austin Baton, number 100, the championship leader, looking to either take victory and extend his championship lead or help limit the damage.
Well, let's run you through the grid then for the second AC40 Interclass race of the weekend. It will be Logan Paisley that starts this one from pole position, looking to go for his third race win of the season. He'll be alongside Albie Stone on the front row of the grid from Austin Baton, and Harry Burridge on row 2. Jensen Brown alongside Oakley Hipwell with Daisy Grayson and Lawson Dorrington on row 4. Chase Carter alongside Casey Reeson with Izzy Cook and Keely Bailey, the 12th and final rider to take to the start of this one. In the championship, just 22 points between Austin Baton and Logan Paisley. If Austin Baton gets caught up behind the likes of Albie Stone once again, it could be more opportunity for Logan Paisley to claw back the deficit in the championship.
Yeah, that's exactly what we're going to see. A really good battle between so many riders in the AC40 Interclass. And the final mini-moto race in the, third race stage in the morning races here on Sunday. And I think we might just see a little bit of a closer battle for the lead, especially on the earlier laps because of these different conditions. Okay, it stopped raining, the sun's come out. But as you said, the track a little bit colder. And while it could be faster, it will certainly make for a bit tentative riders on the early laps, just because it's different and something you're not used to will put you slightly out of balance. So we might see some challenges coming from maybe even the third or fourth row of the grid.
Maybe so. It'll be eyes to the lights for the third time today for the LS2 Helmets AC40 Inter category. And Logan Paisley decides to go when he likes. He's jumped the start completely to the confusion of everyone on the field. He looks back in disbelief as if he wasn't the one that let the bike go. Of course, that'll be a false start and they'll go again. Logan Paisley been given a lifeline with this one. Once again, it'll be ice to lights as they sort out the rest of the grid, who understandably reacted to the 25 of Logan Paisley. He'll be sure not to repeat that mistake. Maybe it will be playing on his mind slightly. Just a bit of a delay to the start there. You could see Rob Keys on the left just telling them to wait. Now we get the thumbs up and should be good to go. Logan Paisley alongside Albie Stone. Will that affect the 25 start, or will he go for a jump start again? Lights on, lights off, we go racing. Good start from pole position for Logan Paisley, unfazed by that false start that he had just a moment ago around the outside. The number 100 of Austin Baton will try and challenge Albie Stone through the opening corner. Still alongside him as he gets the switch back towards turn number 2, but sweeping the long way round. It is the 16 of Albie Stone trying to stay in tabs with the race leader of Logan Paisley, who, despite a little bit of a sketchy initial start to this race, still leads through the opening sector.
Yeah, a rocket ship start from Albie Stone, and now looks to challenge Logan Paisley off the back of a second place with a magnificent overtake that got him into second place yesterday at the hairpin that they're heading up to now. Will he be able to challenge Logan Paisley? A story of this class that you may have seen quite a few times in the many races we've had here across the season, that Logan Paisley has been very, very, very difficult to overtake from many riders, whether that be battling for third position or the race lead. But the wider line there taken by Albie Stone with the blue and white suit and the bright blue LS2 helmet. He's now being challenged by Austin Baton as well. He may just be biding his time, waiting for Albie Stone to try and have a go at Logan Paisley and take advantage of that battle, because you have to feel like once Albie Stone sent that dive bomb on Austin Baton, they lost their chance in the later stage to battle with Logan Paisley. And I think that's what Austin Baton is waiting for, perhaps a dive bomb of similar fashion from Albie Stone on the inside of the race leader at this point in time, where he can eventually, the number 100 of course, championship leader, get involved and maybe take them both on the inside. But at the moment then, Albie Stone still trying to find a way through, because Logan Paisley taking all the right defensive lines on these mini motos as they now make their way down one of the straights, and at least the straight for these mini motos, and then towards the hairpin right-hander. Quite a few riders getting out of shape through there in the early stages of this race, but I'm sure they will get faster as we go on. They'll get used to these conditions and get used to whoever they're battling with. But now Albie Stone looking like he's tired of getting used to that second place and wants yet another win to add to his tally here in the AC40 Interclass. 2 victories to his name last time out at Hooton Park, and wants to do the same again here at Ellough Park. He's got 2 races, including this one, left to do today, and wants to leave it with 2 wins and a second place. Here he comes in with 7 laps to go, all over the back of the green, number 25 in front of him, and it looks like they're starting to lose Austin Baton behind them, because he is starting to fall back into the clutches of Harry Burridge, who's there in 4th, of course, moving on from the AC40 rookies class in similar fashion to Albie Stone, and looks to repeat those similar performances of Albie Stone, challenging for podiums so suddenly in his progression upwards. But here comes Albie Stone yet again, taking all the different lines to try and find his way through on Logan Paisley, but can't quite find a window open yet. He was very confident when I spoke to him on Friday about how he can win these races, and now is trying to use all of that confidence to his advantage to take yet another 2 wins here, like he did last time out at Hooton Park.
Well, down the inside through turn number 2, Albie Stone eyeing it up. Logan Paisley under a world of pressure with just half of this race to go. Maybe a look to the inside of turn 3, but no dice for Albie Stone. Austin Baton getting a front row seat to all of this. Harry Burridge not a million miles away either, taking that step up from the rookies into the inter-category, searching for his first podium. A bit of a slow run there for the 74. That's Ugly Hipwell out of turn number 1, currently running in P5, but back to the focus at the front because, well, this is the most entertaining battle out there on circuit, the one with the most championship implications as well, so our attention has to be up here. Logan Paisley, defensive through the final hairpin, very cambered on the inside, so you've got to get the bike in early, keep that minimum speed up through the final corner. Here comes the move for the lead, down the inside for Albie Stone.
A brilliant move if he can get it done, and yes he can. Logan Paisley's going to try and respond on the inside, and they're going to go side by side up to turn 2. Will Logan Paisley respond on the inside? Yes he will. But now the battle is on. The defence of Logan Paisley has been broken, and Albie Stone is close enough and confident enough to continue making moves. But this time he's got to wait a little bit longer. With that move into turn 1, it almost sounded like he was listening to you live there, Zach, because he perfectly demonstrated what you explained to try and get the move done. But unfortunately it wasn't quite enough to maintain a strong exit and stop Logan Paisley from going through. But again, the defensive lines from Logan Paisley making life so difficult for the riders behind him.
Yeah, but now Logan Paisley is under pressure. Albie Stone's move there has sort of planted a seed into Paisley's head to say, yeah, you better watch out, you better defend. And what it does allow Albie Stone to do is set up these switchbacks, set up those runs through the corners, and if he can offset Paisley to go defensive 2 through T1, he can then go for the switchback through turn number 2. Let's see if he's able to pull that off here. He might just try and go the long way round. What a move for Albie Stone. He's got the agility, battling to keep the bike on the circuit, so Paisley will have the advantage towards turn number 2. But what an ambitious attempt that was from Albie Stone.
Wow, the confidence there in full force for Albie Stone, who's looking to chase down Austin Baton in the championship. It was 67 points between them coming into this round, and now he looks to make that an even smaller gap to close for the rest of the season. It's certainly doable if he continues performances like this, and Austin Baton may be slightly feeling the pressure. As I mentioned a few laps ago, it looks like this duo starting to drop the championship leader from their battle for victory as Harry Burridge tries to catch Austin Baton in third, and that is one close battle between those two at the moment. If Harry Burridge can close in on Austin Baton, we'll have to wait and see if the number 29 can catch up. Daisy Grayson has made her way into 6th as well, trying to close down on Jensen Brown, who was her ultimate rival, if you remember back to Lid, when they battled so hard for victory. And of course, if you don't know, Daisy Grayson's injury possibly just hindering her at this stage, but at the moment Albie Stone still struggling to find a way through.
Yeah, no way through just yet for Paisley. There are other battles through the field, by the way. Of course, the likes of Jensen Brown and Daisy Grayson are both very close. Dorrington and Carter both very close as well. But this is the fight for the race lead. This is also a fight that has direct championship implications, with Paisley trying to overcome the now 22-point deficit to Austin Baton. Right now, it'll be another 9 points taken out of Baton from this race alone if it stays as it is. So this is a very important battle, and one that Albie Stone, well, is delighted to be a part of, searching for what will be his third win of the season. Side by side in towards the penultimate corner. Get it in early. Get the ride out, get the power down as effectively as you can through the long sweeping right-hander and over the start-finish straight. The slipstream in full effect as you hit a bit of a headwind towards turn 1. Bit of a shake at the front there from Logan Paisley is going to offset his run. Here comes Albie Stone now on the penultimate lap of the race. Not quite alongside enough through the long sweeping right-hander at turn 2.
He's all over the back of the number 25 and just can't quite find the opportunities, and that's where we're seeing Logan Paisley so strong. I mean, his pace has been incredible, but his strength that has been on display without doubt for the whole season is his defence. He's hardly let anyone through on him, and if they have come through on him, he's instantly gone back to the inside because he's made them take the more difficult route that forces an opportunity to get back out there. And here is Daisy Grayson, who I mentioned a few laps ago, in that battle with Jensen Brown for 5th place, doing a great job to get yet another top 5 as she's holding on to the front of this group. Quite a ways off Harry Burridge in 4th, but it's another race where she's improving and getting a feeling back after that collarbone break 4 weeks ago.
Final lap of the race, final opportunity now for Logan Paisley and Albie Stone to decide this battle. Logan Paisley, Albie Stone, both 2 wins apiece this season, both searching for their third. Will it come to blows? Half a lap left to go here at Ellough Park Raceway through turn number 2, the double apex right-hander into the hairpin. Logan Paisley parks it on the inside of the corner, deters the move from Albie Stone. Twisting the throttle, getting it towards the sweeping section now, flat through the left. Maybe slight roll off the throttle, keep it as far to the left as you can to open up this right, up over the crest. and into the chicane. Running out of opportunities now is Albie Stone. Logan Paisley has played this brilliantly. He's kept his head, he's kept his composure. He's had to defend from lap 1, from the get-go. And a crucial weekend, the turning point in the championship comes down to the wire for Logan Paisley. Albie Stone might well be able to throw some sort of a move, but the run to the line goes the way of the 25. Logan Paisley closes the gap in the championship. It's his 3rd win of the season, and he takes victory for race number 2 of round 4 of the LS2 Helmets AC40 Interclass. Albie Stone, Austin Baton join him on the podium with Harry Burridge. Then comes the battle for the top 5. Daisy Grayson, recovering from the injury just a few weeks ago, gets herself inside the top 5 ahead of Jensen Brown and Lawson Dorrington.
What a brilliant ride from Daisy Grayson there on the number 19 to take command of that second group battle. But yeah, another masterclass defensive operation from Logan Paisley to take his 2nd win of the weekend, his 3rd of the season, as you mentioned there, Zach. But now Austin Baton, the championship leader, a 3rd place. That's not too bad, to be fair to him. It's not the worst result to limit the damage done to his rather sizable championship lead coming into this round. But it is Logan Paisley with the run of form at the moment, who is trying to close that gap in the championship, who takes the race victory ahead of Albie Stone and Austin Baton in 3rd. And then Harry Burridge, on his first adventure in the AC40 Interclass, takes 4th place in the 2nd race of the weekend. And then Daisy Grayson finishing off the top 5 with a great ride from her. Behind her is then Jensen Brown, Lawson Dorrington, Chase Carter, Casey Reese and Oakley Hitwell rounding up the top 10. Then behind him, Keely Bailey and Izzy Cook in 12th place. Well, yet again, AC40 Inter delivers. We didn't see all that many moves for the race lead, but it was certainly a tale of, almost like a Mexican standoff of who would make the first move and who would make the first mistake as well to allow the other rider through.
Well, in terms of the championship, provisionally it comes down to just 13 points between Austin Baton and Logan Paisley, who is going to start the 2nd half of 2026 in the AC40 Inters, leading the way as we can continue our journey through the day. The AC40 Inters, their 2nd race of the weekend done and dusted. They'll be back out for race 3 later on. Will it be Baton? Will it be Paisley? Will it be Stone who takes the final blood here at Ellough Park?
And now we move on to the bigger bikes. Mini GP50R comes your way at Ellough Park for their 2nd race of the weekend. And once again, the Ovales and Metrokit 50s will be out on circuit, battling it out to see which bike is the best pick for this circuit and which rider has the best form here. Emilio Pereira is out there on the Metrokit 50. You've got Mason Fedrick out there on the Ovale trying to close the gap to Emilio Pereira in the championship. I believe it was 13 points coming into this round, and then it was closed by yet another victory by Mason Fedrick. But another story though is that Jensen Ansel going down once again, trying to combat Mason Fedrick. So work to do, but 2 more races to do it. Yeah, it was twice in a row, wasn't it? Race 3 at Hooton Park and race 1 here at Ellough Park as well for Jensen Ansel, battling with Mason Fedrick, who is the one to be the most equanimable, if you like, the one to keep his composure, the one to maintain a steady mental state. He's a very experienced rider. He didn't do the 50R category at Lid, but he joined us at Clay. He joined us at Hooton, at Ellough Park. He's finished in the top 2 on all 7 of those occasions. And, well, he's won 6 of them as well. 2 lots of 3 in a row, both from Clay race 1, 2 and 3. Lost race 1 at Hooton Park to Jensen Ansel, and then won both of the races in Liverpool, and then won the first race here yesterday. The gap in the championship to Emilio Pereira comes down to 8 points. 178 for Pereira, 170 for Mason Fedrick, beginning to bridge a very healthy gap in the championship ahead of Bo Morris, Jensen Ansel and Joey Athasich, who complete the top 5. Of course, Pereira and Fedrick, they share the front row of the grid, and we saw yesterday Pereira on that 2-stroke Metrokit not getting the launch that he needed to compared to the 4-stroke Ovales. Yeah, some really difficult starts for many of the Metrokits, getting off the clutch a little bit too early and, rather than a bit too early, a little bit too aggressively, you'd possibly say. And quite a few people having wheelies off the line with that 2-stroke power, just not being able to equal the Ovale's grunt off the line. But it's when you get to the fast flowing corners that the 2-stroke has that strength to stay above the power band and have a consistent run through the corner, whereas the Ovale is possibly trying to rev out and go through the gears. But we'll have to wait and see how that changes. Will have adjustments been made for Emilio Pereira to possibly combat the Ovales in front of him better? Potentially so. Just awaiting them to make their way round for their formation up. You can see Mason Fedrick
and Emilio Pereira, the championship rivals, sharing the front row of the grid. This should be a very entertaining race, and Emilio Pereira just needs to sort out how he starts. His pace isn't bad, but Mason Frederick ultimately just needs to keep his composure.
Yeah, 100%. That is exactly what he's been doing all season long, and so well for that matter. But he is once again on pole position ahead of Emilio Pereira, lining up second on the grid. Jensen Ansel looking to make a comeback after a disappointing last two races on Saturday yesterday and back at Hooton Park. But then he starts third ahead of Jensen Knowles, who returns for his first round of FAB Racing since Lid, and he lines up in fourth ahead of Bo Morris in fifth. Behind the top five then is Freddie Taylor, Matthew Jennings, Tommy Williams, Jensen Cedras, Joey Athasich, Reed Saxelby, Daniel Tanton, Austin Dilks, Nelly Nuth, Oliver Wilson, Claudia Dudman, Emerson Oakley, Danny Longhurst, Rex Almond and Oliver Cheeseman rounding out the grid in 20th place. So quite a stacked grid for the GP50R class, and it's really good to see so many people giving it a go in order to get some practice out there before they head to Silverstone in 2 weeks' time.
Yeah, exactly. It's a golden opportunity for them. Who's going to come out on top? Mason Frederick, Emilio Pereira, just 8 points separate them in the championship for the 50R category. What's going to happen on that race towards turn number 1 here at Ellough Park?
All right, then we wait for the flag to drop and the lights to turn on. Let's see how the two strokes can battle the four strokes this time round. Will Emilio Pereira be able to extend his championship lead, or will it be closer yet again? The lights go on, the revs go up, and the lights go out. And yet again, Neo Vales off the line strong. But Emilio Pereira, a better start than yesterday, because he's up to third, ahead of Bo Morris, and now already looking to make a move on Jensen Ansel. But with that confidence built up from the race win yesterday, Mason Frederick pulling out a sizable gap.
Yeah, indeed. So great launch from him, but quickly chased after by the 22 of Jensen Ansel. Frederick wants to build up as big of an advantage as he can in these early phases. Pereira just mitigating the damage more than anything. It was a better start yesterday purely because he only dropped to third rather than dropping all the way to fourth or fifth as it was at this time yesterday. Of course, we've got both the Metrokit 50s and the Avali 160s, and well, different engines, different power bands, different riding styles as well between them. And well, Pereira out there, clearly the Metrokit not the quickest off the line, but able to make it up through the fast sweeping sections here at Ellough Park, where the power comes more at the higher end of the rev range, whereas the four strokes have it towards the lower end. In towards turn number 1, and well, right now Mason Frederick leads by 1.8 seconds over Jensen Ansel. Pereira actually applying a bit of pressure to the rear end of Jensen Ansel, and he needs to, because as it stands with Frederick in first and Pereira in third, Frederick would take the lead of the championship at the fall of the checkered flag.
Yeah, I think a second place to come home with that one in this race for Emilio Pereira would be a really good performance, and I think that possibly what he's aiming for. Of course he's aiming for the win, everyone's aiming for the win, but in a realistic stage of maintaining the championship lead and keeping it alive for as long as possible, because you never know when Mason Frederick may not turn up to a round or could make a mistake or maybe could even be injured, and that's exactly what you have to all consider in motorcycle racing, and that's what they're learning here in the GP50R class at FAB. Emilio Pereira now looking for that second place, limiting the damage, and hopefully for his sake would be able to continue leading the championship heading to the next round of Silverstone and then Rowrah after that.
Great opportunity for them to practice. The sun continuing to shine. Here's Tommy Williams fighting with the likes of Nelly Nuth and Reed Saxelby just around him. So you can see just in front, just in the middle of the shot, that's the 51, the all blue of Tommy Williams. Right now, trying to get another position. That's Joey Athasich just in front of him on the 67. Behind him will be the likes of Nelly Nuth and Reed Saxelby. This is a 3-bike train as it stands. Tommy Williams looks to go to the inside through the chicane. Going down there, the front wheel very much loaded up, the rear not so much, as you're braking exactly as you sort of go over the crest and start to dip back down through the final couple of corners. We'll see the timing being brake once more, where Tommy Williams is in respect to everyone else in this field. Right now, though, he's got a rider in front of him and a rider behind him, so the meat in the sandwich. Back towards the front, though, is Jensen Ansel, still trying to keep Emilio Pereira at bay. Jensen Ansel unable to make the headway towards Mason Frederick, who sets the fastest lap of the race by 0.3 of a second. In fact, actually by a lot more than that, by about 0.9 of a second, and grows the gap to 3.5 seconds.
Yeah, more incredible laps being put down by Mason Frederick to break the spirits early on, make the gap, and then he can relax for the second half of the race. But right now, so two riders who are not relaxing, Jensen Ansel and Emilio Pereira, chasing each other down for the second spot on the podium. Ever so important in the title fight, as previously mentioned. Jensen Ansel desperate to chase down Mason Fedrick and collect his second win in the season. But something with how strong Mason Fedrick is here at Ellough Park, and of course that building as the weekend goes on, just focusing at the moment on that second place and trying to make a consistent run for the title at the moment without losing too many points, because at this point in time he's missed out on a crucial 50 points to Mason Fedrick, which is huge at this middle point of the season, and can't afford to lose any more.
Yeah, 5-second penalty, by the way, and has been awarded to Matthew Jennings. So that caused a little bit of the confusion with the timing tower. Matthew Jennings is the one riding on the rear end of Tommy Williams as they negotiate a little bit of lap traffic there. And as a result, Emilio Pereira can capitalise on the inside of Jensen Ansel, who got caught up behind him. Emilio Pereira goes through to take second position. What a move that was from the championship leader, trying to hang on desperately from the offensive Mason Fedrick. But yes, the number 9, Matthew Jennings, has been given a 5-second penalty for parent signalling on circuit. So FAB clamping down on the roving marshals and their attention, and as such Jennings is the one that gets the consequence as a result. He drops to P10 after the 5 seconds gets applied, and we'll be looking to race against the time and desperately try and stay ahead of the likes of Ned Nuth and Reed Saxby on the aggregate of the time, if you like. As I say, after the 5-second time penalty is applied, he runs P10. Still not too bad at all, and some good points to take away from this event, but ultimately rules are rules. Yeah, it is a bit of a shame to see that penalty, of course, forced upon him, but in the end it's a challenge really, and one that he can overcome and learn from, and it's really good to progress riders into dealing with those situations in the head. And there's Emilio Pereira, who's gone down at the hairpin in the final sector. Oh, goodness me. Just got into second and was pushing on to try and break a gap away from Jensen Ansel. And just as it looked like he was able to defend his championship lead, it all comes crumbling down. And with it, the points gap that he had going into this ahead of Mason Fedrick. He will be very disappointed with that, but he's got more races to try and make up for it later on today. What a shame for Emilio Pereira. It's the second DNF of the season for Emilio Pereira. He's taken 2 wins, 9 podiums in the 50R category, amongst many other victories in the 50 category as well for Emilio Pereira, and it's going to be a big blow to him and to his championship campaign. It promotes Mason Fedrick as the favourite, provided he can keep it on for the remaining 4 laps of this race. We also caught a glimpse there of the battle between Tommy Williams, Joey Apisic and Matthew Jennings. They were all very, very close, but it's a race against time with Matthew Jennings' penalty. Mason Fedrick running through some back marker traffic, focusing on the leader. You will notice Jensen Ansel tumbling down the timing order because he stopped out on circuit for a moment. He's able to get back going again, but more issues befalling some of these riders out there on circuit. We're seeing a number of riders crawl to a halt. Pereira, then Ansel, then someone else as well out there on circuit has taken a bit of a tumble. There you can see the yellow flags into turn number 5. So a couple of problems out there on circuit. None, though, for Mason Fedrick, our race leader. Yeah, and that's exactly why I feel the 2 riders that were originally in second place, Emilio Pereira and Jensen Ansel, both pushing as hard as they could to see what kind of gap they could close on Mason Fedrick, because one of the stories here in FAB Racing usually is that lap riders can always make big differences. You can gain gaps of even 5 seconds can be shortened all the way to half a second when it comes to lap traffic making differences, and that's exactly what they were hoping for. They were pushing on, hoping something was going to happen to Mason Fedrick, and knowing that they could try and take advantage of that, and in turn they both slipped off. Jensen Ansel at the hairpin down at the bottom of the circuit just before you end the lap, and then Emilio Pereira just a little bit earlier on at the other hairpin. So a few unfortunate mistakes for 2 championship contenders, which makes life all the easier for Mason Fedrick out front. Yeah, he's going to be able to bridge a very healthy gap indeed. Bo Morris, though, as a result, will inherit second. Freddie Taylor will inherit third, and that would equalise his best result of the season. He took his maiden podium at race 3 at Houston Park in what was a brilliant ride from him, again capitalising on other people's misfortune, but ultimately you make your own luck in motor racing. Back to the battle, though, for P4. It's Apisic, Williams and Jennings, of course, with the 5-second time penalty applied. Reed Saxby is also also just hanging on within the 5 seconds of Matthew Jennings, and that's maybe why we're not seeing Jennings do too much in this battle. He wants to focus on riding as quickly as possible to not allow anyone else to overtake him in terms of the net positions. However, he is now going to go to the inside of Tommy Williams. The 51 will have to concede that position. In fact, actually, I say all of that, Matthew Jennings probably doesn't even know he's been given a time penalty at this stage. He's riding just to go as quickly as possible and get to the front of this train. Almost tied up and moved on the inside of the 67 of Joey Athisic on the penultimate lap. Yeah, and regardless of him knowing whether he had the penalty or not, it's a great ride from Matthew Jennings to put on some moves like that. Really impressive dive bombs from him on his ovale, and now tries to continue on his chase for the top 5 positions. But here's Mason Frederick then, your race leader, looking to take yet another victory, dealing with some lap traffic there, sat in behind Danny Longhurst. But nonetheless, it doesn't make a difference, because originally it looked like Emilio Pereira and Jensen Ansel, they were waiting for something like this to happen. Lap traffic making a difference to help Mason Frederick lose time and concede a race victory. But it looks like, once again, he couldn't be stopped as he comes to the final few corners. As long as he can make it through nice and cleanly now, he'll take yet another win in the GP50R class. Missed out on the first round at Lid, but has won so many races since, and in turn takes the lead of the championship here at Ellough Park. Another sublime victory for Mason Frederick. What a ride from Fredericks. It's his 7th of the season in the 50R category. He takes the championship lead as well. The battle, though, for 4th place comes down to the wire. Joey Athisic desperately hanging on from Matthew Jennings. Little does he know, the number 9 has got a penalty, trying to go the long way round to the final corner and negotiate some lap traffic. The checker flag flies, and Joey Athisic will take it from Williams. The 5-second time penalty gets applied, so Nelly Knuth gets promoted to P6. And a nice ride from Nelly Knuth, still learning, of course, on that, now on the bigger bikes. Jensen Ansel, despite coming off of his bike and stationary for quite some time, still able to finish in P7. We're only through the full results now, though, and by 14 seconds, Mason Frederick takes his 7th victory of the season, and with it, the championship lead in the 50Rs. Bo Morris from Freddie Taylor, his 2nd podium of the season. From Joey Athisic, Tommy Williams, Nelly Knuth, Jensen Ansel from Matthew Jennings with a 5-second time penalty applied. P8, not bad in the slightest. Then comes, that'll be Reed Saxby and Austin Dilks inside the top 10. Now, behind that, you had the likes of Jensen Cedras, Daniel Tanton from Claudia Dubman, Oakley from Oliver Wilson, Rex Almond from Danny Longhurst, Oliver Cheeseman, and the lone retiree of Emilio Pereira. A big blow to the championship leader. No more is El Toro. That was last place and his 2nd retirement of the season. For the Mini GP 50R category is all heating up in the battle for the championship. Mason Frederick's domination continues. It's now 4 in a row as he takes his 7th victory of the season. Race number 2 done and dusted for them. It's time for race 3 a little bit later on for the 50Rs. Small bikes, big riders, monumental action. The senior mini moto class comes your way here at Ellough Park, and it has brought on some amazing racing this season. Matt Birkin, the ever dominant senior mini moto king, you would say, of FAB-Racing, does not come to this round after injuring his finger in a crash at the previous round of Hooton Park, and of course him and his partner Zoe expecting a child on the way soon. So of course you probably think he'd have to miss out some racing for now to be at home and help out. So Matt Birkin probably sat home watching this, squirming in his seat, knowing that he could be out there taking victory. But nonetheless, we have got a brilliant race out there for the senior mini motos about to come our way, because once again, race 1 was yet another battle between Martin Glossop and Harvey Jeremy. Yeah, it really was. The battle for the championship as well comes down to 24 points. Tom Burt's consistency, 3 wins, 9 podiums, and only 1 retirement. For Tom Burt sees him 24 points clear of Harvey Jeremy, who, to be fair, both similar statistics, 3 wins, 7 podiums, 1 retirement, but he has finished 9th and 6th on 2 respective occasions, and that explains the points deficit. But with 1st and 3rd yesterday, Jeremy and Burt respectively, if he keeps that up, the gap in the championship will be eliminated in just 3 races. So he's got a good opportunity to make some headway this round, does Harvey Jeremy, but he's got the mighty Martin Glossop on pole position to try and deter him. Harvey Jeremy alongside him on the front row with Tom Burt and Nick Bennett sharing row 2. Reece Gentry from Chris Yeomans on row 3 with George Rennicks alongside Chris Bain on the 4th row of the grid. Gary Eldridge and Nicky Lewis complete the top 10 with Ruby Ward and Rob Gentry, the 12th and final rider to take to the start of the senior Minimoto field. currently on their formation lap. Martin Glossop, of course, previous racer in the BSB paddock. Just trying to think, actually, whether or not it's the... whether or not he's the only one that we've had in the senior mini motos. Quite an interesting career trajectory. Riley is on it to inquire. We'll have to wait and see. Nonetheless, he is very, very good. Albeit his time in BSB quite a while ago. Now obviously focused on promoting his child in the form of Vinny Glossop all the way to the top, who we saw doing very, very well in the mini motos a bit earlier on. Martin Glossop trying to emulate some of that from pole position today. Finished P2 to Harvey Jeremy on Saturday. Would like to do one better today. Eyes to the lights for the senior mini motos. It's Martin Glossop on the left-hand side. There's a bit of a jump there, getting eager to go. Not left the grid box though, as the lights go out and we go racing. Good start from the front row. Even better though from Harvey Jem on the inside. Nick Bennett shoots down the inside of the pole sitter. Glossop though has the agility, gets muscled wide though by the 711 of Nick Bennett, who now takes second place towards turn number 2. We also saw Rob Gentry get involved and try and get a couple of elbows side by side with some of the other riders through the opening few corners, but to no avail. So as a result, Glossop drops to third with Nick Bennett up to second, and the race leader of Harvey Jeremy trying to claw back some points in the championship campaign.
Yeah, I'm expecting maybe a bit of a stronger and more aggressive challenge from Martin Glossop in this race. Of course, having been a wildcard, might not have the track time and experience that we might see from the likes of Harvey Jeremy and Tom Burt. As wow, whoa, into the wall there it goes. Well, I think that was Nick Bennett who was challenging for the race lead with Harvey Jeremy. Yes, it was. What a shame there for Nick Bennett, who got it all out of shape, getting a little bit too greedy to take the inside line on Harvey Jeremy. His challenge for the win comes to a premature end here at Ellough Park in race 2. Another chance for him later on, but a chance now for the lead on the inside, perhaps for Martin Glossop. Having now done my research, found out he previously raced in the BSB paddock in the British 125 Championship, pretty much the equivalent nowadays of the Moto4 British Cup, and was teammates at the time in 2009 with Bradley Smith, of course. So a big name is Bradley Smith, and of Martin Glossop as well in his respective racing times, and he now challenges for the race lead in the senior mini moto category. But what do you think would be a more a better achievement for him in his perspective? Pole position is what I've saw he got one time at Donington Park in 2009, or a win in the senior mini moto class at Ellough Park.
Well, it's the pinnacle of racing, isn't it? Senior mini motos in FAB-Racing. Look to the inside there. We're seeing Martin Glossop getting very aggressive on the rear end of Harvey Jeremy. Reece Gentry on the 100 as well. A bit of a family affair. Rob running P10, Reece running P3 with the fastest lap, mind you, as well, as we've got 6.5 laps left to go. Harvey Jeremy under pressure. The initial great start from him and the not so great start from Martin Glossop gave him a couple of laps of a reprieve. However, now the pressure ramping up as Glossop will try and ride onto the rear wheel of Harvey Jeremy. Now through the sweeping section, you can see the front wheel trying to get away from him. Down the inside, potentially eyes up the move, sets it up. There goes the move for the lead. Down the inside goes Martin Glossop. Is there maybe a counter-attack? Inside opens up into the hairpin, but Harvey Jeremy's not got the metal on the brakes, cannot quite manage it. And now Martin Glossop into the race lead. 6 laps left to go at the line.
Yep, of course, doing his absolute best to try and get away with this race lead. And as I just said a few laps ago, we're possibly going to see a better performance from him this time round. As a wild card, you don't have the experience over the length of a season and don't quite have the knowledge that the rest of the riders have of the rest of the field, and just in general the pace and consistency, because they're so used to their bikes. But Martin Glossop, in the form of an ex-professional racer, of course, has got out there and got the job done. He's got a good gap now to Harvey Jeremy behind him, but it is far from over with 6 laps to go.
Exactly that. Glossop from Jeremy, from Gentry. Reece Gentry, who we've seen in the FAB-Racing paddock for many, many years, yet to take a podium this season. His best result, a P4. That was race 2 back at Clay Pigeon for the 100. Right now, he's looking to go one better and finally get himself onto the podium. Whether that's 3rd or 2nd remains to be seen, because Harvey Jeremy is dropping back. Crucially, though, for the championship, Tom Burt is running 4th. So with a 2nd place for Harvey Jeremy and a 4th place for Tom Burt, that's still going to be some decent points taken out of the championship lead. Ideally, Jeremy would win this race, because that's even more points he's able to take out of him. 25 for a win, 20 for P2, 16, 13, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, all the way down to 1. Oh my goodness me. Reece Gentry problems. A chain has come off for the 100 and denied him of his maiden podium of 2026. And that's going to promote Tom Burt into P3 and close the gap to his championship rival, mitigate some of that damage. So the gain now from this race, as it stands from Harvey Jeremy, is only going to be the 4 points.
Yeah, and of course, as I do my deeper diving into the celebrity, I suppose, in this case, of Martin Glossop, your race leader, with 4 laps to go. A really strong gap now, as he's done a 53.7, and I said he was teammates with Bradley Smith, and that was during his wildcard at the British Grand Prix in 2009 at Donington Park, when he took 14th. So in the points, we have a Grand Prix World Championship points finisher here in FAB Racing in the senior mini moto class, and it's great to see him out there in the lead of this race. But at this point in time, he is a 2.5 second lead over Harvey Jeremy, and at the moment you feel Harvey Jeremy trying to take advantage of this wild card out there in the lead and play it a little bit cool to take the most amount of points that he can out of Tom Burt. But the Jaws music is playing because the man he's trying to catch in the championship in turn is catching him on circuit.
Yeah, exactly that. Like I say, with Jeremy leading and Tom Burt in P4, that was a huge chunk of points that he could take out. It would be 12 that Jeremy would be able to do. Reece Gentry still with problems at the side of the circuit, and the chain falling off for senior mini moto. How many times have we said that so far this season? 2 laps left to go and going slowly. I think that's the 147 of Rob Gentry, just getting out of the leader's way, not putting up much of a battle. And the 711, Nick Bennett, after going down from the race lead earlier on today, the chain has come off and he's also stranded at the side of the circuit.
A story that has played over so many times in this class. Chain issues have riddled this class on multiple occasions, especially if you think back to Clay Pigeon. So many people struggling with that issue. In fact, of course, being the championship contenders, Tom Burt, Harvey Jeremy, and Matt Birkin as well. So many big names were taken out of races through chain issues, or rather taken out of the fight for the win. And at this point now, with Martin Glossop so far in the lead, bringing that gap out even further now, that puts Harvey Jeremy and Tom Burt in that battle for second. And now, with a big gap behind them to Chris Yeomans in fourth, it looks like it's just going to be between those two. But he's running out of time as Tom Burt to try and limit the damage done to his championship lead.
Yeah, that's exactly what he needs to do. Coming into this race, the gap was 24 points, which is just under a race win. 25 points you score for a race win. So if Jeremy won and Tom Burt DNF, then, well, that's the championship gap erased. And that is just how tentative it is. Both of their consistencies have been mightily impressive, slightly in favour of Tom Burt. Like I say, they've both got, 3 wins apiece. Tom Burt's got 9 podiums to Jeremy's 7. They've both got 1 retirement apiece, but Harvey Jeremy also has a 9th and a 6th position so far this season. And on both of those occasions, Tom Burt finished both 2nd and 1st, hence the points gap. But both of them, nonetheless, have had a remarkable season in 2026. And, well, it seems that Matt Birkin almost certainly will be dethroned at the top of the senior mini moto pack. Depends, though, which one's it going to be, Burt versus Jeremy. They've shared so far a brilliant battle, but nothing can be taken away from Martin Glossop, the semi-celebrity out there on circuit. Of course, through the fourth corner of the circuit, through the hairpin for the final time. Over his shoulder, Harvey Jeremy, but he's completely dropped him. The gap now 2.6 seconds. He finished P2 yesterday, on course from pole position to take the victory in race number 2 for senior mini motos, and in just complete domination for Glossop. Now through the penultimate corner, the penultimate hairpin, now into the penultimate corner, back onto the power. The checker flag will wave, and for senior mini motos, it's a return to the top step for Martin Glossop. He takes victory, tries to pop a wheelie, he gets the front wheel up 3 times across the line. It's victory for Glossop, it's P2 for Jeremy, and it's P3 for Tom Burt, who limits the damage in the championship. He's still trying to get that front wheel up. Good effort, to be fair, from Martin Glossop, who takes his first win of the season. P2, P1 over the 2 races thus far in senior mini moto. Not bad going in the slightest.
No, not at all. And if he hasn't done any racing since then, certainly not at such a high level of FAB racing, that's for sure. And that'll be his first race victory since Cadwell Park in 2009. There's a fun fact for you. And that was on a 125 two-stroke in the 125 GP class of the British Superbikes Championship paddock. And, wow, it's certainly been a while since that last race win. So it'll be a great feeling to return to the top step, will it, for Martin Glossop. 17 years nearly to the dot that it was since that moment. And let's see then the race results from the second of 3 senior mini-moto races here at Ellough Park.
Yeah, nice race indeed. Martin Glossop takes victory 2.2 seconds clear of Harvey Jeremy, and in doing so sees himself claw back some points in the championship to Tom Burt, who finishes P3. Chris Yeomans, P4 from Gary Eldridge in 5th. Chris Bain from Nicky Lewis, then comes Ruby Wild, Nick Bennett and Rob Gentry, the final finisher of that race, with Reece Gentry P11 and a DNF classified for Reece. It's, well, an unfortunate turn of events for him, but unfortunately his chain coming off had other ideas through that race. For the senior mini-motos, it's a historic victory for Martin Glossop, his first in over 17 years. And now, of course, they'll have a break, they'll have a review, and they'll be back out for race 3 here at Ellough Park later on.
And now the main class comes your way for their second race of the weekend. The MK Mini GP70 bikes are about to take to the track for their second race. As I just mentioned, the skies are starting to get much more sunny now for the main event to commence. Of course, supported by Amphibian Scaffolding, who put the effort in to help these riders progress on through the FAB-Racing classes and then on to the next stage of the Moto4 British Cup. This is where you'll see the best of the best, the future riders, the future stars go on to higher objectives, and then we'll see possibly if any of them can make it next year to the Moto4 British Cup. But a lot of the front contenders nowhere near old enough yet, so perhaps we may be seeing, as I said yesterday, a few riders taking up multiple titles in this class if they do want to stay here.
Potentially so. Just trying to think who is the last person to do it twice. Marco Holt potentially maybe won it 2 years in a row. He definitely won the 50s and the 70s in the same year. Ethan Sparks also holds multiple 70 titles. The only person to hold multiple Mini GP 70 titles. He's off, of course, doing brilliant things over the last couple of years. The battle, though, at the front end of the 2026 campaign for the Metrocap Mini GP 70s is as follows. Sebastian Gazlawski, 4 points clear of Bradley Curtis with 6 wins to Curtis's 4. They'll share the front row of the grid ahead of Rex Austin and Caelan Ratcliffe on row 2. Nicholas Dunwoody alongside Maxwell Keats with Daisy Polden, Josh Perkins, Harry James and Boyan Blazewski, your top 10. And Taylor Davis, a lonely 6th row of the grid, rounding out the 11 rider field that we've got for the Amphibian Scaffolding GP70s. 4 points between Gazlawski and Curtis, and, well, they've traded wins all season long. Between the two of them, they've taken every win of the season thus far. And remember, race 1 at Houghton Park, Gazlawski, due to start from pole, started from pit lane. How important could that P6 that he managed in that race be in the grand scheme of this championship?
Crucial, absolutely crucial, because it's given Bradley Curtis a lifeline to continue battling for the championship lead and continue his confidence to give him the power to battle Sebastian Gazlawski, of course, coming into this round as the championship leader, quickly dethroned by Gazlawski's win yesterday. But it was a great effort for him to battle with Rex Austin and Caelan Ratcliffe and come through to second place and still be not too far away from Gazlawski. But as they wait for the lights to go out, they go out really quickly, and the reaction of best time once again is from Rex Austin, who swoops around the outside of the championship leader. What an amazing manoeuvre from Rex Austin, who once again has an amazing start here in the GP70 class. But already shooting back up the inside was Sebastian Gazlawski, who retakes the commanding lead of this race. And now Bradley Curtis swamped and thrown off the podium by Caelan Ratcliffe.
Yeah, poor start there from Bradley Curtis. Truthfully, he's dropped back behind Caelan Ratcliffe and off the podium. Gazlawski getting jumped there by Rex Austin, but kept this cool, kept this calm. But he's gone in wide to the chicane. He's going to drop behind Rex Austin once again. A mistake from the championship leader. Has Ratcliffe got the momentum to go down the inside through the penultimate hairpin? His nose gets chopped off there by Super Seb, who holds firm in P2. Now he's got to collect himself. He's got to get back after the race lead. But we know how impenetrable Rex Austin can be. Inside line for the 64. Rex Austin tries to sweep round the outside. He chops the nose off the championship leader and says, "You've got a lot more to lose than I do."
Oh, he's getting frustrated now. It's Sebastian Gazlawski. He's looking for a way through desperately, but he needs to remember that there is so much time left in this race and there is so much pace left in his back pocket that he can extract, unless Rex Austin and Bradley Curtis have found something. And there, trying to find a move up the inside was Sebastian Gazlowski can't quite find it and is going to go for it here. He ran wide here 1 lap ago, but this time gets the move done in brilliant fashion. He retakes the lead of the race for the 2nd time already. And now Caelan Ratcliffe, got really close there to making a move on Bradley Curtis. But now Rex Austin is the meat in the sandwich of the 2 title rivals, as Bradley Curtis will do his best to get past the 991 and then get straight on to the back of Sebastian Gazlowski.
He's got to be quick, Rex Austin. Truthfully, not got the pace relative to Gazlowski, but he has got the racecraft to keep Bradley Curtis behind. Curtis has got the pace to Gazlowski, but needs to get through on Rex Austin as quickly as possible. He looks for a dart to the inside of turn number 4, but can't quite manage it, as Ratcliffe will sit idle and wait for his opportunity. Very perspicacious is the 96, able to see what others can't maybe in situations like this. He's very analytical, will wait for his moment and then will strike, but right now can't quite do it, as Bradley Curtis has to sit up the bike. A huge moment for the championship contender. That's going to drop him off the back of the 2 leaders and put him under a world of pressure from Caelan Ratcliffe once more.
And there it is. You can see the pressure in real time for Bradley Curtis, knowing that every single lap that Gazlowski leads, he loses a chance of maintaining the tight points gap in the championship fight. Every race he loses is another advantage to Gazlowski, another little trophy in his cabinet and another boost to his confidence heading to the next round. And now Bradley Curtis has got the job yet again, like he did in race 1, of fighting back to 2nd place. He's got Rex Austin with a strong gap ahead of him, and now he's got to work all race long. Down goes Caelan Ratcliffe from 4th place. Oh, what a disappointing moment there for the number 96 in a corner where he's been so strong all weekend long. We've seen so many passes from him there, and on both the 70s and the 50s. He goes down in a fast way. I think he may have caught the curb on the inside, trying to get a little bit more time out of his bike to catch Bradley Curtis for the final spot on the podium. But it was a fast off there for the Hornet, as he unfortunately misses out on his podium chances in the 70s. And let's hope he's okay to bring us some more fantastic action we saw in the 50s yesterday.
No way is he going to try and rejoin this race. I mean, that would be remarkable if he does. We saw it at Hooton Park when he dropped the bike and desperately tried to rejoin. I mean, it looks scary there, and you're carrying so much speed through the right, and if you slip the front, very easy to do that here at Ellough Park. You're demanding so much the front tyre, you lean in, got so much lean angle, so easy to just drop it, and that tyre barrier comes at you very, very quickly. It looks scary, but thankfully Caelan Ratcliffe was up very quickly indeed. I mean, he's got the determination to rejoin this race. Whether or not he's able to, or if there's much point to, remains to be seen. Even if he crawls home in P11, that is some points that he can take in the championship. Nonetheless, Gazlowski will continue to lead, building an advantage over Rex Austin and Bradley Curtis, who's thrown that lifeline to keep P3. Ratcliffe, though, drops down to P11 and potentially is out of this race. Gazlowski searching for his 7th race win from 11 races this season, and right now in prime position to go and do it. This is the battle, though, that needs to be watched. Rex Austin versus Bradley Curtis, because again, Curtis cannot let Gazlowski build an advantage in this championship as we head into the 2nd half of the season.
Yeah, you feel like it's a bit too late yet again, unfortunately, for Curtis to catch Gazlowski, unless a mistake like we saw earlier on in the race from the championship leader will be able to manage that one. But Bradley Curtis is doing a really good job to close the gap, putting the pace to the test here, trying to close in on Rex Austin and make his way through, limit the damage done to the championship situation. And there, Caelan Ratcliffe. And once again there, Zach, it sets up GP50 later on quite nicely, because already today we've had some drama for the 2 title contenders, Emilio Pereira and Caelan Ratcliffe, both of them crashing out of the classes they race in respectively. And that allows for a lot of drama to ensue as they get back out on their bikes for next time. Maybe a little bit more nervous, and maybe invite some more people into the race for the victory. But I can confirm that Caelan Ratcliffe is back up and out there on the number 96 machine, and quite bravely as well. He's invincible as Caelan Ratcliffe. He gets back up no matter what. And that was such a fast crash, and that just proves the dedication to motorcycle racing that he has and his whole paddock has. But the dedication is needed for a daring move up the inside like that, and it couldn't quite be done by Bradley Curtis just yet.
Yeah, maybe a move to the inside of turn number 2, but no way through on that occasion. Ratcliffe, of course, we dubbed the Hornet back in clay pitching because of his bike, but he's got a lot of the attributes down the inside. Bradley Curtis trying to strike on Rex Austin. It's great to see that determination from Ratcliffe, who just doesn't stop. keeps it going, and those crucial points at the back end of the field. Meanwhile, crucial points continuing for Bradley Curtis, because as it stands, with Gazlowski in the lead, Curtis in P3, that's another 9 points lost to Gazlowski, and that would tip the scales to a 13-point lead in the championship, which, well, retrospectively doesn't seem to be quite a lot, but with how close they've been this season, he's going to need everything that he can get, and the extra few points for finishing second is going to be one that Bradley Curtis is absolutely eyeing up. Rex Austin, though, full of composure. He's got the defensive measure down the inside. Bradley Curtis, I mean, Rex Austin not even feeling the need to go defensive. He knows he's got the confidence just to tip the bike in and get it in early, but Bradley Curtis letting off on the brakes. Will seize the inside, will get to the apex first, and will catch Rex Austin napping. He saw the opportunity, he seized it. Bradley Curtis up to second.
Yeah, perfectly executed from the number 71 to catch him napping there and dart through on the inside and sit him up and take command of that second place. But now Rex Austin, he is a fiery character here in the GP70 class, certainly keeping the camera on him for many moments across the season so far. So many battles for him across the weekend, and now he aims to continue the battle for second place. But this time Bradley Curtis clearly putting on display that he does have the pace for this, he does have the speed, but has just clearly got a little bit unlucky in the previous race and this one as well. So let's see if he can turn that into a little bit more of a complete race package in race 3 and perhaps get a better start out of it, because you feel like that's where it all went wrong, is when he dropped down to 4 behind Austin, Gazlowski and Ratcliffe all at once, and you could have wrote it off there. But at the moment then, another second place would be a great job to limit the damage again and keep an eye on Gazlowski. Just let him know, you know what, I'm still here, I'm not done just yet.
Yeah, exactly that. Ratcliffe, I mean, inspirational, well, determination. He's 2 laps down off the leaders, but just trying to get the points, get the bike there. We saw it at Hooton Park where he dropped it on the opening lap. He had to go for medical checks for that one, but he wanted to get going. He wanted to get back out on circuit. He went and did a sighting lap. Ultimately, the medical crew needed to check up on him, and as such, didn't take part in that race, but he wanted to, and that intention is the craftings of a champion. Following this battle here, though, we've got Taylor Davies versus Boyan Blazewski fighting for 9th and 10th position as they head their way onto their penultimate lap of the race. There's Caelan Ratcliffe on the 96, just in front of that battle, albeit a lap down, trying to just see how many riders he can unlap himself from. Lap and a half left to go, though, for our race leader, Sebastian Gazlowski, who has pulled out a 6-second margin to Bradley Curtis. Incredibly impressive, and looking to take control. We thought back at Lids that maybe he lacked something relative to Bradley Curtis, where Curtis did the sweep, took all 3 race victories, and Gazlowski just lacked that extra margin. He's learned from it, and since Clay Pigeon, Gazlowski has been the one to rise above and set the standard in this class.
100%. He's gone out there and he's put the full force of his pace into action, and a Lid was so difficult for him to overtake. He could not find a way through wherever he went, and even on, there was so many situations where he nearly had Bradley Curtis on the run to the line, and now he has proved with his performances over the last 3 rounds that it wasn't the fact that he lacked pace. It was just so difficult to get through, but he gets through in the early stages, puts the pace down, and puts yet another race victory on his name. It's another race win for Sebastian Gazlowski here at Ellough Park. He takes race 2 in the GP70 class, and then Bradley Curtis comes to the line with yet another second place. Not the result he would have wanted, but a still strong result for his championship situation, to not let it slip too fiercely out of his hands. And of course, if that was to happen, it would end up with a crash trying to respond to the gap being made even bigger for Gazlowski. But then a 3rd place for Rex Austin, clearly showing now that he is a consistent podium, maybe even victory contender in this class.
In terms of the championship, Gazlowski pulling out another 5 points on Bradley Curtis. The gap grows to 9. 245 to 236 points, but of course for the top 2. Caelan Ratcliffe, the next rider on the field, 145 points. So the top 2 separated by 9, the top 3 separated by 100. That is the level that Gazlowski and Curtis have come to in 2026. They are unbelievably remarkable, and with all 11 wins between the two of them, 21 podiums shared so far in 2026. It is an incredible season so far. Of course, we'll run you through the full results in just a couple of moments' time. What we can tell you for free is it was Gazlawski who took victory with the fastest lap of the race as well. A very smug smile for Super Seb. He's going to be chuffed with that one. Bradley Curtis, again, crucial moments in the championship as we approach the halfway point of the season. Rex Austin from Nicholas Dunwoody, then comes Daisy Polden, your top 5, with Josh Perkins, Harry James, Maxwell Keats, Taylor Davies, Boyan Blazewski and Caelan Ratcliffe remarkably continuing in that race despite a very scary incident through the right-hand sweeper. That's going to wrap it up for the Amphibian Scaffolding Metrokit Mini GP 70s, the premier class of FAB Racing and the final step in the grassroots paddock all the way before you then start your journey into the Motor4 British Cup. Who's going to be taking the next step beyond and into Grand Prix racing, potentially another talent grown here at FAB Racing. Nonetheless, though, they'll be back out on circuit later on for their third and final race of the weekend later on today.
We move on from the young talent and we move on to the older riders who are enjoying their time out there in FAB Racing at Ellough Park. We have the Pit Bike 140s, and I say the older riders, there is a really good mix of young talent in there also. Of course, coming to mind, the race winner, how could I forget, Harrison Quincy, taking his first win of the season, the reigning champion, not quite having the start to the season that he would have wanted, but now, with that monkey off his back, the win on the board, he could easily try and chase down the championship lead.
Absolutely. Again, between the top 3, by the way, is 3 points. Jamie King sits on 164. Harrison Quincy and Chris Wells on 161 each. Chris Wells, though, it has to be said, he did miss Clay Pigeon. He was at the Isle of Man, so that's a potential 75 points that he's lost out on. So far, the 7 races that he's done, he's won 5 of them. He's been on the podium for all 7 of them. He's got the best podium percentage of the field. And, well, looks very, very strong to maybe go for the championship. Of course, King, Quincy and Chris Wells. I mean, what a historic season we've got in 2026. All 3 of them previous champions of this category. And it's the battle of champions in 2026 in the pit bikes. Jamie King, Quincy, Wells, 3 points between them. Whoever wins this race will come out on top in the championship heading into the second half of the season.
Yeah, and it's going to make for some really interesting action now, as everyone has had their first race, they've had their taster. And it's all about building on that. There's so many riders that are strong from the off and they sort of stay there as a flat line. But then you'll have riders who might just be a little bit below their standards in the first race, but that is the ultimate push and increase in their drive to be better in the next race. They'll work so hard to figure out where they went wrong and different strategies of how they overtake the other riders in their battles. And in the second and third race and the next day, it's a brand new day. It's a fresh reset for them, and they can go out and put in some even more incredible times and moves. Let's hope that's the case and we get some amazing racing yet again here in the Pit Bike 140 class.
Let's run you through the grid, shall we? It's Harrison Quincy, reigning champion, alongside Chris Wells on the front row of the grid. Home hero Richard Holmes-Williams alongside the other home hero of Jamie King, starting this one from 4th. Ben Simpson alongside Tommy Almond on row 3 with Stephen Humphreys and Luke Kirsting steering row 4. Callum Maxwell and Bradley Ferreira complete your top 10 from Perry Thompson and Bradley Powell on row 6 with Ivana Di Francesco, Matthew Rayland, Daniel Cliff, Jamie Hughes, the fronts 8 rows, Gilbert Wise, Ratcliffe, Goodenough and Wadsworth, the 21 rider field for the Pit Bike 140s. The race of champions, the title campaign of titans here in 2026 in the Mastermac FAB Racing British Minibike Championship Pit Bike 140s. It's Quincy, it's Wells, your front row. The lights go on. Well, we might be slightly delayed as the 141 of Ivana Di Francesco suffering a couple of problems at the back of the field. Might not take to the start of this race. He might be able to get it back to his grid slot, in fact, as well. So a slight delay to the start of this one. The anticipation builds, and now we can get this one underway. The revs rise, the lights go on. The lights go out. Who's coming out on top here at Ellough Park? Great start there from the 73 of Chris Wells, already alongside the reigning champion as Jamie King slots his way through to 3rd. And now the top 3 in the championship. Top 3 on the road as well. Chris Wells making the measure towards turn number 2 as Quincy drops into 2nd position. Through the opening, long, sweeping right-hander at turn number 2. He's able to keep it under wraps. Quincy, no move to the inside there, but Jamie King crucially keeping himself in contention.
Advantage Chris Wells then at the start of this race, but let's see if anyone else can respond. Already already starting to separate the two duos at the moment. Harrison Quincy, fresh off the back of his first win of the season yesterday, and there's Richard Holmes-Williams making the move, demoting Jamie King back to the 4th place that he spent a long time in yesterday's race, and trying to respond this Pit Bike Sonic, but can't quite find his way through on the wild card here at Ellough Park as he makes his way up into 3rd to catch these two ahead of him. Now, Harrison Quincy at this stage yesterday was leading this race and has got a different job to do. But there is an attempt at an overtake up the inside for Jamie King. Can't quite make it happen, and all the meanwhile they're letting these two get away.
Chris Wells, a veteran in pit bikes and a long-time rival of Jamie King, albeit a long-time friend as well, using all of the track and then some on the exit of turn number 4 at the hairpin. You can see the curb dropping off as well, gets very bumpy beyond the initial bit of curb uses that you want, and that's going to give Harrison Quincy maybe the run to the inside of the chicane, definitely eyeing it up, and the young champion chasing after the slightly older veteran in the form of Chris Wells. And will there be a slight difference in experience, the difference in talent? Well, indistinguishable. Richard Holmes-Williams as well in the green levers, the green bike, trying to chase after them as well, and any battling between the top two is going to allow him to close. Jamie King, meanwhile, under pressure, not for any position he wants to really be in. He's in P4 at the moment. He's under pressure to be maybe at the back end of the top 5 at the end of this lap.
Yeah, perhaps it's not the best of starts for Jamie King. Perhaps prioritising Moto Team has really affected him negatively this weekend, not getting enough time out on that pit bike rather than being of course, Pit Bike Sonic. We said yesterday, might as well call himself Moto Team Sonic because the results are coming better in Moto Team this weekend. But there's still plenty of time left in this race for something to go wrong for that trio ahead and for Jamie King to collect a podium or maybe even a win if something happens to the trio ahead of them. And we're now looking at Chris Wells in the lead, but no, we're still looking at Jamie King trying to hold on to 4th place. It's going to be a really difficult task because behind him is Tommy Almond on the bright yellow machine trying to get through, but Pit Bike Sonic not making it an easy task.
Not at all. Jamie King had a big accident here at his home circuit a couple of years ago, had a massive high side off of the final corner, threw himself up and over the handlebars and into the air. He was able to recover that weekend and, well, be all okay, but just goes to show that, albeit his home circuit, maybe one that he's not destined to win around. He has done it before, but very rarely. Maybe a little bit of a Charles Leclerc at Monaco-esque curse for Jamie King. Currently trying to hang on to 4th place in what we've now got two triplets. 1, 2 and 3, then 4, 5 and 6. Still Chris Wells leads Quincy. Now Richard Holmes-Williams arriving on the scene. He took a sensational 2nd position yesterday in front of Chris Wells to allow Quincy to close the gap in the championship. As it stands, Chris Wells in P1 will lead Quincy, who will lead King in the championship standings as we, at this race, tick our way into the halfway point of the season.
Yeah, and at this point now, Chris Wells has maintained the lead for the entire race length. But still, in touch is Harrison Quincy and Richard Holmes-Williams. Richard Holmes-Williams will be looking at the race victory for sure. Last time out here in Ellough Park in 2025, he wildcarded in this class and took home 2 out of 3 wins in this class. So he was really, really looking for those wins at this point in time because he knows he's capable of it. But right now, this big trio of Jamie King, Harrison Quincy and Chris Wells fighting for the title is not making it easy for him. He's made quick work of Jamie King, but has now got to deal with the other two in front of them, which will certainly be no easy task because it looks like they're putting some pace down now at the halfway point.
They are indeed ramping it up. Chris Wells dealing with the pressure. Quincy just not quite got enough at this stage. He's able to hang on to the rear wheel of Chris Wells, but not quite close enough to make a difference. We've got to ride it down on the exit of T number 1. We'll confirm as to who that is as soon as we can. The very dodgy rejoin as well from the 120. That's Ben Simpson desperately trying to get it going. Of course, it tightens up on the exit there, and you don't really see the exit until you're halfway around the corner and committed to the racing line. So being back on the circuit there very easily could have caused a bit of a problem for Ben Simpson and for other riders, but he's able to rejoin, get the bike restarted and go again with 6 laps left to go at the line. It's Wells from Quincy, from Holmes-Williams, then comes King, Almond, Simpson, Humphreys, Callum Maxwell, Luke Kirstein and Bradley Ferreira, your top 10. Well, the last time they broke the beam, the 120, of course, would have dropped way outside the top 10 and towards the back end of the pack. The leaders crossed the line, though, with 6 laps left to go, giving everyone else, including Jamie King, a demonstration on how to go quick around the Ellough Park.
Yeah, exactly that. Chris Wells, though, at this point in time, taking the lead, maintaining the lead of this race even, and I think it's turning into a game of strategy, as it usually does in pit bike 140s here. We haven't seen any moves for the lead since turn 1 at that point. I think Harrison Quincy is waiting for an opportunity now to make his move in the later stages, take Chris Wells by surprise and not leave him enough time to respond like Chris Wells is giving to him at this point in time. But I think we're going to wait and see, because I don't think the move is going to be on for now. But right now, a move looking to be done still by Tommy Almond, who can't quite find his way through on Jamie King at his home circuit. But it's definitely something possible, because it looks like the number 211 is lapping a lot quicker than Jamie King at the moment and is desperate to catch that podium group ahead of him. It looks like it's a bridge too far, but a 4th place would be a great result if he can get through here.
Yeah, absolutely will. But for Jamie King, he needs to hang on to it. His main, I guess, attribute, I suppose, is the consistency. Is his relentlessness, really, for Jamie King. He attends every round. He attends to a decent level at every single round, and of course this weekend competing in 3 classes, and as such we'll have 10 races across Motor Team the Extremes and Pit Bike 140s. It is a mammoth task for Jamie King, and his main thing is that, of course, he can arrive at every single round and do a decent job. That is probably a main reason as to why he has won as many championships as he has. It does just mean that he lacks the raw speed to get after Chris Wells and Harrison Quincy, who we did see there very aggressive, very punchy through the back markers, showcasing that what this means to Wells, that he needs to be aggressive, that he cannot let the ball slip for just one moment, because Quincy will be there to pick up the pieces and take his 2nd win of not only the season but also the weekend. 4 laps left to go through turn number 4. Chris Wells, look over the shoulder. Quincy, he's still right there. They've completely dispatched of the home hero of Richard Holmes Williams. It's a straight 1v1. They're free to fight. Quincy, under no pressure, might soon be eyeing up a move in the lead for the Pit Bike 140s through the chicane towards the hairpin. Keeps it to the right-hand side of the circuit, but nowhere near close enough to go for the move through the hairpin. Bring it back to the right, swing it over to the left, get the camber, get back on the power through this long sweeping right-hander to end off the lap, building the power as you go across the start-finish line. 3 laps left to go. Chris Wells gets the inside of the back marker, who stays nice and wide to allow Quincy through as well. I mean, I don't know how this one's going to end. Quincy right now hasn't put much pressure on Chris Wells, but you can definitely tell the 73 is feeling it.
Oh, 100% there. As they made their way through rather nicely on Roman Ratcliffe, I believe it was, and now we're seeing with 3 laps to go, it's turning into just a duel between these two, because Richard Holmes Williams has quite quickly dropped off the back of them, and I don't think quite yet he's fallen into the clutches of Jamie King or Tommy Almond. So I think he's just looking for a safely written 3rd place, but at the moment we're still waiting for a move to come the way of Harrison Quincy through on Chris Wells, and I think he's trying to leave it to the last possible moment, as I said, to allow Chris Wells no time to think about where he can respond.
Exactly that. You can see the forks compressing into the braking zone at T1. A lap and a half to go in the Pit Bike 140s, and our focus has been at the front. There are close battles through the field. The likes of Matthew Raylan very close with Daniel Cliff across the line. Jamie Hughes, Ben Simpson all battling. A 5-second penalty for Daniel Gilbert, presumably for a jump start out there on circuit. And Jamie King also trying to keep Tommy Almond at bay in the battle for 4th and for 5th. King needing to stay inside the top 4. It was 4th yesterday as well, and it just means he's losing points in the championship. But his consistency, if Quincy misses a round or Wells misses another round, that could be the difference that he needs to go and win this championship. He's never won a championship on pure pace. Like I say, it's just sheer relentlessness. Chris Wells, Harrison Quincy, though, will start the final lap of the race. He's just got to hang on for 1.1 more kilometres.
Yeah, exactly that, but lap traffic now coming into play, and this is exactly what Harrison Quincy needs to fight for this win. He's sat in right behind Chris Wells right now for the race lead, but I don't know if he's going to be able to find a way through unless it's now, but they come to more lap traffic. Is there a possibility for the reigning champion? I don't quite think so, but Chris Wells once again getting held up, as I predicted, by this lap traffic, and it's put him on the wrong side of the circuit. Could this see Harrison Quincy on the inside? No, he waits his turn, and unfortunately it has given the advantage to Chris Wells, who has left Harrison Quincy in the dust with this lap traffic, and now he's going to plain sail to the line around the final corner. Now this fast right-hander, but it doesn't matter. The run to the line isn't important because he's got enough of a gap. Chris Wells takes victory in the second race of the pit bike 140s. I thought it was the last lap there, but the checkered flag not being out, so we'll continue to see if that changes. So maybe a chance still out there for Harrison Quincy. It says on the timing that the checkered flag went out, so I think we're going to call it there and say Chris Wells took the victory. And the number 73, that's yet another one which allows him to take the race win and the championship lead.
Well, as it stands, yes, but he has been given the last lap flag shown, so that means that, well, as far as he's aware, this is the final lap of the race and he's going to ride as such. Should be largely inconsequential, but nonetheless we'll call it across the line. The checker flag awaits the arrival of Chris Wells, who will now take what will be his 6th win of the season, and with it the championship lead as well. A brilliant battle shared with Harrison Quincy, and Chris Wells will take victory in the pit bike 140s. Quincy in second, and Holmes Williams continues the podium streak at home. Jamie King comes home to bring it P4 from Tommy Almond in 5th. The final lap, bit of confusion, the timing board, but going off what they're giving up there on circuit. Chris Wells from Quincy, from Holmes Williams, and what a ride that was from Wells to ride the wave of pressure all the way through the 12-lap race that we had.
Yeah, of course. Yet another win to his name in the pit bike 140 class. Said to us yesterday that he has retired so many times but has still got it in him to be the best in pit bike 140s. And once again the championship situation heats up even more, because now that top 3 is just even more intense, because now Chris Wells has progressed from 3rd in the championship to 1st. Jamie King has been demoted from 1st to 3rd, and I think we're going to see it all go all the way down to the final race.
Absolutely, we'll run you through the full results in just a moment. The championship's still very, very close, but by just under 7/10 of a second. Chris Wells takes victory from Harrison Quincy. Richard Holmes Williams completes the podium from Jamie King, who takes 2 4th places here at home at Ellough Park. Tommy Almond, the top 5 from Stephen Humphreys. Then comes Callum Maxwell, Luke Kirstein, Bradley Ferreira from Bradley Powell, your top 10. And the gap in the championship, Chris Wells with 6 wins to his name and 8 podiums from the 8 races he's competed in, leads Harrison Quincy, the reigning champion, by 5. And Jamie King now trailing down by 9 points as the rest of them sit at what is 80 points ahead of the rest of the field. Chris Wells, he may have missed around, but he's not let it slow him down in the slightest. For Pit Bike 140 and this clash of champions in 2026, they tick themselves over into the halfway point of the 2026 season, and they'll be back out for race 3 later on today.
This is where the main headlines have come from Ellough Park this weekend, and before that as well, Hooton Park also. It has been so good, and it is of course the MK Mini GP50 class by Nova Racing, and we wait so long for this race to start all day because it always delivers. Now, what you may have seen if you watched the GP70 race earlier and the GP50R race, that the 2 title contenders, the 2 fierce rivals in this class of Emilio Pereira and Caelan Ratcliffe, crashed out quite quickly in both of their races, so that might be a bit of a knock to confidence. But getting back out there on their bikes, Caelan Ratcliffe might be a different situation because it's a different bike, but already I think we could see a few riders joining that group and making it more of a group fight rather than just Pereira versus Ratcliffe, especially if they go for moves that we saw yesterday earlier on, as we see some skydiving displays of parachutes and all that jazz over in the airplane regions of Ellough Park. I'm of course not associated with Ellough Park, it's just next to it, but it's lovely to see everyone having fun out in the sun. Of course, the sun only appeared a couple hours the sun only appeared a couple hours ago here at Ellough Park, as they now get going for their warm-up lap. And then let's have a look at the grid for this GP50 race. So it is Emilio Pereira who took second place in yesterday's race after a fierce battle with Caelan Ratcliffe, takes home pole position ahead of Caelan Ratcliffe, of course. Who else would it be behind him on the second row? And quite a commanding pole position as well for Emilio Pereira, but still the pace was there in the race trim for Caelan Ratcliffe to continue fighting. But behind them then on the second row is Tommy Williams lining up third, Bo Morris fourth, and Josh Perkins in fifth. Then furthermore we have Jensen Cedras, Reed Saxelby, Nelly Newth, Danny Longhurst, Oliver Wilson, Adele Everett, William Skingle and Oliver Cheeseman rounding out the grid in 13. 13 riders then on Metrokit Mini GP 50s. Such brilliant machines here at Fab Racing. It's so good to see two-strokes still being raced at such a high level as this at Ellough Park, and hopefully long may it continue, because they create such a distinct atmosphere of racing, not only for the riders but for the fans, the commentators and everyone in the paddock. It is a different feeling when there's two strokes out on track, and now we're about to get that feeling here, because we're about to see another titanic duel between Pereira and Ratcliffe. Will anyone be able to join this fierce battle? Will it be another 1v1, or could it be a big group for the win? Let's see. In the Nova Racing Mini GP 50 class, the flag goes down and they wait for the lights. Who will get the best run off the line? Two strokes, they're hard to start, but they've got enough experience. The riders are so good, they know what to do as they go away now, and it's a brilliant start by Emilio Pereira. Not the best of starts for Caelan Ratcliffe, who manages to respond by the strong start of Bo Morris, who slips into third place, but a wide line there as opposed to the defensive one of Emilio Pereira. Caelan Ratcliffe trying to find all the ways through that he possibly can, and a great start from Nelly Newth in her first year of big bikes. She's there in fourth place behind Bo Morris on her Metrokit GP50, trying to get her first podium of the season here at Ellough Park. But already, as we could have expected, these two at the front running away with it and looking to continue their battles. We may not see any moves being put on each other for the early stages of the race, but I'm sure if Caelan Ratcliffe puts in the pace that we've seen from him yesterday, we can easily see something of an amazing last lap once again. But going off qualifying, Emilio Pereira was actually on pole position, as we said earlier, but by a sizable margin, 0.4 of a second faster in qualifying than Caelan Ratcliffe, and that is quite a big difference at such a small track on small bikes as well. So in the end, it was the battle went going the way of Caelan Ratcliffe, but in outright pace, it seems to me like Emilio Pereira has the advantage, and that's exactly what he's trying to put into effect here, pulling away with the race lead. But now we look at the battle for fourth, fifth and sixth of Nelly Newth, Tommy Williams and Josh Perkins, all fighting for the final spot, of the first spot off the podium rather, and then trying to catch up to the third place man Bo Morris, who has had a rather up and down weekend really. He's come off in one of the races yesterday, but has got second of course today in GP50R, so a bit of a highs and lows for him. But let's see if he can get another high to his name with third place.
Nelly Newth searching for her best result so far of the season. Currently, she got that yesterday, which was a P5, going from strength to strength. She's very, very young. Only 2 years ago was she riding in the Rookies Cup. And now on to the geared, the 50s down the inside. Tommy Williams is going to try and demote her to fifth place, but Nelly Newth chops the nose there, where she won her Rookies Cup title back in 2024 here at Ellough Park, and now going from strength to strength in 2026 with BBC coverage over the last couple of years, and one of the most promising young female stars in British motorsport. Currently runs fourth place, about a second behind Bo Morris, and it's slowly starting to figure out that bigger geared bike, representing, of course, the House of Moto highest achieving female rider award in 2026, where she's previously won it, I think, the last 2 years in a row since it started. Emilio Pereira leads Caelan Ratcliffe across the line, who set the fastest lap of the race, not by much though, and this tells you all you need to know about the 2026 season in the 50s. 50.034 for Pereira, 50.002 for Ratcliffe, and that is the story. Every single race that those two share on the circuit. Incredible stuff. 1.1 seconds separate the two of them. We're following the battle right now for fourth place as Nelly Newth desperately tries to keep the, baby blue and white 51 of Tommy Williams at bay. Still no way through for the 51 as Nelly Newth holds her composure and tries to chase after the rear wheel of Bo Morris ahead. Yeah, all the meanwhile, though, we're looking at this battle, as you just said, of Nelly Newth and Tommy Williams. But, yeah, that incredible pace of Pereira and Ratcliffe so close together. It's amazing
amazing, but I think at this point in time, with Pereira now leading this race by 1.2 seconds over Caelan Ratcliffe, having just done the fast lap of 49.8, quickly responded with, of course, how else could you expect a 49.9 from Caelan Ratcliffe? But yeah, because their pace is so even, Pereira had that advantage of pulling up the gap early on, and I don't know if Caelan Ratcliffe can respond. Of course, anything can happen. That is one thing to say about this class. Anything for sure can happen. Caelan Ratcliffe saving something maybe for the later moments of the race, like he has been pretty much all season long for Emilia Pereira. But I think at this point, if Emilia Pereira is able to hang on, he should be able to coast to this one. Of course, not rather easily, because Caelan Ratcliffe is trying his best to hunt him down, but the fastest laps being traded every time. But Pereira doing his best to break Ratcliffe's spirits.
And right now, 6 laps left to go. 4 riders involved in the fight for the podium. Bo Morris getting reeled in by Nelly Nuth last time through. Virtually identical lap times, 51.1 for 3rd, 4th and 5th. Emilia Pereira, 2 tenths the better of Caelan Ratcliffe that last time through, a 49.797 for the 31, who responds brilliantly to the challenge of Caelan Ratcliffe's last 3 races in a row. Side by side through the sweepers though, Tommy Williams to the outside of Nelly Nuth, tries to get up, tries to get underneath, but Nelly Nuth parking it brilliantly in the middle of the road, deters the move there from Williams, as here comes Josh Perkins arriving on the scene. Now Williams are looking forwards to attack, backwards to defend. Bit of lap traffic to negotiate, as well as Nelly Nuth, I think, has got the fortunate position here where Bo Morris maybe isn't in a position where she can go and catch, but she can follow and learn. Tommy Williams, though, with the ride off the final corner, inside line through T number 1, but he's on such a shallow line. So Nelly Nuth, once again, will go around the outside and keep 4th place.
Brilliant defence there from Nelly Nuth, showing every round how she's been gradually chipping away and improving on these GP50 bikes. And now we're seeing that effect in real time. 5 laps to go, and she's not off the chance of a podium here. With a mistake from Bo Morris, she and Tommy Williams will easily be right there in the podium battle. But right now, the gap is about a second or a second and a half between them and Bo Morris. So they would have to be wishing on a miracle really to happen, or, you know, getting some really strong lap times to catch him. But right now, it looks like it will just remain a battle for 4th place. Right behind them is Josh Perkins in 6th place, trying to stick with them. Hasn't had the best last couple of laps, but I think if he can keep chipping away for these last 4 laps, can join this battle once again, especially if more moves can be made by Tommy Williams and Nelly Nuth.
3.5 laps left to go. Nelly Nuth, the 44, in 4th position, her best result of the season, coming at round number 4 of the 2026 season. It's almost like it was written in the stars for this to happen. Of course, she'd love to promote herself onto the podium, but right now it's going from strength to strength. Tommy Williams, though, doing his best. He has taken a couple of podiums so far this season. In fact, off the back of 2 consecutive 3rd place finishes. Nelly Nuth negotiating some of that lap traffic. You can see just getting caught up there, but still no way through for Tommy Williams, who is trying desperately, and you can see throwing himself down the inside of some of these back marker riders. Pereira from Ratcliffe, they're 1.6 seconds apart. Pereira really has risen to the challenge today. Nelly Nuth running wide off the final corner, though, maybe a little bit too aggressive on the power, forcing her to open up the steering slightly. But Tommy Williams, well, no way through there. Bo Morris, though, still catchable. The gap under a second for the first time this race.
Yeah, exactly that. I'm thinking there is a chance here, especially if they run into some more lap traffic, which will come up ahead of Bo Morris in a few moments' time with 3 laps to go. And I'll tell you what, something I'm noticing is that Nelly Nuth's style is really interesting. It's very distinct from the rest of the riders because she's so much smaller than everyone else. She has to go for a more old-school approach of getting the lower half of her body down first and then just staying on that way. Oh, and here comes Tommy Williams trying to force his way through. Oh, he thought he had an opportunity there as Nelly Nuth was forced to go around the outside of that lap traffic. And wow, Tommy Williams, he went for that one and he did not look back. Thankfully, just at the last moment, he decided that it wasn't worth committing to because they could catch Bo Morris still, and it ends up with them still 4th and 5th. But Tommy Williams has still got a chance here of finishing in 4th, a lap and a half left.
You've got to commend the bravery, though, from Tommy Williams. He saw an opportunity, he tried to take it. Bit of contact to the rear wheel of Nelly Nuth, but he gave it his all, and that is commendable. And it just goes to show he will try and make the difference where he can. Emilia Pereira, though, this is the 11th race of the season. The last 10 himself and Caelan Ratcliffe have shared 5 wins apiece. The gap in the championship down to just 11 points. And with Ratcliffe the favourite on pace this weekend, Pereira needed a response. And now he's 1 lap away from taking his 6th win of the season and extending a very fine margin at the top in the historic battle between El Toro and the Hornet. This one is going to go the way of the 31. He's got half a lap left to negotiate, and Emilio Pereira will take yet another victory in a historic 2026 season.
Yeah, another perfect bounce back from Emilio Pereira to put all things aside and get out there and do the business. And it's perfect in the way he does that. Let's see then how he will progress through his career with this incredible confidence that he's got in himself to just get back on the bike and keep on winning. As he comes to the final few corners, he comes around the last corner, then he came off the bike in GP 50R, but he returns to the top step as he returns to 2 wheels, back on the bike, back on the top step. As I just said, Emilio Pereira takes victory here at Ellough Park in race 2 for the GP 50 category. Ratcliffe has made his way, staying in 2nd place, and you have to commend him for that, because you feel he's still hurting from his crash, his quite fast crash where he slammed into the tyre wall in the GP 70 class only a few races ago, all of maybe half an hour ago. So really good job for Caelan Ratcliffe. Bo Morris comes home for another podium this weekend in 3rd place, followed by Tommy Williams in 4th, who got the advantage at the end of Nelly Nuth, who ends up in 5th. That's a top 5 for Nelly Nuth, a great result for her, and you can see that she is quickly progressing in her skill.
What a ride from Tommy Williams. Persistence was able then to get him ahead of Nelly Nuth, who equals her season best result of P5. For Emilio Pereira, though, it's his 11th podium and his 11th top 2 finish. He hasn't finished outside of the top 2 this season. And what a result for Emilio Pereira. But the gap to Caelan Ratcliffe still only 16 points. Anything can happen this weekend and beyond. It's Emilio Pereira that takes the victory, 2.5 seconds clear of his rival Caelan Ratcliffe in P2. Bo Morris takes what will be his 6th podium of the season with P3, ahead of Tommy Williams and Nelly Nuth, your top 5. Josh Perkins ahead of Jensen Cedras, with Reed Saxby, Danny Longhurst and Adele Everett completing the top 10. Will Skingle, Oliver Wilson and Oliver Cheeseman, the 11th, 12th and 13th placed riders after a very frantic 11 laps of racing in the Nova Racing Metrikit Mini GP 50s. I hope you have enjoyed the coverage thus far, ladies and gentlemen. If you are now just joining us, thank you for your company here for the Master Mac FAB-Racing British Minibike Championship. Round number 4 brings us down to East Anglia and to the Ellough Park Raceway. Myself, Zach Sweeney, Riley Davis, keeping you company in the commentary box, and of course you're watching live coverage brought to you by Motorsport Media and Motorsport Radio. The stars of the future, of course, on the grids of today. And well, Riley, of course, we're now approaching halfway through the racing action today. The riders have now just stopped for their lunch break. Let's take a moment just to reflect on what we've seen so far this weekend, and I guess what is still to come for the weekend beyond.
Yeah, exactly that. The GP50 class might not have been the cinematic showstopper that we've seen throughout the season, but it was certainly interesting to see how Emilio Pereira responded and brought back the dominance that we saw at Lid. But Caelan Ratcliffe, in fact, as I said earlier, that incredible job from him was so that comeback after his injury earlier is really impressive, and it shows the bravery of the whole Fab Racing paddock. All the kids, they get back out there, they get back up racing, and even if they're hurt, they get back out there as soon as they can to try and challenge for yet another victory. You're seeing that across the paddock. You're seeing Daisy Grayson back out there 4 weeks after breaking a collarbone. My dad broke his collarbone quite a few years back when he was racing, and it took him ages to come back and get it healed properly. And Daisy Grayson in 4 weeks, that is incredible. Marco Bezzecchi broke his collarbone in MotoGP only a few weeks ago, and has now got this whole summer break to let it heal of 5 weeks. So an even shorter run for that. And now we're going to give you into put you into some races from yesterday, just to hit a quick replay on things here at FAB-Racing as we go for a quick break. But we'll be back soon for some racing when all the classes come back for their third of the weekend. Of drama, so many amazing overtakes and so many contenders as well. Jensen Brown, you think back to Lydd and how fast he was, taking, I believe, all 3 wins in that weekend, and then hasn't returned to the top step since. But in his place, Austin Baton came along, dominated so many races, but then he found Albie Stone for company, Logan Paisley, Daisy Grayson, and despite her crash, she's got a story to tell. In only 4 weeks after breaking her collarbone, returns and wants to continue that championship fight. We've got so many names in this, and we're promised an amazing battle, not just for now, but for the rest of the season.
In terms of the championship, it's Austin Baton with 4 of the 9 victories and 7 podiums to his name at the top of the championship, 31 points clear of Logan Paisley, who off the back of 2 third places at Houghton Park, followed by a 7th place in race number 3. Jensen Brown, monumental at Lydd, since has not returned to the podium though across Clay Pigeon and Houghton Park. Sits third in the championship from Daisy Grayson and Albie Stone, who joined us back at Clay Pigeon after dominating the Rookies Cup at Lydd, taking 2 of the 3 victories and all 3 podiums back at Houghton Park. Will be looking to hit the ground running. They make their way onto the grid just ahead of their formation lap, and then we'll run you through the full grid order. All 12 riders for the LS2 Helmets AC40 Interclass here for the 4th round of the 2026 FAB-Racing British Minibike Championship. Well, let's find out. You said it was quite cinematic. Let's see what Hollywood has got in store for us here for the Inters.
Yeah, certainly. I can't wait to see how this race plays out, because Albie Stone, we spoke to him in that paddock walk, which you'll get to see more of in due time, and you'll get to see me talk to Albie Stone and Daisy Grayson, 2 prominent players in this championship fight, so don't miss that. That'll be coming tomorrow at some point, be in the lunch break or before the programme. We'll have to wait and see, but yeah, he is very, very confident, as you can expect. 2 wins last time out at Houghton Park, only his 2nd round that was of AC40 Inters after a dominant performance at Lydd in the rookies, warranted him a progression into AC40 Inters, and now at this stage of the championship is 67 points off the championship lead, and he is really confident that he can easily close that gap, is what he said to me. He has plenty of confidence in him, and hopefully that means we're going to see a great battle between him, Austin Baton, and the many other contenders in this title fight.
Well, let's run you through the grid then, shall we, for what is, we're promising to be a very good race in the AC40 Interclass. The 25 of Logan Paisley will start from pole position alongside Albie Stone. The 2 of them separated by, get this, 25 thousandths of a second. A 56.317 for Paisley, a 56.342 for Albie Stone. Incredibly tight. Austin Baton, Harry Burridge, the top 2. That's where Harry Burridge is. He's gone up to the Inters. Jensen Brown alongside Oakley Hipple on row 3. Grayson, Dorrington, Carter, Reeson, Cook and Bailey, the 12th and final rider to take to the start of the LS2 Helmets AC40 Inter category. The first of their 3 races this weekend. There'll be eyes to the lights in just a couple of moments' time. Who's going to get the measure here in Ellough? Lights come on. Lights go off. We go racing. Good start there from the 25 of Logan Paisley. He'll lead towards the opening corner, but look out for the 100 of Austin Baton, sweeping around the outside of Albie Stone there to take 2nd position as they now make their way towards the long sweeping right-hander at turn 2. Logan Paisley seemingly defending thin air towards the 2nd corner, but comfortably still in the race lead towards the hairpin.
What a perfect start for Logan Paisley, who got away fantastically, found a gap between himself and Austin Baton to allow some battling to start behind him between Albie Stone and Austin Baton, which we just mentioned before the race started. And already this trio starting to break away and make a gap. Could we see yet another 3-rider race for the victory after we saw such a spectacle in AC40 rookies? The Mini Moto certainly not disappointing for this race and the previous one we just had here at Ellough Park, and let's hope it continues for the rest of the weekend. Of course, LS2 Helmets sponsoring this category, but LS2 helmet worn by Albie Stone, the bright blue one, unmissable there in 3rd place, trying to challenge for this victory, dropping a little bit off this duo of Logan Paisley and Austin Baton, but learning this track and waiting for a moment to go through, because you're not going to win the race on lap 2, but you can certainly win it in the final few stages if Austin Baton and Logan Paisley continue to battle.
Yeah, Albie Stone really impressive in his step up into the Inter category. Slightly faster bike, of course the same bike in of itself, but less of an exhaust restrictor, so they have a little bit more power out there on circuit. The riding style virtually the same, though, and transferable from the rookies to the inters to the pros. Harry Burridge, who, like we say, we didn't see in the Rookies Cup, currently runs P5 in his first weekend in the inter category. Albie Stone, who dominated back in the Rookies Cup at Lid, has since been on a championship charge to get himself back into contention in the inter class, and currently sits third place in this race with an opportunity maybe to go and win it. 7 laps left to go in this race. It's Paisley from Bayton. Stone trying to put some pressure on. Then comes Hipwell, Burridge and Brown, the 3-rider field behind that. Dorrington side by side with Daisy Grayson, just 4 weeks after her monumental crash back at Hooton Park, still fighting, raring, ready to go. Side by side, Daisy Grayson to the inside of T2.
Yeah, trying to find the way through, but that's one thing that we saw a lot, is that she was spending a lot of time finding ways through, and there we go. She's done the homework and handed it in with a brilliant move up the inside of Lawson Dorrington, as she now goes into 7th place to try and catch that group ahead and get into the top 6. We weren't expecting really a challenge for the win from Daisy Grayson, just plainly off the fact that she, of course, broke her collarbone 4 weeks ago. Not even, professional motorcycle racers come back that early in some cases. And, of course, they still struggle with the injury still healing and not being on a bike for most of that time. So Daisy Grayson just taking a bit more time to heal and might see a progression of performance as the weekend goes along. But nonetheless, doing a great job there, making her way up into 7th with 5 laps to go.
Yeah, it can knock your confidence as well, and the fall that she had, it wasn't just a case of slipping the front. She went up and over, so yeah, inspirational really for Daisy Grayson, and still to be fighting inside the top 10. Meanwhile, at the front, by the way, it's Logan Paisley that still leads Austin Bayton from Albie Stone. No change in and amongst the top 3 with 5.5 laps left to go. There they are. The all-green machine, Logan Paisley, brother, of course, of Smiley Riley, who we see out this weekend. Austin Bayton, the all-black number 100. Then comes the very bright blue of Albie Stone, the 25 from the 100. From the 16, P1, P2 and P3. Logan Paisley won the opening round back at Lid since yet to take back to the top step. He's taken a string of podiums, 7 over the course of the season, but only 1 victory, and he's vying to double that count at the end of this race. 5 laps left to go, and they'll fly towards turn number 1. Logan Paisley, though, you can tell, feeling the pressure. Austin Bayton nowhere near his rear fender. However, Logan Paisley still feeling the need to cover the inside.
Yeah, a lot of movement there on the apex as well for Logan Paisley. He struggled to carry the speed through turn 1. That's certainly an issue that doesn't seem to pop up around Ellough Park, but when you take the defensive lines, things like that can happen. And Austin Bayton trying to pile on that pressure to Logan Paisley. But if there's anything we know about Logan Paisley, especially in this AC40 Inter class, is that he has been so difficult to overtake. And when he has an older brother who's so experienced in these AC40 classes as well, it's the perfect advice to teach your younger brother how to race in these situations. And that's, I think, what we're seeing, the knowledge being passed on to Logan Paisley rather than it being learned and developed the hard way, which you would say in some cases is how most riders find out and learn. But right now, will Austin Bayton be able to take advantage of these defensive lines and find a way through? This time he goes for the wide line and tries to get the run onto the second straight here at Ellough Park, going for the outside line yet again to see if he can cut under. Still no move available, but perhaps waiting for the later laps to make a lunge.
Maybe so. Austin Bayton, championship leader. Let's not forget, he has taken 4 victories this season, would like to make it 5. Albie Stone as well, charging towards the front in the championship. Despite missing at Lid, he still has opportunity to come out on top with just over half the season remaining. And 3.5 laps left to go in this race. Albie Stone, what a move to the inside of the back end chicane. What a dive there from the 16 of Albie Stone. Caught Austin Bayton napping, spotted the gap on the inside, was committed on the brakes, misses the apex through the penultimate hairpin, but, well, absolutely inconsequential there. Albie Stone, what a move to get that one signed, sealed and delivered. It's given Logan Paisley a little bit of a reprieve, though, as he sits a good few bike lengths clear now of these two who are squabbling for second down the inside, but to no avail for Austin Bayton. Albie Stone, move of the weekend thus far.
100%. That was so aggressive from Albie Stone. He was so brave there on the inside to force his way through. Took Austin Bayton by surprise and has certainly ruined his rhythm. And it's these final stages. I said this a few laps ago. Albie Stone just working his way into the weekend to try and find how he can contend for that race victory. Learning this track on the AC40 Inter bike and trying his best to figure out the best way to race and to win here at Ellough Park. And he's certainly figuring it out out quite quickly as he made that amazing dive bomb, one that you'd think would be of years of experience for Albie Stone. But no, he is a rookie in the AC40 Interclass, and was a rookie, of course, in the AC40 Interclass before, AC40 Rookies class before that at the start of the season. So proving his worth here in the Interclass as he now tries to challenge for the win. Logan Paisley was able to fend off Austin Baton, but now will we see him defend from the ever-aggressive Albie Stone, who will make his move and make it happen as soon as he can.
All over the rear wheel through turn number 2 for Albie Stone, teeing up the move. Logan Paisley was lucky to get a couple of laps just to breathe and not have to defend too much, but you can tell the pressure building for Paisley, who has got the weight of his second victory of the season on his shoulders, and with a 31-point deficit to close to Austin Baton, he'll get about 10 of those back if he's able to hang on from Albie Stone. But anything can happen with a lap left to go at the line. Inside line maybe for Logan Paisley. He defends into the penultimate corner. Albie Stone tries to get the up, tries to get the under. Definitely going to give it a go. 1.1 kilometres left to negotiate for race number 1 of the Interclass, brought to you by LS2 Helmets. It's a nice run off the final corner there for Logan Paisley as they start the final lap of the race.
A final lap of strategy here in the AC40 Interclass. What can Albie Stone do to try and figure out how he can make his way through on Logan Paisley, who has been the story of defence in FAB Racing at the moment? I don't think I've seen that many people overtake him so far this season, especially not at Hooton Park where he was so strong. But at the moment, no. Albie Stone closes a sizable advantage in on Logan Paisley in the first half of the lap. Can he convert that into a race-winning move? I don't quite think so. He takes the wider line as the parents go wild, cheering on their kids to take victory in the AC40 Interclass. Can Logan Paisley keep that defensive line and make it work to the line? Albie Stone is going to try and get the exit and find his way through, but I don't think it's going to be enough, because Logan Paisley is going to make his way around the final corner to take a second win of the season in the AC40 Interclass. But ever improving is Albie Stone, who takes second place and will improve as the weekend goes along.
What a ride there from Logan Paisley. Under pressure for all 9 laps. Kept his composure all the way through each of those 9 laps. Albie Stone, though, you have to say, gave it his all. A desperate move to the inside of Austin Baton paid off. Ultimately, did not get the opportunity to contend for the lead. For both Paisley and for Stone, it's crucial points in the championship, chipping away at Austin Baton, who brings home his 8th podium of the season from the, well, thus far, 10 races they've competed in. Austin Baton, you have to say, he's got a championship to defend. He's not going to take too many risks, because I'd rather consolidate P3 than fall off and potentially lose a hell of a lot more points than that. But for Logan Paisley, it's a crucial stab back in the championship, and from pole position did exactly what he expected to go and do. And, well, a nice victory, and once again a very nice race at Ellough Park, giving us the action here, even on the smaller bikes, which we predicted were going to be a little bit more processional. Not the case at all across the rookies and the Inters.
Yeah, of course, it was so good to see such aggressive podium battles. It was perfectly structured, that race, from Logan Paisley. Okay, we didn't see him move for the lead, but he did that so well, where he kept them honest, he kept them thinking that they had a chance, but just pulled out enough of a gap to stop a move from being made at any point in time. So the pressure wasn't as much on him, because he didn't have a big lead. He wasn't setting fastest lap after fastest lap. He just rode his race perfectly, and that's why it looked like Albie Stone and Austin Baton behind him had so much more pace. But it's just because Logan Paisley, had so much pace that he didn't need to push that hard. He was just doing his own thing, and eventually that got him to the race victory. A really good performance from him.
Indeed so. Well, for the AC40 Interclass, brought to you by LS2 Helmets for their Saturday action, that is going to be it. But do not miss them tomorrow for race 2 and race 3 as we head into the second half of 2026.
And now we move on to the Mini GP50R class. As we move to bigger bikes here in FAB Racing, you call this really the middle stage of the young riders' careers. This is the mixed class. Don't get it confused with the GP50 class, which is solely the Metrokit 50. This is the Metrokit GP50s, the 2 strokes, versus the Ovales. These tend to be 144 strokes. These make for some amazing racing. And recently, we've seen the Ovales make the most dominant performances, but I think with this more flowy track, we can see the two-strokes stay longer above the power band because there's not as many tight corners. It can make for a big advantage on the corner speed as well, but down into that hairpin, the Ovales, they'll be sending as much dives as they can.
In terms of the championship, though, by the way, Emilio Pereira leading it, 158 points to his name. Mason Frederick, though, despite missing lid, has won, 5 of the 6 races he's competed in. He's not finished outside of the top 2 and sits just 13 points behind Emilio Pereira, who retired the final race at Hooton Park. He was back on the bike, I think the weekend after at Hooton Park, set it was a lap record and a PB, actually, for Emilio Pereira. So constantly grafting, constantly finding pace, getting an excuse to be on the bike, learning with every single round that he goes to. And that's the mindset that you need to go all the way to the top. So I'm sure he's going to be raring to go here at Ellough Park. But yeah, with Mason Frederick, a rider as good as him directly on his tail. Of course, Bo Morris completes the top 3 with 2 podiums to his name. Jensen Ansel as well. A win, a second and a retirement at Hooton Park. At the very least, he did get the win and will be looking to climb his way up from 4th place in the championship. Tommy Williams, the top 5 in the Mini GP 50R category. Let us know who you're supporting, though. If you are now just joining us, a big hello and welcome. You join us here down in Suffolk for Ellough Park Raceway for round number 4 of the FAB-Racing British Minibike Championship in 2026. Let us know who you're cheering on for, where you're watching from, and what you're most looking forward to over the course of the weekend. Will we see you at the Junior GP event at Silverstone at the beginning of August? Let us know if you are coming along, of course, to Kart Silverstone. They'll roll their way on to the grid, then they'll get their formation lap, and then we go racing for the Mini GP 50R category. For Emilio Pereira, he had an off, let's not forget, in qualifying. He needs to rebuild that confidence and find that rhythm to go for victory once again.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, though, one thing we've learned this season, of anything in the whole of the FAB-Racing paddock, is that the confidence after a tip-off for Emilio Pereira does not take very long to build back up. I reckon that confidence is already back. He's done 2 corners of the sighting lap, and that's it. There we go. It's back. Because Emilio Pereira has been so impressive this season. In both classes he races in. He's been flying the flag for the Metrokit bikes in the 50R class. Despite the dominance of the 4-strokes, he's been able to be up there in the podium fights. And of course, no story needs to be told of the GP50 class if you've seen it, because it is just incredible. And you make sure you tune in for that one later on and for tomorrow. But for now, we've got 50Rs coming your way. Let's see if the Metrokits can take it to the Ovales and make a good battle here at Ellough Park.
Big shout out, of course, to Tony the Marshal that, travels around with the FAB-Racing circus each and every single round. Big thank you, of course, to all of the FAB-Racing staff, and logistically, a very difficult thing to do, and grateful to their efforts and, of course, their services to young riders over the last, over a decade. In fact, let's run you through the grid, though, ahead of the first race of the weekend for the Mini GP 50R category. It's Mason Frederick, championship contender, alongside championship leader of Emilio Pereira on the front row of the grid, separated by just over a tenth between the two of them. Jensen Ansel alongside Jensen Knowles on row 2, then comes Bo Morris and Freddie Taylor on row 3. Matthew Jennings from Tommy Williams on row 4, Jensen Cedras and Joey Athasich complete the 10, with Reed Taxaby and Daniel Tanton on row 6. Austin Dilks, brother to Wilson, starts 13th alongside Nelly Nuth down in 14th position. Oliver Wilson, Claudia Dudman, Emerson Oakley and Danny Longhurst your top 18, with Rex Almond and Oliver Cheeseman, a very tasty final row of the field, 19th and 20th, as they'll get going from the back row of the grid for the Mini GP 50R category. Frederick and Pereira front row, though, Riley. That's all the ingredients of a very, very spicy race indeed.
Oh, certainly. Mason Frederick has been fantastic the last couple of rounds. He's been so dominant on that ovale of his. Wasn't present at Lid, which allowed the 2 strokes to be really competitive and score so many points at the start of the season. That's why we're seeing Mason Frederick 13 points off Emilio Pereira in the championship standings. But will that change this time round? Here at Ellough Park, can the championship gap extend for Emilio Pereira, or will it close for Mason Frederick? 4-stroke versus 2-stroke, the battle of the ages in motorcycle racing. We've seen it so many times, and now we see it in the modern day at Ellough Park. Who takes victory in the Mini GP 50R class? As we wait for the lights to go on, a spectacle is awaiting us as they head down to turn 1 in a few moments' time. Mason Frederick lines up on pole, Emilio Pereira in second. As you said, Zach, that is going to get very interesting. And now we get ready to get going. They're revving up the bikes, the 2 strokes, trying to overcome come the 4 strokes on revs, but it's not going to be enough as the 4 strokes get away in the 50R class with an incredible start, as to be expected. The grunt taking advantage of the 2 strokes aggressiveness on the throttle, but now will Amelia Pereira be able to fix that issue and close back in on the fight for victory? Mason Frederick gets away really well in the lead, and behind him Jensen Ansel, who he's battled with so hard in previous races, especially back at Hooton Park, and already that aggression returning to the floor as we're seeing amazing moves being pulled off as Jensen Ansel makes his way to the lead with an aggressive move, a statement from the number 22, who looks to set right his DNF from the final race at Hooton Park. Let's see if he can take it all the way to the flag, or we have a battle between these two.
Yeah, of course, the 2 strokes getting away off the line very, very nicely indeed. That initial talk that they've got, and, well, freight training Amelia Pereira down to 4th position. What a move that was, though, from Jensen Ansel to the left-hander. A very fast sequence at Ellough Park, through the left, through the right, over the crest and into the chicane. Very risky to go for a dive there, but he's made it work. Mason Frederick now drops to 2nd. Of course, has got a championship burden on his shoulders and knows that he needs to maximise the points at every single round. But with Amelia Pereira down in 4th position, in fact, even lower than that, I think it's just a bit of a timing error. He is running 4th place on the road, just in behind Jensen Knowles in 3rd. But for, of course, Frederick, he is going to want to maximise his points advantage and could actually take the lead in the championship at the end of this race. 10 laps left to go. Amelia Pereira on the rear end of Knowles. Meanwhile, Frederick on the back end of Ansel. 2 of our championship rivals, in fact, both of our championship rivals, having to contend with their own respective Jensen. One of them, though, for the race lead, the 22 across the line with 9 laps left to go. Mason Frederick down the inside to try and take the lead, but to no avail on that occasion.
Wow, that was a brave manoeuvre for Mason Frederick. Couldn't quite pull it off just yet, but there are so many opportunities for him left as we still have 9 laps to go, and unfortunately opportunities running out of a good result from Bo Morris. What a shame for him as his metric it goes down at the first corner. He's been having such a consistent season here, especially in the 50R class, and his battles with Tommy Williams as well. But here we go, the battle for the lead though turns into a leading situation for Mason Frederick, who sends the move to the inside, replicating what we saw from Albie Stone in the AC40 Inter race, and takes the lead with 9 laps left. Can he pull away and make a gap like he has in previous races, or can Jensen Ansel respond with what he's learnt with at Hooton Park? And it's great to see Jensen Knowles back as well. First time we've seen him since Lid, and if you were watching Lid, you'll remember the incredible save he had coming out of the first chicane at the start of the lap. It was truly sensational. Let's hope this time round he doesn't have as much scary moments as that, because yeah, that was incredible for him to save that, and you don't quite get that many lucky moments to save across a season. But at the moment, Amelia Pereira trying his best to close that gap, but Jensen Knowles, that 4-stroke ovale, seeming to just have the advantage on those tighter corners and pulling away from the number 31.
Yep, Amelia Pereira all over his rear wheel through the penultimate hairpin. Of course, 7 laps to go at the line. In fact, 8 laps left to go. I think Frederick and Ansel that far in front of these two. Already ticked it off to 7 left to go. Of course, if you have got an Avali and you want to join us for the Junior GP event at Silverstone, entries are going thick and fast. So join us on the grid at what will be a historic event for mini bike racing on the biggest stage you could ask for these young, talented riders. Mason Frederick leads Jensen Ansel by 0.2 of a second. Following the battle for the podium, though, championship leader Amelia Pereira. Well, for how much longer will the 31 stay in control of the 50R category? Of course, a Metrikit fighting with the Avalis at the front end of the field. It's an uphill battle at certain circuits for Amelia Pereira, but right now he's still in contention for that overall podium. Inside line potentially towards the penultimate hairpin, but not quite close enough as we tick our way into 6 laps left to go at the line.
Yeah, he'll be looking to try and get the run as we see him setting up there, the wide line to cut back onto the straight and get a run down to turn 1 and see if he can make a move, because defensive is Jensen Knowles into turn 1, and now Amelia Pereira is going to go wider to give him more time to get on the power and maybe through into this next corner. Can't quite find the way through yet. It's not an easy place to overtake, especially since it's such a long corner. It's quite easy to run out wide and find your rival back up the inside. So Amelia Pereira showing how knowledgeable he is with his racecraft, as it looks like Jensen Knowles under a lot of pressure, looking back many times in the last 2 laps just to make sure that Amelia Pereira is still there or not. And if he keeps looking back, he might actually look back and find Amelia Pereira up the inside. That's certainly something that he will know based on their amazing battles we saw back at Lid.
Well, the race is in front of you, though, so you don't want to focus too much on what's going on behind you. Have an awareness. Of course, they don't have mirrors on these bikes, so they do have to occasionally look over their shoulder, but the more you're focusing on what's behind you, the less you're focusing on actually riding, hitting your braking marker, hitting your apexes, and ultimately, the faster you ride, the less of a threat that Emilio Pereira is going to be. So that needs to be the focus for Jensen Knowles. He cannot allow the championship leader to get into his head, although you can forgive him maybe for a lapse in that regard through the first hairpin here at Ellough Park, and using some of the curb, but not too much of it. Very bumpy the further out you go. Then through the long sweeping left-hander, set yourself up to that flick to the right, up over the crest, sit the bike up and get it stopped in what is a very sketchy braking zone into the hairpin. Down though, that's Jensen Ansel. That's the 22. He's down at the penultimate corner there. His race is over. Mason Frederick will walk away with this one. Marshall's quick to the scene. You can see he's okay. He's up on his 2 feet, limping away, but largely okay for Jensen Ansel. Always good to see, of course. Meanwhile, though, Mason Frederick will have an easy ride to the checker flag, then up in front, as long as he can keep it on the tarmac. And the fight for the podium, well, now, not really much of a fight for the podium. It's a fight for second place between Jensen Knowles and Emilio Pereira.
Oh, what a shame for Jensen Ansel. He was doing such a good job to force the pressure onto Mason Frederick. He put on some fantastic moves, defended really well in those opening laps before he was overtaken, and to be fair, could have stuck with Mason Frederick and continued on the challenge, but unfortunately, once again, like he did at the end of Hooton Park, pushing just a little bit too hard to close that gap. But that's just the experience that will progress over the weekend, and hopefully he can learn from that, come back tomorrow in either race 2 or 3 and bring us the battle that we know is possible between those two. But right now, we have a battle on our hands, as you said, Zach, for second place now, upgraded by 1 position because of that crash for Jensen Ansel. It now becomes the second best on the grid at the end of this race. Now 3 laps to go. Emilio Pereira has been sat there waiting for so long. How many times have we seen this where Emilio Pereira has waited and waited for his chance and then sprung at the last possible opportunity to leave? No response possible.
It's the final sector, 2 laps left to go at the line. Emilio Pereira has been analysing his opponent. Again, he's a rider that will put the work in. Both at school was commended, actually, Emilio Pereira, by his school for his efforts, both in racing and academia. So he knows how to put the graft in, he knows how to analyse his opponent, he knows where and when to strike, and that's why he's so successful. But so far, Jensen Knowles, well, clearly knows what he's doing at the front end of this fight. 2 laps left to go. Mason Frederick clear of this battle, but the closest one on circuit, and a very consequential one indeed. Emilio Pereira needs to mitigate the damage, with Mason Frederick looking so strong this weekend. Second place is the bare minimum for Emilio Pereira to stay in the fight for the championship heading into the second half of the season. But Jensen Knowles, he's got the measure. Quick look over the shoulder, once again covering off the 31 of Emilio Pereira.
Just a lap and a half to go for Emilio Pereira to make it work, and he's really running out of time. He has to set up the exit coming out of this chicane here and try and make the move on Jensen Knowles in front of him. I don't know if it's possible for Emilio Pereira, because Jensen Knowles is doing so well to defend this position. But right now, we're looking back for, I think, the battle for 13th. A few riders there getting into a little group as they fight on the last lap. But here we look at the battle continuing for second, and now back to the race leader, Mason Frederick, who once again has pulled out such a huge gap.
He's looking so strong, and, well, can take his time through the lap traffic. Unbelievably quick is Mason Frederick. He didn't join the 50R category for Lid. He did, the race on the Saturday, and then on the Sunday went off to Spain for a round in Europe. Since on his return, he's won 5 of the 6 races. The only one he's missed out on, race 1 back at Hooton Park. It's been a incredible ride for Mason Frederick. He's got 1 corner left to go to potentially take a step towards the championship lead.
And here he comes then around the final corner to make it happen. Plenty of people in front of him, but none on the timesheets. He takes the race win in the first race for the GP50R category here at Ellough Park. The confidence will go on to the next race tomorrow, but how close was that finish? Emilio Pereira, we just said how he likes to wait to the last possible moment to take second place, and he couldn't have left it any later than that. Getting the run to the line on Jensen Knowles, truly sensational from Emilio Pereira, flying the flag for Metrikits, becoming the top 2-stroke there in second as he got that 2-stroke power riled up out of the hairpin, round the fast right-hander, and then to the line to beat Jensen Knowles. How incredible was that?
Yeah, it was Yes, indeed. Emilia Pereira knows how to make the difference. Jensen Knowles, though, defending very, very well indeed. A 6.7 winning margin for Mason Frederick as he's at the top there and takes a step closer towards taking the championship lead. The gap comes down to just 8 points between Mason Frederick and Emilia Pereira. Jensen Knowles, the top 3 from Taylor Jennings. Then comes Joey Apisic from Jensen Cedras, Tommy Williams, Reed Saxby, and Nelly Nuth from 14th into the top 10. She'll score herself some good championship points for her efforts. Big moment, though, for Jensen Ansell, the 22, a big off for him in the pursuit of race victory. And in doing so, of course, missed out on the opportunity for that victory. And Mason Frederick keeping his composure, keeping his calm, cool collectiveness, as we always expect from the number 50. But maybe more to come tomorrow for Jensen Ansell if he's able to get his confidence back up. Mason Frederick still not out of the woods just yet.
Yeah, not just yet. Mason Frederick, that was his strong point, was just to keep his cool and do really well to defend, because Jensen Ansell was getting really aggressive at those early stages, and Mason Frederick, he didn't panic, he didn't try and chase him down in those early stages, he just waited patiently for a way through. When he found his point, he went for it, got comfortable in the race, and then pulled a gap. And as you could see how big that gap was to the second place of Emilia Pereira, thanks to that really tight battle at the end between him and Jensen Knowles. But yeah, it was good to end the race with such a close finish for second place. We were waiting for that for a long time.
We were indeed. Well, of course, for the Mini GP 50R category, that's going to wrap up their Saturday action. I think we've got a little bit of a track sort before we can then get the next class out on circuit. But of course, for the 50R category, their Saturday is over. They'll be back up for race 2 and 3 into the second half of their 2026 campaign over tomorrow. Make sure you don't miss it. It's time for the senior mini moto category. Big men on some very little bikes, and Tom Burt leading the championship with Harvey Jeremy very close behind in second. Andrew Weed in the top 3. Reigning champion Matt Birkin not here this weekend and missing 2 races at Houghton Park by virtue of an incident that he had over that weekend on Sunday morning. So it hands the reins over to Tom Burt and to Harvey Jeremy, who have been trading victories all season long. 5 wins between the two of them, 14 podiums between the two of them. And they'll make their way out onto the grid for their first race of the weekend. And we'll run you through the grid order in just a couple moments' time. What I can say, though, is that Harvey Jeremy has got the better of his championship rival, albeit with a 33-point deficit to close up. It's Martin Glossop, though. And we spoke about Vinnie Glossop being very, very good, of course, earlier on in the day. Let's see what Martin can do from pole position. Harvey Jeremy alongside him on the front row. Then comes Tom Burt and Nick Bennett, who historically runs quite well around Ellough Park. Reece Gentry from Chris Yeomans on row 3. George Rennicks, Chris Bain, Gary Eldridge from Nicky Lewis, Ruby Wild and Rob Gentry, P12 and last on the grid for the senior mini motos.
Yeah, and someone who dominated last year's proceedings in this class at Ellough Park, Matt Birkin, as you said, not present in this one, so that makes a big difference to the championship. Matt Birkin was quite low down in the championship standings for his standards going into this round, and yeah, unfortunately missing it, but congratulations, though, to him and his partner Zoe on the. To be honest, I'm not quite sure if Zoe's given birth yet or not. But he did let us know that he's got another kid on the way, and that's why he's going to have to miss this round. But hopefully, we'll see him out in 2 weeks' time at Silverstone. I'm sure Matt Birkin couldn't miss out on the Junior British Grand Prix. Surely not.
I mean, having a kid's a pretty monumental moment in your life, but whatever. Matt Birkin, of course, he sits P4 in the championship. And to be fair, he's missed 2 races at Houghton Park by virtue of his injuries. He's still 53 points behind. So even if he won both of those races, he still would be trailing Tom Burt by 3 points in the championship. Of course, Tom Burt would have lost a couple of points if Matt won that, so he probably would lead the championship. Nonetheless, he's not here. And, well, on pole position is Martin Glossop. Lights come on for the senior mini motos. Lights go out. We go racing once again here at Ellough Park. A nice start from pole position. Look for the 711 of Nick Bennett. That was convenient there for the all-red machine to the inside of turn 1. Will take second position, but then comes the drag race towards turn number 2. Look out for the 68, of course, of Tom Burt, one of our championship protagonists, and in fact the championship leader, searching for his 4th race win of the season. So far so good, though, for the 45, who will go through to take the lead of the race, and that's Harvey Jeremy.
Yeah, what a brilliant launch from Harvey Jeremy on the second row of the grid. He just got it going so effortlessly. Wheeled it down to turn one. As you'll see, these riders, they have to push it with their legs to try and get the best start possible. So balance bike training in their younger years, of course, is very important, I suppose, in making sure they can get the best starts possible. And that is evident as Harvey Jeremy continues to lead this race, pulls out a little bit of a gap, but a battle going on here between Martin Glossop and many riders in behind him for this podium battle, and the absence of Matt Birkin making this a really big group. That was Nick Bennett that he just went up the inside of there, and the championship leader Tom Burt has to make a podium in this one if Harvey Jeremy takes victory, because he's not got Harvey Jeremy too far behind him, so he can't afford to lose this amount of points at this early stage of the weekend. If he wants to continue leading the championship heading into tomorrow's action, you feel like he has to get on the podium.
What a move that was, though, from Martin Glossop. You could see it coming from a mile away as a rider down through. That's turn number 2. One of the all-red bikes. We'll confirm as to who it is, of course, as soon as we can. But Martin Glossop just kept the throttle pinned, was so late on the brakes for the penultimate corner, kept the throttle sort of, like I say, pinned. Had the inside by virtue in towards the final corner. He goes for the race lead, though, and Harvey Jeremy will launch one to the inside of the final hairpin. Back underneath, though, they're side by side on the run to the line, almost brushing knees as Martin Glossop with a send down the inside of the penultimate corner. Harvey Jeremy responds into the final hairpin, and now we've got a fight for the lead on our hands. A championship protagonist, and, well, this weekend's wild card in the form of Glossop. 6.5 laps left to go. It's Jeremy from Glossop and Bennett fighting with Burt for the final place on the podium.
Oh, they were bashing elbows through that hairpin as they went side by side towards the straight to start the next lap. With 7 laps left now, I think we're going to see that quite a few more times between those two if Martin Glossop is able to prevent Harvey Jeremy from pulling away in the lead at this point in time. But Tom Burt still waiting there in 4th place, building his way into this race to try and find his way onto the podium, as now he looks for a move on Nick Bennett. Can't quite find the inside line. Perfectly defensive from Nick Bennett. Is there a move available here? No, because Tom Burt goes for the wide line.
Yeah, back underneath as the championship leader, 33 points that he's got in his pocket over Harvey Jeremy, so doesn't want to take too much risk, especially with Jeremy in contention for the race then. If there's a DNF for Burt and a race win for Jeremy, that points, advantage comes down from 33 to 8, so he cannot afford a DNF in the slightest. 5.5 laps left to go. Glossop from Jeremy, then comes Bennett, Burt, Gentry, your top 5. Following the battle there, the 7.11 of Nick Bennett. Conveniently sat in between the two of them. Tom Burt, though, in front and starting to pull clear away from Nick Bennett, who has been...
Welcome back to Ellough Park. FAB-Racing makes its way to the final stages of the weekend. Only a few more races yet to come. One more race in terms of the second part of the weekend for Extreme 200s, and then we'll come along to some more racing after that. Of course, if you weren't with us beforehand, it is Riley Davis in the commentary box bringing this racing to you alongside me, Zach Sweeney. And we have one more race, of course, as I just said, on the agenda for the second part before we go to the final races of the weekend. It's certainly been a story of battles, hasn't it? A lot of drama, a lot of dive bombs, and a lot of stories to come out of each class heading to Silverstone in 2 weeks.
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, it's a great stage setter, and the first half of the season has been brilliant. For the most of our categories, they've got 21 races across the 7 rounds. We've done 10 of them. This is now the 11th one for the Extreme 200s, kickstarting the second half of the 2026 season in flying fashion. Sebastian Gazlowski in the Extreme 200 junior category leads the way by 34 points over his 70 rival of Bradley Curtis. The pair of them off the back of 4 straight wins and 4 straight P2s respectively, as they'll work their way round on the formation lap. We'll run you through the grid for the first race after the lunch break. It'll be Wilson Dilks, who pulled in yesterday, not because of a self-serving penalty to make it more interesting, but because his helmet come undone. He still managed to come through and win in the senior category and P5 overall. Of course, Sebastian Gazlowski will join him on the front row. Rex Austin alongside Bradley Curtis on row 2. Then comes Logan Cousins alongside Dylan Torian, who came off yesterday. Would like to do a little bit better than that from 6th on the grid. Tommy Keats from Mason Frederick. Then comes Riley Riley Paisley and Harrison Quincy fighting at the front end of the PB140 Championship. Nicholas Dunwoody shares the 6th row of the grid with Daisy Polden, with Harry James and Thomas Med on row 7. Zach Torian from Scott Dermott, Ben Simpson, Jake Knight, Felix Hahn and Joshua Williams complete the top 20, with Boyan Blazewski and Jamie King down in P22 and last for the Extreme 200s. Now, Riley, what do we expect from the Extreme 200 race? Yesterday, in terms of pure pace, Dilks and Gazlowski were fairly similar. But, of course, with Dilks on pole position, Gazlowski alongside him, what can happen between, well, two esteemed legends, really, of the FAB-Racing paddock?
I think we're going to see a fantastic head-to-head between those two, and I cannot wait to see it. Ovale versus GP70 and rookie versus champion. Of course, Sebastian Gazlowski's first time in this class, let's not forget. His first race, no, not his first race, his first season in the GP70 category, but certainly not too slow for a rookie. But we get racing now. We're going to see how the rookie gets into the lead in turn 1 in fine fashion. He takes the lead as Bradley Curtis goes down in an early smash up, and Mason Frederick does well to avoid his bike just. Disappointment for Bradley Curtis, unfortunately, as we now see Sebastian Gazlowski lead the Extreme 200 class with Wilson Dilks closely behind in second.
Yeah, he's walking away there. You can see he left his bike just to get behind the tyre barriers. I think his hand might be hurting there for Bradley Curtis, dropping the front end of the bike. Wilson Dilks has dropped in behind Sebastian Gazlowski, though, as they make their way to the back end of the circuit, and this is a battle that we've been looking forward to all weekend long. A champion versus one that's, well, still trying to prove himself and make a name for himself on that metric at 70. Wilson Dilks, he's been there, he's done that, he's got the t-shirt back in 2024. Now he's fighting away with Sebastian Gazlowski, the young prodigy in the FAB-Racing paddock. And right now, Sebastian Gazlowski has got the better of Wilson Dilks on the opening lap, but still plenty more to go. 11 as they cross the line through turn number 2. Wilson Dilks looks to take the slightly tighter line. We saw yesterday just how close to the absolute limit he was, and now down the inside of Gazlowski, who, oh my goodness me, flush as you'd like, would get the switch back, but it's not enough on the exit. Wilson Dilks will take the lead of the race.
Yeah, perfectly defended. He cut off and swung to the other side of the track to stop Gazlowski getting the perfect run into the next corner and finding the inside line. Experience proving worthy here for Wilson Dilks in the Extreme 200 class by LRA Moto as they make their way now toward the final corner. Gazlowski is going to try and get on the power band as quick as he can to force that two-stroke down the straight into the slipstream and trying to attack, because he will be quicker on the straight. He's a lot shorter than Wilson Dilks. He's going to be a lot lighter for that as well. But Wilson Dilks forcing that Ovale through the corners and finding a lot of time for it.
Yeah, exactly that. Wilson Dilks knows how to ride that bike on the limit. Gazlowski now has an opportunity to trail him and learn a thing or two from the 2024 Extreme 270 champion. A bit further back, you've got the number 8 of Tommy Keats. This is the fight for the podium overall, and for P2 in the junior class as well. For Dylan Torian, just in behind him, would like to get himself into the top 3. Tommy Keats is there on that blue and yellow number 8. Behind him, the 21 of Dylan Torian, who, like we say, had a bit of an off yesterday and is looking to redeem himself. And now through the left-hander and through the right to finish off the lap. The long sweeping right-hander, 9 to go as they cross the line, and already on to what is the 3rd lap of this race. Wilson Dilks, Sebastian Gazlowski 4 seconds clear of the rest of the pack. Down the inside, giving it a go is Dylan Torian, but not quite close enough on that occasion to find the move to turn number 2. Meanwhile, Dilks and Gazlowski separated by less than 0.4 of a second at the front. Yeah,
we spoke to Tommy Keats earlier on in the show. You may have seen the paddock walk I did on Friday and speaking to Tommy and his brother Max, and it was good to see how confident he was coming into this weekend. He enjoys this track and is looking forward to getting some more time on the Ovale, slightly taking a step back on his GP70 to perhaps find some more strength on the Ovale, because that's what he's planning to ride at Silverstone in 2 weeks' time.
Yeah, Rex Austin leading a bit of a train here. He's got Thomas Med just behind him, Riley Paisley there as well. His brother Logan doing brilliantly in the AC40 classes. Dylan Torian from Nicholas Dunwoody and Daisy Polden making up the back end of this train, all queuing up behind Rex Austin, who we've said already this weekend has had a mighty defensive prowess out there on circuit, gets the start that he needed to, and then just holds firm from that point on. Dylan Torian, though, has been given a 5-second penalty. I think one of the riders who we saw creeping on the start just to, well, basically given a 5-second penalty for a jump start, rolling on the clutch bike point slightly. The bike started rolling forwards, and well, that's a 5-second penalty, slam dunk. Rex Austin has been able to pull a bit of a gap over Harrison Quincy, just over behind him, and just getting confirmation on the fact that, yeah, bike 88 been given that 5-second time penalty. Showing up on the time screen is 21 Dylan Torrian, but out there on circuit is the 88. Nonetheless, it's the same guy, been given a 5-second penalty, confirmed by race control as a jump start. 7 laps left to go, though, and following this battle, Rex Austin been able to bridge a little bit of a gap. Now Logan Cousins, the one to lead the charge after him for P4 overall.
Yeah, we've got a big train going on there, and you heard my voice go a bit higher there because you may have seen that moment for Riley Paisley coming out of that really long double apex left-hand corner. Is so difficult to get on the power for an 85 two-stroke is what Riley Paisley is on. I keep getting the two brothers confused because they've both been running at the front so consistently this weekend. But anyway, yeah, Riley Paisley out there in the Extreme 200 class, and now we're seeing Wilson Dilks hang on to the lead of this race. And yeah, a big train there going from Rex Austin in 5th all the way behind to Riley Paisley at the back of it in 9th. So it's great to see a lot of battles being made in this Extreme 200 category, and once again the difference in machinery proving that it can still battle quite closely, as we're seeing right here.
Yeah, best lap time of the race, by the way, Wilson Dilks. Following that battle, Sebastian Gazlowski has not allowed him to get away in the slightest. They're both running remarkably quickly. Fast lap for Wilson Dilks, a 47.838. Fast lap for Gazlowski, 47.906. Less than a tenth of a second in it. And right now, Gazlowski hammering the pressure on for Wilson Dilks. His helmet, thankfully, firmly attached to his head this time through. 5 laps to go as they cross the line. Wilson Dilks using all of the circuit, and Gazlowski trying now to apply some of that pressure to the inside of T1.
Yeah, not doing the lap times that we would have expected from them at this point in time, but I think we're seeing a difference in conditions, and things are starting to improve as the day goes on. Clearly not as optimal as they were last year. Wilson Dilks at the moment about 1.2 off of his lap record, which he set here last year with a 46.7. So either he's managing the pace, or he's maybe just struggling to get the lap time out of the bike that he was able to last year. With 5 laps to go, though, he's doing a good job of hanging on to this race lead, and what we expected yesterday. Gazlowski and Dilks so close in speed that we're going to see them in a battle. That's exactly what we're seeing now, and it was perfectly predicted by yourself, Zach.
Yeah, exactly that. Wilson Dilks, Sebastian Gazlowski, inseparable in terms of pace last time through. Just 0.07 of a second separating them, and down and into the wall off the exit of the final corner. Drama there. That's Dylan Torrian. He's dropped it again off of the final corner. He came off at T1 yesterday. He's dropped it on a low side off the exit of the final corner today, and he's thrown away an opportunity at an overall podium. It's gone from bad to worse for the 88. Back to the front, though. 3 laps to go at the line. Dilks still being hammered here by Sebastian Gazlowski, who's looking ever closer to the rear end of the previous FAB-Racing champion. A legend of the paddock now is the 85 of Wilson Dilks, and Sebastian Gazlowski won, still trying to etch his name into the history books. And in 2026, he's going from strength to strength. Yellow flags through the opening corners, and with 3 laps left to go, Dilks has got about a bike length of margin ahead of Gazlowski.
Yeah, you could see the frustration there for Dylan Torrian. He's really not had the best weekend. He's been quite strong in previous rounds, challenging for a lot of top 5s, being in that train as well, fighting for podiums across the whole season. But yeah, it's really not been the best round for him or his dad either, Zach, in the senior class, who I believe is leading the senior class at the moment. In fact, that is Zach Torrian in 11th, just outside the top 10 overall, behind Daisy Polden, who is on a pit bike. But 3 laps to go then, with Wilson Dilks still maintaining that lead, and it's a bit of a pendulum switch because it's been a while since we've seen Sebastian Gazlowski chase down so hard for a win. I mean, you think back to Lid, that's probably the last time we saw him really struggling to find a way through at the later stages of a race.
Yeah, Gazlowski going through on some of the lap traffic, but gets caught up there, couldn't make the pass before the apex, and that's going to give Wilson Dilks the margin that he needs probably to go and win this race. I think that's Joshua Williams that they're making their way through. Gazlowski still stalled behind him, and that's going to be to the frustration of the youngster It's Ben Simpson, they're getting their way through. Apologies, the 120. Nonetheless, they're both through, albeit Sebastian Gazlowski is, now firmly off the back of Wilson Dilks, and it will take an uncharacteristic mistake from the champion in order for Gazlowski to win this race. Wilson Dilks now has just got to keep it tidy for the final lap of the Extreme 200 to bring it home in the senior category. Of course, Gazlowski will still win in the juniors, but the overall victory would have tasted just that little bit sweeter. He'll still take valuable information away from this race and challenge Wilson later on today as well.
Yeah, 100%. There's nothing that Super Seb does better than learning from races where he has come slightly short of a winning result. And this time, I think maybe in the final race, as you said, he can come back stronger and learn where Wilson Dilks had the advantage over him. I don't think it's in machinery, because the GP70 of Sebastian Gazlowski has won plenty of races in this class already, fighting with the likes of Finlay Polhill earlier on in the season, who isn't present at this round. But right now, Wilson Dilks pulling out the gap as he comes around the last couple corners, as he is about to start the last lap of racing for the Extreme 200s in race 2, with Sebastian Gazlowski behind him. But now they throw out the checkered flag. It does look like that they've come to the line. Wilson Dilks taking victory for the first time this weekend. He aimed for it after pole position in the first race, but this time takes it home, because he had that issue yesterday. We thought it was to make it a bit interesting. While it certainly did, it wasn't intended. But now that victory, the dominance, the lead that he held ahead of Gazlowski for so long certainly was.
Indeed, so let's run you through the full results as they cross the line. Of course, it was Wilson Dilks to take the overall victory, but Sebastian Gazlowski winning in the juniors. Tommy Keats completes the top 3, just over a winning margin of just over a second there for Wilson Dilks. Held on brilliantly, but ultimately the lap traffic alleviated some of that pressure. Logan Cousins in 4th from Rex Austin. Again, a defensive masterclass from the 991 ahead of Riley Paisley, Nicholas Dunwoody, Harrison Quincy, Mason Frederick and Daisy Polden still there very strongly inside the top 10. A brilliant display there, and one that, well, I'm sure Wilson Dilks will be very grateful for, to return back to overall FAB winning ways.
Yeah, exactly, like the LRA Extreme 200 race comes to a close with that one, a win for Wilson Dilks, as to be expected. And now we move on to the final third of action for FAB-Racing at Ellough Park. Moto team is on now for their third of 4 races here this weekend, and well, we spoke about it earlier during their warm-up session, Zach. It looks like we're expecting another dominant performance from Acme Racing, but maybe after a bit more experience on the standard class Moto team machine for Jamie King, he might have a better chance of getting ahead of the number 8 on lap 1.
Potentially so. I mean, he has been looking very, very quick indeed, has Jamie King. We'll have to wait and see what this race has in store for him, because he's doing 3 classes this weekend in his pit bike Sonic, and well, I mean, he's had a lot left to be desired. He's won in the standard class on both occasions thus far in Moto Team, but ultimately the overall victory is going to taste just that little bit sweeter for him. He's finished 2nd overall. Marco Pandolfo, though, that you can see there, just rolling through shot on the metallic number 8, all green machine of Team Acme Racing, commanding the championship and doing exactly what's expected of him. He's off the back of 4 consecutive straight victories from race 3 at Hooton Park all the way through to race 2 at Ellough Park now. So 4 in a row for Marco Pandolfo. He'll be looking to make it 5 and then 6 here on Sunday.
Yeah, exactly. That is looking to be a dominant performance from Team Acme Racing, who look to extend that championship lead that they've now taken away from SFC coming into this round, with the absence of Sam Clowes on his number 133 machine. And it's a real disappointment to not see him here, because I think we could have seen some amazing battles between Acme Racing and SFC. But nonetheless, we could see some battles here as they get underway for their warm-up lap and wait for the checkered flag in a few moments' time to get the race started. And I can't wait to see how Jamie King responds with this one, because in fact, weirdly enough, despite being pit bikes on it, we've said this enough times now, he's been stronger in Moto Team.
Exactly that. He's Motor Team Sonic, maybe, probably not going to catch on as well on the on social media. But you can see just how many supporters that we've got, friends, family, supporters from the public potentially as well out there. And in the very Western sort of cowboy-looking hat is Wendy King, Jamie King's wife, giving him some support from the sidelines. as she often does, and especially here at their home round of Ellough Park. Jamie King coming into it with an expectation to do very, very well indeed, and, well, stealing some points away in the standard class. Of course, there are two in Moto Team, both the open, the unrestricted class, and the standard, more restricted class. But ultimately, any qualifying bike can get that there on circuit. And of course, you can split the costs with a mate. There's 2 qualifying sessions and 4 races per weekend here in FAB. So nice and easy down the middle. Share the bike with a mate and get yourself out on circuit. Head over to FAB-Racing, get in touch, and hopefully we'll see you out onto the grid. I have to say, though, the Moto Team livery for Jamie King, I'd argue one of his best.
Oh, yeah, 100%. It looks really good, doesn't it? But let's see if the livery is good enough to give him a confidence boost to get himself into that first position down into turn 1. Let's see who can get the jump off the line in both standard, open and overall as we get ready to start Moto Team's first race of the day here at Ellough Park. The lights are about to go on and soon they'll get racing on these 125s. It is a team class, but it is one rider, one bike for each team in this race. As the lights go out now, a few people with the jump start and Acme Racing. Oh, someone going down in the middle there of the pack. That is an unfortunate mistake for them at the start of this race, and that is the number 421, I think, and we'll have to identify who that is at a later time. But already getting off to the usual start is Acme Racing as they take the lead ahead of the number 87. But it looks like we have a red flag just to clear up the issue we had at the start there, and we'll get started quite quickly back soon as they move the bike off the grid and all the debris that came along with it. It was an unfortunate accident, but it's good to see the rider up and okay.
Yeah, you saw there just bracing more than anything. I think it was Tommy Almond that went down on the 211. But yeah, just bracing to make sure that no one hit him, basically, and did that nicely. Quick response, by the way, from the marshals and the paramedic. You can see straight away on the scene. So big kudos and thanks to our hosts here, of course, at Ellough Park for their swift response, and of course to all of the FAB-Racing staff as well. Could not go racing without them, and a quick response to neutralise the race, and then we can get it back going again in just a couple moments' time. The first red flag of the weekend, and well, if they're able to attach all of the bits, you could be able to rejoin the race afterwards, but I'm not overly optimistic in that regard.
No, we'll have to wait and see how this race progresses. After that red flag, it can make a bit of a difference in the riders' heads when a red flag occurs. It's usually a bit more helpful for them if they get straight back out there and restart, rather than sitting there waiting and anticipating them getting started again. But right now, they're going to get straight back out there and get ready for yet another race start.
You can see him wheeling the bike away now. That's going to be the end of his race. The visor, is he got a visor on, potentially? No, I think it's smashed it off. Yeah, it is there. You can see the paramedics holding it very kindly for him. So, yeah, not ideal in the slightest for the 211 of Tommy Almond. He was, hammering, really, Jamie King in the pit bikes as well. A little bit over earlier on in the day. And, well, that won't be the case for this one. Jamie King free to fight with Team Acme Racing, who, well, all they need to do off this restart is, control and do exactly what they did before, which is get a good launch and go again. They're not racing. They're going for another sighting/formation lap. Hopefully we can get this race away slightly cleaner on the second attempt.
Yeah, let's hope so. I think it was just a domino effect from that jump start for one of the riders in the middle of the pack that just caused a few people to get it a little bit wrong at times and possibly take the wrong line. But it's really, really good to see that he was up and okay, and most importantly, not getting collected there, because it's really scary to crash in what is such a big pack. And, well, a positive to that big pack, of course, is the fact that it is the biggest grid in Moto Team history. It's fantastic to see that. 22 bikes out there on track for Moto Team this weekend, and it's a proof in the pudding that it is an easily accessible class, and one that you can add to the tally, making it 23 next time out for these guys at Rowra. Fancy getting yourself out there, make sure you got the bike, and get in contact. Let's see what you got.
Exactly that, rolling their way onto the grid, and we'll get this race back underway as quickly as we possibly can. And Jamie King alongside Team Acme on the front row. The grids, of course, for each of the Motor Team races. Race 1 decided by qualifying. 2, 3 and 4 decided by the race result of the previous race. And as such, that means that there's still opportunities to move forward throughout the weekend, even if you do have a poor qualifying. Well, let's see who's got the best of everyone else as we get this race underway. Lights go on, lights go out. We go racing. Good start there from Jamie King. Not quite as good, though, as he... Marco Pandolfo, who sweeps around the outside of him through T1. Ivana Di Francesco through and into third place overall, chasing after Jamie King for the standard win. Jacques Van Eden on the 67, getting very lucky, actually, because he jump-started the previous attempt. He settles into fourth place as we make our way in towards turn number 4 for the first time.
Oh, Thomas Dudson thought about a move up the inside there. Brave move if he made it work, but I don't quite think he got it done for now. He tried to go up the inside of, I think, Van Eden there on the bright yellow machine in fourth place, overall, and just struggling to get the start that he needs to challenge Ivana Di Francesco for the lead in the standard class, which we've said so many times is something that he's been chasing so hard in the past couple of rounds, but has got so close yet so far so many times now. But Jamie King already being left in the dust, really, as the rest of the grid is, by Acme Racing, as we were expecting. But Ivana Di Francesco has got quite a train building up behind him.
He has indeed. Jacques Van Eden just over his shoulder. Thomas Dudson, Sam Sadler, all in the standard class. Well, Jacques Van Eden in the open. So his main competition is Team Acme Racing. That's the intra-class battles, and they're not scored in their overall finishing position. They're scored on their in-class position. So right now, any overtakes that happen to Jacques Van Eden, inconsequential to his championship, but considering he's a wild card and not a full-time entry to the championship, I'm not sure he's overly fussed about championship points. He just wants to finish as high up as he possibly can. There he is with the bright pink wheels, with, well, Thomas Dudson now looking to go down his inside. A bit of an issue for one of the riders. That could be the 23 of Lucas Reed, potentially. We'll keep you up to date if we can identify who that rider is, but they're stopped just off the exit of the final corner as they roll out a pit lane for the corporate carts, and he's stationary, sorting something with his bike and eager to get back going again. Jamie King not quite got the pace relative to Marco Pandolfo on the number 8, but definitely quicker than the rest of the standard field. Yeah, 100%. Jamie King putting in a strong effort. I'll give it to him. We do. We've got to cut him some slack eventually and commend him on his efforts here at Ellough Park. Of course, running in second overall, but leading the standard class ahead of Ivana Di Francesco and Thomas Dudson in third and fourth overall. But right now, he's actually not too far off Acme Racing. While Marco Pandolfo has pulled out a pretty strong gap, it's nowhere near as big as we've seen in previous races, like yesterday. Both of the races that Moto Team had yesterday. So it's a step in the right direction, but you feel like he's running out of time. Considering he's a wild card, he can't really progress through the season and continue on in this strong fashion because, well, he's only got one more race to do it, and you can't see him going from, what is quite a big gap to Acme Racing in front to, battling them for the win, or even further dominating like they are. Exactly. With it being the open category, there is a little bit more freedom with what they can do with the bike, but at the end of the day, you ride it quicker and you'll have less of a problem. Right now, I'm not really sure. We don't know the technical specs of Team Acme Racing. They're very experienced in this class. They know how to get the most out of the rules and regulations, but it just seems that Marco Pandolfo is the best rider in that field. He might have the best machinery as well to go with it, and that's just the perfect combination. Ivana Di Francesco, the 141 versus the number 20. Now, these are two championship rivals in the standard class. Now, Jamie King being a little bit of an upset to their respective campaign, but they're separated by 46 points between the two of them, and right now they've traded a third and a second place each so far this weekend. Will Ivana Di Francesco keep the momentum up and go for back-to-back second places, or will Thomas Dudson continue the pattern and find a way past with 7 laps to go at the line?
Yeah, this is it's all for it here in the standard class. While Jamie King is leading the standard class race, these two, you feel, fighting for the championship. And over the last couple of rounds, Ivana Di Francesco has pulled out a really big gap, having fought even for race leads overall with Acme Racing and SFC, but now has got the job of defending the final spot on the podium overall and the championship lead. It's about 40 points coming into this, and it would have stretched out a little bit more, having Thomas Dudson not being able to pass Ivana Di Francesco yesterday, but looking strong in this first half of the race. And now with 7 laps to go, has to make the move, because if he loses touch with Ivana Di Francesco, you have to feel starting to lose touch with the championship as we're at the halfway point.
We are. Move down the inside there for the 254. Up and under, though, from Jacques Van Eden. So Sam Sadler battling away with Jacques Van Eden. Now, that is an inter-class battle, so no championship point consequences for them guys, but does mean they are battling for overall position. And, well, when it comes to pride and ego, that's all you want at the end of the day. Jacques Van Eden will lead Sadler for overall top 5. The 254 looks for a move, but Jacques Van Eden using all of the track, riding 2 wheels on the white line into the braking zone as he tipped the bike in for turn number 2 here at Ellough Park. 5.5 laps left to go. It's Acme Racing, fastest lap of the race, 53.173, as the clouds have rolled over. A lot of wind, the track probably quite cold, and we are probably going to see some pretty fast lap times come in, albeit those tyres, they're on the same set for the whole weekend with their slick tyres, so probably are feeling a little bit of a battering. Jamie King leading the way in the standard class, from Ivana Di Francesco and Dudson fighting for 2nd and 3rd place honours in the standard. Then comes Jacques Van Eden and Sam Sadler. That's the battle we're following right now, with 5 laps to go as they cross the line.
Yeah, just this little battle turning into a duo once again. So many people. This is what happens in the bigger bike classes. You find just little duos here. You go from first, and then you see it when you get to about 4th, 5th. And as we're seeing this battle here between Van Eden and Sadler, it continues on through the rest of the field. And that's just an echo of the impressive size grid here for Moto Team. And we'll be excited to see how this goes on into Raura, because obviously the championship you feel is getting a little bit difficult between SFC and Acme Racing. Of course, difficult for SFC to respond to Acme Racing's big advantage in championship points that will be going into the next round. But I think it will still be quite interesting to see if the grid stays this large, how that can affect the battle, because how many times have we seen laps riders come into play when SFC and Acme Racing have been battling, even when they were fighting with Ian Jackson as well. And with a bigger grid, obviously more riders in the way and more issues for the riders to contend with during their battles.
Exactly that. Down the inside, Thomas Dudson still on the back of Ivana Di Francesco, fighting for 2nd place in the standard class. It is good to see. Of course, this is the largest grid motor team we've had in FAB Racing for over a decade, and just going from strength to strength in 2026. The last couple of years, yeah, maybe slightly overlooked as motor team, but this year it's just been a breath of fresh air for the championship. And yeah, the level of competition that we've got and the attraction of talent, it is absolutely there. So if you are interested in getting yourself involved, probably the most budget-friendly form of motorsport in the entirety of the UK. And right now, well, we're seeing a battle with championship implications. Thomas Dudson with a lot of ground to make up versus the 141 of Ivana Di Francesco directly in front of him. So he is sort of motivated and spurred on to do it, even though it is a huge deficit. It all starts from one race, and if he can finish in front of Di Francesco, that's a couple of points that he can chip away at that margin. Back to the front, though, Acme Racing. Jamie King, he's kept him fairly honest, let's be honest.
Yeah, he's done a really good job to stay there, just in that little barrier of maybe 2-3 seconds, and yeah, keeping him honest and not letting him give up just yet. So maybe we could see a challenge from Jamie King in the final race later on today, if he's able to get through into turn 1 or turn 2 on lap 1. That could eventually turn into a bit of a 1v1 duel, and I'm sure Jamie King will want nothing more than to come out of here with a win. Of course, he has been winning these standard class races, but you know, an overall race when you're just quicker than absolutely everyone else on track is much sweeter, I'm sure, and a much better headline for his YouTube channel.
Yeah, absolutely. Jamie King, Pitbike Sonic, content creator, offers a lot of insight, knowledge and experience into the world of motorcycle racing. Both vlogs it, where he is. He's not scared to say it how it is. He puts a lot of the behind the scenes, the highs and the lows equally for Jamie King. And really good to see, and often sort of an ambassador for grassroots racing at the Wheels Festival in his local town, of course, of Great Yarmouth, and elsewhere. Always advocating for more and more people to get themselves into the scene. So many people want to, but didn't know it even existed. And Jamie King getting that attention into this paddock, and maybe is partly to thank for the big motor team field that we've got this weekend. Team Acme Racing start their final tour, though, of Ellough Park to seal what will be a 3rd consecutive victory this weekend, and will go for what will be 5 in a row, all the way back from race 3 at Hooton Park.
Yep, looking to continue that streak on all the way to Raura as well. We'll have to wait and see whether that Sam Clowes returns on the number 133 machine, but right now we're focusing on the number 8. Acme Racing, Marco Pandolfo telling us yesterday that his kids watching on and enjoying seeing their dad certainly dominating the Moto Team class. He's out there on the number 8 and now coming to the final few corners in the lead of this race, and I'm sure that won't be much different unless Jamie King has any challenge. He comes around then the penultimate corner to the fast right-hander to then take it slowly and easy to the line, because he had the perfect gap to take victory. Not too big, not too small, to keep him honest, and a good ride from Jamie King to come home in second, and victory once again in the standard class.
Yeah, brilliant stuff there from Team Acme Racing, extending the gap in the championship with no challenges in the open class and even overall this weekend. Jamie King brings it home for the standard. That's 3 consecutive victories for Jamie King. Goodness me, how many times are we ever going to say that? 3 consecutive wins for Jamie King. Comes in the standard class here in Motor Team. Ivana Di Francesco, Thomas Dudson, the 2 title rivals, finishing less than 4 tenths apart as they cross the line in standard. There he is, very chuffed, very happy with his win, I'm sure, from Jamie King, who looks thrilled to finish in second. And Ivana Di Francesco, like I say, completing the overall podium. For Motor Team, that's their 3rd race of 4 done and dusted. And, well, Team Acme Racing, again, we said this yesterday, there's not really much that they can do to exceed expectations. The expectation for them this weekend is to dominate every race. That's what they've done so far.
That's exactly the one to do, and that is exactly what they have done, as we'll bring you over the full results overall and then deep dive into who finished where in the open and standard classes. But it is Team Acme Racing overall and in the open who take the race victory. It was about 1.6 seconds that separated him and Jamie King in second, who took home the standard class win, and then behind him in the overall podium was Ivano Di Francesco, followed yet again by Thomas Dudson, who just misses out on the podium. But then it was Sam Sadler rounding out the top 5, followed by Jax Van Eden and Mario Gelli in 7th, and Linton De Miola in 9th, and Harrison O'Keefe and Simon Cockerton rounding out the top 10. So yeah, a really big grid here in Moto Team, and really good to see. Hopefully that continues on at Rowra, and if you're local to Rowra, please come on then, get out there and show us what you're made of, because we need someone to disturb that dominance of Acme Racing.
We do indeed. Really good to see everyone out there on circuit. A couple of DNFs, of course, for Tommy Ullman, the 2-1-1. He, of course, was involved in that initial drama off the start, getting involved in an incident, dropping the bike, and ultimately the damage too much for him to rejoin at the end of it. Team Acme Racing, though, signed, sealed, and delivered. Ivana Di Francesco as well. Crucial. I mean, when you've got Jamie King dominating your class, the next best thing you can do is finish second comfortably. He's done that over Thomas Dudson and will, secure his reign at the top of the standard championship.
And now we get back to the mini motos as AC40 Pro by 2 clicks out gets back out on track for what promises to be a final showdown between Noah Barfoot and Finley Styles. Finley Styles off the back of 2 wins this weekend, responding to the dominance all season of Noah Barfoot. And now Noah Barfoot looks to respond to that with a victory to knock down that confidence. And now it looks like we haven't got James Dermott out there on track, so it looks like it's going to be a 3-way battle for the race win.
It's going to be a close fight for the podium, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so, maybe, just maybe.
Finley Styles will start from pole position, then the 36 of Noah Barfoot, and then the 69 of Randy Carter. James Dermott, now he's here. Better late than never to make it a 4-rider race for the 2 clicks out AC40 Pro class. You can't miss him with the Spider-Man helmet there. I wonder if he's going to be taken to a brand new day on Wednesday. Of course, with the Spider-Man helmet, and he's also got the red and the blue leathers, to be fair. He's right on it. One formation up then for them, and we'll take our time through the grid. It'll be Finley Styles that starts this one from pole position alongside championship leader of Noah Barfoot, with Randy Carter and James Dermott sharing row number 2. Now, in terms of the championship, Noah Barfoot leads this one by 42 points, 251 to 209. He's taken 8 of the 11 race victories thus far. He's been on the podium on 10 occasions. So too is Finley Styles. He took his first 2 wins of the season so far this weekend, both race 1 yesterday and race 2 earlier on today. Can he do the trifecta here at Ellough Park? Randy Carter is in P3, some 37 7 points behind Finley Styles and 79 off of Noah Barfoot, who is still catchable heading into the second half of the season.
Yeah, if we know anything about dominance so far this season, is that it can easily be responded to very quickly, especially with the smaller bikes, and that's exactly what we're seeing here for Finley Styles. And hopefully, for his sake, he will be able to continue on that run of form and take home 3 wins this weekend, and that'll put him in great positivity for Silverstone in 2 weeks. Right now, we wait for the lights to come on and go out for AC40 Pro's final race of the weekend. They will be back out at Silverstone in 2 weeks, but we've still got plenty of racing to come in this one now. Will Noah Barfoot finally be able to respond to Finley Styles? Yes, he will, as they get racing. Noah Barfoot instantly responds by going down the inside at turn 1. Textbook move and the perfect way to start his final race of the weekend.
That was crucial there from Noah Barfoot. He's been waiting to make the difference all weekend long. He's been analysing Finley Styles, and now he's been able to strike on the opening lap. Starting on the inside front row of the grid, he got the launch, sealed control, and there wasn't really much that Finley Styles could do to thwart that attack. However, now through the sweeping section, we know how strong Styles is this weekend. He's going to be gunning for 3 race wins this weekend.
He certainly will. And Randy Carter and James Dermott looking like they're already dropping off this duo for the lead at the moment. So we think it's going to be a podium battle between James Dermott and Randy Carter, which we thought at first was just going to be Randy Carter taking home a guaranteed 3rd place, even if he crashed. But thankfully, James Dermott was able to get back out there to make it a good battle for the final spot on the podium. But right now, we've got a battle on for the lead as Finley Styles looks to respond. Not enough space down the inside at turn 1. There's plenty of time for him to wait and get this one done, because here he comes now up to turn 2, up the inside goes Finley Styles, trying to take his 3rd win of the weekend, but the championship leader Noah Barfoot certainly not done yet and waiting for another chance to go back through.
The other thing with this is as well, I mean, Noah Barfoot, he's got such a commanding lead in the championship, and with only 4 riders on the field, unless he DNFs and as such scores no points for the race, even if he finishes last, the maximum amount of points that Finley Styles can take out of him per race is 12, or even 11, with Noah Barfoot finishing with 16 for 4th, and with Finley Styles winning the race with 25. No, in fact, no, he gets 15. Yeah, it'll be 10 for Noah Barfoot to lose per race. So he can comfortably do that. And on this weekend with slightly fewer entries, there's not really much, even though Finley Styles has got the pace and got the measure in order to close down the championship gap at the front of the field. But right now, he's doing all that he's capable of, which is winning every single race, reducing the deficit. Hopefully for him, that means he can keep the momentum up through the rest and into the second half of the season. Noah Barfoot, though, don't count him out at all for this race win. He's gunning after the rear wheel of Finley Styles, who, to be fair to him, has got the pace now. He's pulling away a couple of bike lengths clear with 6.5 laps to go.
Yeah, it could easily be a situation where Finley Styles is he's just had a lot more experience here at Ellough Park. He might have just been doing some races recently, before the round began, and I think that'll help a lot on these smaller bikes. And perhaps Noah Barfoot just taking on the chin, just remembering to take home those second places, making sure that he repeats what Finley Styles was doing when Noah himself was so dominant earlier on in the season. So now in this situation, he's just thinking about making sure he's coming home in second. If he can't get the win, he's going to push all he can to get the win, but if it's not enough, if he's pushing too hard for it, then he's just going to have to settle for second and then continue on to Rara, where we get back to championship conditions, and of course he'll go for it to fight for the title and defend and knock Finley Styles' confidence back into the situation of being second.
Exactly, it's not necessarily about the tumble, it's about the response. For Noah Barfoot, maybe we'll see that. Finley Styles currently sits top with a 54.256, with his fastest time, just under a tenth quicker than Noah Barfoot, who set his personal best the last time through as well. The gap growing to just shy of 0.6 of a second between the two of them. Following there, the 69 of Randy Carter, about 1.5 seconds clear of James Dermott, 3rd and 4th. So the battle for the podium, not really much materialising there with 5 laps left to go. Randy Carter from James Dermott, and the two of them as well, to be fair, have been rivals for the best part of the season. James Dermott has gone on a streak of what is 6 consecutive 4th place finishes. His last podium was race number 2 back at Clay Pigeon. Since then, he's finished no higher than 4th, whereas Randy Carter has traded 3rds and 2nds, predominantly 2nds, between that point there and now until Ellough Park. So Randy Carter consistently on the podium and looks to be, well, cruising his way to a top 3 in the AC40 Pro Championship. Brought to you, of course, by 2 Clicks Out. The gap at the front, though, Finley Stars to Noah Barfoot, it's fluctuating. Last time through, Noah Barfoot responded and took a 10th out of the race leader.
Yeah, exactly that. And Noah Barfoot, at this point, has gone down, actually. He has gone down trying to chase down Finley Styles. Just as we were saying, it's so important not to make the mistake and come home in second. With 4 laps to go, he drops the bike, and we've seen his first crash since we saw him go down in the wet conditions out of the lead in race 2. I don't believe what I'm seeing. Noah Barfoot's championship challenge, his title that we thought was sure to happen, is looking like it's crumbling down as the pressure builds from the dominance of Finley Styles. There might only be 4 riders, but there's plenty of stories to tell in this class. But now Noah Barfoot has to get back into the right headspace and push on in these last couple laps, because second is still doable if he repeats the pace he was doing just before he crashed.
Yeah, exactly that. He's going to be able to find a way through, you'd imagine, on Randy Carter in the near future. Maybe there's going to be a defence from the well, that's the 27 of James Dermott in front of him, so he's dropped all the way to last position. He's got a couple of seconds to catch up. Now, pace-wise, they are running about a couple of seconds a lap quicker, but now Noah Barfoot needs to regain his confidence and find a way through. Meanwhile, Finley Stars matching his best lap times. He's running within a margin of about 0.5 of a second between his best and his average lap time so far in this race, and that's the level of consistency that you need. Noah Barfoot, no way through on James Dermott, and what this does mean is that with 25 points for a race win, Finley Stars will be able to claw back some crucial points. Down the inside, Noah Barfoot takes 3rd position, so brings the deficit down to, he'll be losing 9 from this race as it stands, and that would bring the gap down to what will be 34 at the end of the Ellough Park weekend, which, you know, you DNF on one race, your rival wins, that gap's very quickly then down to less than 10 points. You know, Noah Barfoot and Finley Stars' efforts here at Ellough Park could be decisive by the time we get to Clandau at the end of the season. Yeah, exactly that. That's why I think we're going to see a really interesting battle for the rest of the season, a mental game of strategy between Finley Stars and Noah Barfoot, fluctuating between who's strong at which track and who has a weakness at each track, and it will go all the way to Clandau. But right now, we're going all the way to the last lap, with 1 more lap for Noah Barfoot to try and find his way through on Randy Carter. I say last lap, it's the penultimate lap, because Noah Barfoot has still got two more laps to find his way through. Now, the laps he was doing previous, his best time being a 54.3, and then Randy Carter's a 55.7. So at the moment, he is lapping around 0.7 of a second quicker based on their average times than Randy Carter. So he needs to keep that smooth and keep on pushing, because it's still doable for Noah Barfoot. He's really going to have to be careful, though, because it's all good and well catching them, but it's a whole different story overtaking them as Finley Stars starts the last lap. He does indeed. One more tour, 1.1 kilometres of Ellough Park to negotiate for Finley Stars, who's going to be doing the trifecta. Reminder, he hadn't won a race in the AC40 Pro class before this weekend. The only other 2 race winners this season have been Noah Barfoot with 8 to his name and Fea Velthausen with 1 to her name. But he's been consistent. He's not finished he's finished off the podium once this season. That was the very first race at Lydd. Ever since, it's been 3rd or 2nd, and now 2 consecutive race victories. He's about to make it 3 with just 2 corners left to go. Yep, just the final half of his lap left of the weekend, and what a perfect weekend it has been for Finley Styles. We were saying, how long will it take for Finley Styles to finally grab the win that he so desperately deserved? And now he takes all of them at once with the triple at Ellough Park. Finley Styles wins race 3 here in the AC40 Pro class, and in the end, it looks like we'll have to wait and see what happens across the line, but Randy Carter is in the end going to hang on to 2nd place. So Noah Barfoot has unfortunately let off more points than he was wanting to. I mean, he was definitely wanting to respond to Finley Styles there and take a victory. 2nd place would have been strong, but man, 3rd place, that's not what he would have wanted out of that one, and now finds himself with a serious title contender coming into this round before he didn't even think was possible. The gap has come down to 33 championship points between Noah Barfoot and Finley Styles, who takes victory in the 3rd and final race of the 2 Clicks Out AC40 Pro class for round number 4 of the Master Black FAB-Racing British Minibike Championship. Randy Carter, Noah Barfoot, your top three, with James Dermott just off there in P4. Continuing a very long streak, now 7 races long, in finishing in 4th place. Hasn't taken to the podium since race 2 back at Clay Pigeon. Will be looking to do, one better potentially when they head to Silverstone for the Junior GP event, of course, in a couple of weeks' time, which should be incredibly good, Riley.
Yeah, indeed. It is going to be really interesting to see how everyone enjoys their time out there at Silverstone. It's not going to be an official championship contending round, which is in some ways a better thing, because it takes the pressure off and allows them to enjoy the Grand Prix and just get out there and show off their talent in some racing without any pressured environments. From grassroots to Grand Prix, it is sponsoring even the AC40 Rookies class, and it's their final race of the weekend here at Ellough Park. This has delivered some really interesting racing among the contenders for the front. Bobby Baker, Vinnie Glossop, of course, son of Martin Glossop, who you may have seen out in the senior mini moto race earlier on, race winner in race 2, who will look to do it again in race 3. But we look to the mini motos that have the youngest riders on them, because at the moment Eros Garrett looking to take yet another victory here at Ellough Park.
He is indeed. He's taken 3 so far this season, 10 podiums from the 11 races. He's not finished outside of the top 5, and, well, he's only finished 5th once. The rest of them, 3rd, 2nd, and 1st. 53 points clear of Bobby Baker in P2. Tyler J. Windard's consistency now puts him ahead of Harry Burridge, who joined us for 2 rounds, took 5 of the 6 victories, and has now jumped up into the AC40 Inter class. So Harry Burridge won't be taking further part in the Rookies Cup, but he did make a statement while he was here. Albie Miller, P5 in the championship with, well, all bar 1 finish inside of the top 10. But the main story of this one is going to be Eros Garrett, is going to be Bobby Baker, is going to be Vinnie Glossop, who's going to come out on top in the 3rd and final race of the weekend for the Grassroots Grand Prix AC40 Rookies Cup.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. It's such an interesting difference when you go to the AC40 Pros to the rookies. You see how massive the grid is as they now get their warm-up lap started, and that just shows you how much confidence there is in the young generations and next talents of motorcycle racing in the UK. All these kids dreaming of a future career in motorcycle racing, as it looks like 2 riders have unfortunately come together on the warm-up lap. Hopefully they'll be able to get back up, get the bikes going again and get racing, because that would be a really disappointing way to end their weekend. And that is the number 2 has unfortunately ran into some issues. But the grid then for this race will be Bobby Baker on pole position ahead of Vinnie Glossop. That is the front row. Behind them will be the race winner from race 2, Eros Garrett, lining up in 3rd, and then followed then by Theodore Ford, Grayson Mills, Louis Elimelech, Hudson Heaps, Tyler J. Windard, Freddie Fletcher, Harley Spiller, Albie Miller, Alfie Spedding, Jack Irwin, Savannah Polden, Oscar Bond, Imogen Vivas, Ellie Kellett, Arlo Simmons, Albert Kaslavsky, Theo Tyler, Charlie Skingle, William Green, Roman Hartle, Bradley Bannister, Courtney Spiller and Ayrton Oakley rounding off the grid in 26th. So I think this time we're going to see a bit more of a challenge from Vinnie Glossop, because he's now had that, experience racing among the race leaders and podium challengers. And I think we might be able to see him give Eros Garrett and Bobby Baker a better run for their money.
Potentially so. Eros Garrett has been able to get some really lightning quick starts, but Vinnie Glossop is the one that usually takes control of the race in the early stages. Have they got the stamina, though, is the question. That's their main problem. They can get the lead. The question is whether or not they can hold it. It needs to be a little bit more aggressive with the defence and not allow Eros Garrett through. Otherwise, he's going to take the trifecta and extend the gap at the top in what is so far a dominant season for the 84 this year.
We're just waiting for them to get going now as they all make their way to the grid. They look to the lights as they are about to get racing for the final time this weekend. They roll away and get on the throttle, and it's a brilliant start from the pole man, Bobby Baker, who's instantly taken up the inside by Vinnie Glossop, and then followed by Eros Garrett in second. What a brilliant start from those two yet again, as Vinnie Glossop now leads this race just as I predicted, proving that he has got that confidence underneath him now to challenge the top runner runners after a season that we mentioned earlier, Zach, has been filled with mainly just challenging for top 10s and hanging around maybe the points as well, the lower stages of the points, but now leading a race. It's a baptism of fire for Vinnie Glossop to come up to such a high scoring position of the race lead, but has got to deal with the pressure of Eros Garrett and Bobby Baker behind him.
Yeah, exactly that. Vinnie Glossop, like I say, has been really good at the initial punch of the start. You can hear the wind blowing a gale here at Ellough Park. It has been the story all weekend, and for these young rookies, they are very small, they are very light, they're very susceptible to being blown away potentially by this wind. It's something they've got to manage, but look at that run there from Eros Garrett down the inside through turn number 1, gets the bike stopped as well through the long sweeping right-hander and demotes Vinnie Glossop down to second. Bobby Baker trying to get involved, but Eros Garrett through into the lead and will now try and use some of his pace to extend the margin up in front and go for 3 consecutive victories. And an issue there, that's the 101 of Imogen Vivas, unfortunately having a bit of a problem. Back to the front though, Glossop on the back of Garrett, and Baker still there contending in the fight for second.
Yeah, Garrett looks to pull away at this point in time and make a gap that he has formed in previous races to take yet another victory with 7 laps to go, and trying to replicate that of Harry Burridge and Albie Stone, who have since been in this class this season and dominated the races just like he is doing right now, and then taken the eventual step up to AC40 Inters. And you know, if that's anything to go by, then Eros Garrett is desperate to make that jump, because Harry Burridge fresh off a really strong result in the Inters of 4th place in race 2, and then you look at Albie Stone, who's been already taking victories and podiums, and he was the main challenger to Logan Paisley in that previous race. So we'll have to wait and see whether Eros Garrett will make that step up in due time. But right now he's enjoying his time leading this AC40 Rookies race, as someone has unfortunately gone down there at the hairpin. We'll figure out who that is once we can see their race number, but they instantly get back up going again, showing that they're not ready, and they're not ready to stop now.
That's the 66 of Freddie Fletcher, I think it was, who dropped down a couple of places, was just outside of the points in P19 and will now be at the back end of the grid. But track time invaluable for these young riders. They have to take every opportunity that they can get to be out there on circuit. They can't afford a DNF. If the bike's working, they need to be racing just to gain that experience, even if there's no championship points or race wins on offer. It's that learning, that lesson, and also just the lesson in determination, even if it's not pure pace. What I am surprised about, though, Bobby Baker's resurgence of pace now. He's able to challenge Eros Garrett with 5 laps left to go as they break the beam and cross the line. The 84 being challenged now by the 64 of Bobby Baker. Fastest lap of the race for the 64 on that black and yellow machine, chasing after the all-black 84, 59.557. He was 2.5 cents quicker than the race leader last time by.
Yeah, it's showing that he's found some confidence in the middle of this race, and we're going to see maybe a challenge then from Bobby Baker as they make their way through on some lap traffic. Eros Garrett has got a new rider to deal with, because most of the weekend so far in the early stages he battled with Vinnie Glossop, and then as he started to pull away, the battle for second place would become Bobby Baker versus Vinnie Glossop. But now Bobby Baker, as you said, Zach, a resurgence in form as he looks to challenge for the race win.
Is there a move that can happen, though? Vinnie Glossop just enjoying their time up in front. Oh, he's dropped it!
Oh, no.
Oh, goodness me! He's dropped it! Glossop has been able to go around him, but Bobby Baker down. And quick response there from the marshal to get that bike out of the way. He dropped it on the apex, and now his dream of a race victory here at Ellough Park is over. He's able to continue, but his confidence is going to be ruined, and he's at the back end of the grid.
Oh, just as we were singing his praise for such a fast lap time last time around, closing in 0.4 of a second on the race leader, Eros Garrett. And your heart aches for Bobby Baker, because he's been so quick this weekend. Of course, pole position as well for him, and unfortunately hasn't been able to convert that into a win, and now rejoins way outside the podium positions, and we'll have to see where he is. He's in 9th place at the moment and quite a ways off the race lead, but let's see how he responds to that. He'll certainly be very disappointed, and it's difficult to try and teach these kids in their early stages of racing how to deal with that and get back up and sort of forget about it, because you could probably imagine when they come off out of a race winning position that they'll be maybe crying their way around the rest of the race, and that's a real shame to see. But Bobby Baker hopefully can get out next time out and continue that strong challenge that he's put on display here.
He's been so good, and yeah, fair enough. He's probably knocked his confidence a little bit, but you have to learn from your losses in order to enjoy the wins, and it's a lesson that he is going to take, and it's probably not going to be the last time he makes a mistake like that or has to face a problem like that or emotions like that. All of those lessons, all of those experiences will make him into the rider that he aspires to be. Nonetheless, Eros Garrett facing little to no challenges up in front. He now can cruise away from Vinny Glossop. Now 6.7 seconds is the gap. Back to the 61, who's looking for their best result of the season. Before this weekend, their best result was P10. And that was at the very first race of the season. It was then 11th, 13th, 18th, 18th, 17th, 16th, 16th, and 14th. The rest of the results for Vinny Glossop. Coming into Ellough Park, boom, puts it on the front row, puts it P3 in race 1, P3 in race 2, and is now able to capitalise and could well go for P2 in race 3 as well. Eros Garrett going for 3 consecutive victories to make it 4 for the season and just run away with the Rookies Championship heading into the second half of the season.
It's magical how quickly things can just change in this Rookies class as the confidence either, doubles or drops. But now we're looking at Tyler J. Windard, I think either lapping Bobby Baker or getting challenged by Bobby Baker for 4th place. It is in fact being a challenge for Bobby Baker. He is now trying to get his way through back into that top 4 ahead of Tyler J. Windard, who has been a little bit off colour compared to where he was in Clay Pigeon. So clearly you're seeing riders who are more experienced at other tracks being stronger, because he was challenging for the win quite often, was Tyler J. Windard at Clay Pigeon, but since Hooten Park hasn't quite been able to replicate the same podium contending pace. But right now he's under pressure from Bobby Baker, who hopes to make up some good points after what was an unfortunate mistake a few laps ago.
Exactly that. He's still running though, like we say, in the top 5, and there's a crucial point in the fight for second, because he's got Tyler J. Windard for company in that respective battle. After this one, Windard will take some points out of Bobby Baker if things stay as they are. We'll have to wait and see. Final lap of the race, though, for Eros Garrett. He'll cross the line with one more tour of the circuit left to go. And we'll be looking to hang on to it. He's now making his way through turn number 4, and all he's got to do is keep it on the bike. And again, at Hooten Park, he was waiting for his opportunity, his chance in the sun, with the likes of Albie Stone and Harry Burridge dominating during their time in the championship. But he has been that point of continuity and is now going to have domination defined of his own through the final couple of corners for Eros Garrett to hang on and be absolutely faultless in the Grassroots to Grand Prix AC40 Rookies Cup.
Could he be the next rider to step up from AC40 Rookies to AC40 Inters? It was before him Albie Stone, Harry Burridge, 2 riders that he was still in close contention with. He puts his name out there. Sign me up for the AC40 Inters, says Eros Garrett as he comes to the line for another victory at Ellough Park in their final race of the weekend. The AC40 Rookies is once again conquered by the number 84. And now, if he can just make it to the line, Vinny Glossop is going to end up in 2nd place. The number 61, another amazing charge to the front after what you said earlier, Zach, a really difficult start to the season, a growth in confidence like never before, followed then by Grayson Mills, who takes the final spot on the podium ahead of Bobby Baker, who recovered to 4th.
Yeah, really nice ride there from Eros Garrett. 3 from 3, and his 4th of the season, extending the gap at the top of the championship. Vinny Glossop, best result of the season. 3 straight podiums for a rider that was fighting for points just a couple of weeks ago. Bobby Baker and Tyler J. Windard completes your top 5 with Hudson Heaps, Theodore Ford from Louis, Elimelech from Harley Spiller, and Alfie Spedding your top 10. Behind that, the likes of Savannah Polden, Oscar Bond, Eli Kellett from P13. Then comes Arlo Simmons just behind that, with Albert Kozlowski still scoring some very respectable points, finishing inside the top 15. Pretty nice weekend for the Rookies Cup, and once again Eros Garrett making the difference, not in qualifying but in all 3 races.
Next up, we have the AC40 Inters coming to you live from Ellough Park, and they are going to be out for their final race of the proceedings in FAB-Racing at Ellough Park. Round 4 for them and for the whole paddock as well, before we move on to Silverstone in 2 weeks' time for the Junior British Grand Prix, where the AC40 Inters will be out in full force with support from LS2 helmets.
Thank you, of course, to LS2 Helmets for their support. They have been a part of the championship for a number of years, and, well, both providing top quality protection to each of the riders who elect to go with them, and also as well their support for the paddock as a whole. Of course, for the AC40 Inter category, And the championship as tight as ever. We've been seeing a brilliant display in the Inters, of course. Logan Paisley, Austin Baton all fighting at the front end of the field, and Logan Paisley namely being the one to step up and mount a little bit of a charge to Austin Baton. But it's not been easy in the slightest. He's been under a world of pressure through this weekend so far from Albie Stone, who's looking to take another victory this season after, well, promoting himself up from the AC40 rookies into the Inters. Now sits, well, fair enough, about 59 points off the championship lead, but considering he missed a round at Lid, not bad going at all. For Logan Paisley, though, the gap has come down to 13. 2:14 for Austin Baton, 2:01 for Logan Paisley, and they themselves some 45 clear of Jensen Brown in P3. Logan Paisley, though, 2 wins in a row. Albie Stone has come perilously close on, well, 2 occasions. Third time's the charm, potentially, for the number 16.
Yeah, it's been an amazing weekend for Logan Paisley, hasn't it? Really good job from him to, once again, not let anyone through. Like, any time anyone made a move, it was instantly responded to, even before the corner was even over. And he kept his cool, and clearly is no slouch when it comes to leading a race. So many people say, of course, that it's easier to chase the leader than to be the leader. But Logan Paisley clearly proves that theory inaccurate in his case, because the number 25 has pretty much led from every lap since their first race of the weekend and not been stopped. But this time, with a bit more confidence on the side of Albie Stone, having done 2 races in the Inter class at Ellough Park, could he finally mount a real challenge to the number 25?
Potentially so. We'll run you through the grid in just a couple of moments as they'll roll their way around on their formation lap for, of course, the AC40 Inters, brought to you by LS2 Helmets. Their third and final race of the weekend. It's Logan Paisley alongside Albie Stone on the front row of the grid, with Austin Baton, championship leader, alongside Harry Burridge on row 2. Jensen Brown, Oakley Hipwell, row 3, with Daisy Grayson and Lawson Dorrington, the front 4 rows. Chase Carter alongside Casey Reeson, Izzy Cook and Keely Bailey, the 12th and final rider to start this race. The third and final one of the weekend, and it's all been boiling down to this. A lot to look forward to as they make their way to the grid, and the anticipation builds for the third and final race.
It certainly is going to be an absolute barnstormer yet again in the Inter class, supported by LS2 Helmets, of course. Now, let's see if any of them can challenge the lap record here for the Inters at Ellough Park of 54.457 by Austin Dilks. But now we wait to see who'll get the run down to turn 1 as we wait for the lights to go out for their final race of the weekend. And it's a brilliant launch by Albie Stone, who instantly moves to the outside line. Can't quite find a way through on Logan Paisley, but that's not what he intended. He's setting up turn 2, which can't be done just yet. But Austin Baton already losing time to the 2 in front of him, but has got plenty of time to get back into the group and find a way through if they start fighting.
Indeed so. Logan Paisley commanding this race so far. Albie Stone just over his shoulder through the sweeping section for the first time. Logan Paisley, we know how good he is when it comes to his defence, and he'll be looking to hold firm on that through the rest of the race. 9 laps left to go, and into the penultimate hairpin for the first time. Albie Stone, he's had 2 races now, 2 opportunities to find a way through on Logan Paisley, who just covers the inside on almost every occasion. Albie Stone had 1 opportunity to find a way through as the inside for T1, and Logan Paisley instantly responded down the inside of turn number 2. They crossed the line to start the second lap, and Logan Paisley just putting the bike exactly where it needs to be. We're getting word, though, from race control that the 74 of Oakley Hipwell has been given a 5-second time penalty for a jump start. It's not the first, it's probably not the last time we're going to hear those words come through from race control. And another 5-second time penalty brought in there for Oakley Hipwell. Logan Paisley and Albie Stone, your 2 leaders, with Albie Stone ramping up the pressure on the rear end of the 25.
Yeah, just trying to pile as much pressure as he can, but that's something that Logan Paisley has seemed to thrive underneath through the weekend. And now Albie Stone is sort of getting into more of a strategic mindset rather than the one we've seen from him so far, where he's just gone all out all the way through the race and sent a dive as early as he can. And now we might just be seeing the maturity start to develop for him as he waits for a moment to shine where a mistake could come from Logan Paisley. Maybe out in the lead of the race, a mistake
to let him on through. But here he comes then, looking for an outside line yet again to find a way through into turn 2, setting it up and making life a little bit easier for himself. But still, Logan Paisley allowing no door to be letting Albie Stone through, whether it's on the inside or the outside. There's no way through.
Gives him no avenue to find a way past. Does Logan Paisley. He parks the bike where it needs to be. And with 6.5 laps left to go, Albie Stone, I mean, he's had, like I say, two full races to analyse his opponent and maybe find a way through. Maybe he's had some advice on where to strike. Usually has to come on the exits. You know Logan Paisley is going to defend, so use that, you know, not necessarily as something that can hold you back, but as something that you can use as an advantage. Set up the move on the exit like this. Logan Paisley stopped on the apex now, and that's going to allow Albie Stone to get the run off of the exit of the corner towards turn number 1, but Paisley's still been able to get the power to the rear wheel very nicely indeed, and that just means that Albie Stone runs out of time by the time they reach turn number 1. So Stone needs to start thinking a little bit more analytically, a little bit more I guess, you know, further in advance, I suppose, 2 or 3 corners in advance, or really, he just needs to send it, catch Logan Paisley napping and find the space where he can. But at least for now on these mini motos, there's no opportunity for Albie Stone to make the difference and go through. Paisley's keeping his composure and just doing exactly what he needs to do to keep the lead. Yeah, it's a really strange situation, which you wouldn't find much into the professional racing scene, where you've got wider tracks and, you know, harder brakes and harder braking zones for that matter. And for Albie Stone here, he's not exactly slower by any means than Logan Paisley. They've really got quite a matched pace, both of them doing a 57.2 last time round, and that of course was their best lap as well. So both of them so even on pace, but there's just no way for Albie Stone to get through. So some would think he might want to wait until the last lap and sort of surprise Logan Paisley so he can't respond. But when they're such amazing pace, he knows he is at the same pace as Logan Paisley, and he has to make a move though, because he's been struggling all race long to even find a way through, even get a front wheel in. So he needs to go now, because he doesn't know if he'll be in a position to do it on the final lap. And there you can see he's thinking exactly that as he tried to go for a move there before you come to this tight hairpin where we've seen him make a move on Austin Baton yesterday. Still no move available, but doing everything he can to find it, because as I was saying, it doesn't look like if he came to the last lap, if he waited till the last lap, it's unlikely he'd find a way through. He's got to keep setting up and keep waiting for the tiny window to open where he can grab that opportunity with both hands. Now off the back of the final corner towards the outside of turn number 1. Albie Stone is going to give it a go, use the agility. Has he got the handle around the outside? Oh my goodness me, now Logan Paisley has the inside for turn number 2, but once more around the outside. Albie Stone is going to do the heavy lifting. He's got the agility, and now he's got the race lead. He attempted it in race 2, he's signed, he's sealed, he's delivered in race 3. Now he's got to get away from Paisley. The long way round, he put the work in and put the time in to prepare for it. That's been building up since the race yesterday. Race 1 has been waiting for that one. Now with 4 laps to go, he's putting the pace down that has been in his back pocket all along, and proving to us that he is on an amazing stretch of pace to chase down Austin Baton in the championship standings. Albie Stone taking the lead with only a couple laps to go now. How does Logan Paisley respond? Because if he's the best defender out there, we don't know if he's the best attacker. We'll have to wait and see. He's in a position he hasn't been all weekend. Yeah, for the first time ever, Logan Paisley has been overtaken and the move has lasted more than a corner. Albie Stone, he tried it in race 1 and it was just a case of, okay, if you're not going to give me the inside, I'm going to go the long way round. And it was beautifully done, not once, but twice. 2 consecutive right-handers to open up the lap here at Ellough Park means that he had to do it for such a long time. Still, though, for Logan Paisley, he's just able to keep on tabs with the leader, but I think Albie Stone has got the pace advantage here. Austin Baton, meanwhile, struggling to keep the likes of Harry Burridge and Oakley Hipwell at bay. Harry Burridge, of course, currently running in 4th. Oakley Hipwell, the one with a 5-second time penalty to his name. So as such, we'll drop off the back of these guys, but what it does mean is that Austin Baton cannot afford to drop any lower than this position. Second to third, there's a difference of 4 points, and that will close the gap to 9. Straight down the inside, though, goodness me, from Oakley Hipwell. He's able to get it stopped at the apex. Ascend of the weekend, really, through the final corner. He gets it stopped. He moves up a position on track, but it's going to be inconsequential at the end of the race with the timing penalty applied. Nonetheless, though, he's through in up a position on track with a superb move down the inside.
Yeah, and if he catches Austin Baton here, because it just looks to me like Austin Baton has taken a step back, not to make a mistake and stay in the right position and come home with a third place. But hang on, I'm seeing at the top of the screen that Logan Paisley is on his own because Albie Stone has gone down out of the lead. Oh, what a shame. He got through so fantastically on Logan Paisley about 2 laps ago and set in some amazing lap times, over half a second quicker than Logan Paisley at one point, setting a fastest lap of a 56.1 on the last lap. And now, unfortunately, that speed, that aggressiveness on his own pace has unfortunately made him miss out on the victory that was, you have to say, his at that point. He'd broken Logan Paisley, he'd made the gap work, and now it is unfortunately going down to not even being on the podium as he drops down to 5th.
Yeah, heartbreak for Albie Stone, who came perilously close to his 3rd win of the season. And that's going to be crucial points lost in what is already an uphill battle for his championship. But for Logan Paisley, this is going to make the difference and allow him to close the gap to Austin Baton, who will inherit second, his best result all weekend. The gap will close, though, to 8 points heading into the second half of the season. For Logan Paisley, he's going to do the trifecta here at Ellough Park. What a run that it's been for the 25. Defensive masterclass, and well, right now just pure consistency over the rest of the field.
Yeah, exactly that. He has not responded to any of the troubles that have tried to come his way, because he just sat there and he made it work around him. He put on such an incredible defensive show, an incredible display to take him to 3 wins here at Ellough Park. What a great job from Logan Paisley and Austin Baton, who in the end takes home a 2nd place, which you feel he'll be quite happy with to end his weekend, beating Albie Stone. And Harry Burridge takes home his 1st podium in the AC40 Interclass, having battled with Oakley Hipwell, who had that penalty, and of course the crash for Albie Stone, allowing him to get through into 3rd. But nonetheless, a great ride from him, as already he makes his way onto the podium in similar fashion to Albie Stone.
It's 4 wins apiece now, and just 8 points between Logan Paisley and Austin Baton, who finished that race 1st and 2nd. Harry Burridge in 3rd from Oakley Hipwell, and Albie Stone your top 5, with Jensen Brown, Lawson Dorrington, Daisy Grayson, Chase Carter and Casey Reeson the remainder of the top 10, with Izzy Cook and Keely Bailey 11th and 12th. Oakley Hipwell throwing a bit of a lifeline there, with Albie Stone dropping the bike with just a lap left to go. His 5-second penalty proving largely inconsequential, as he still bags what is his, matched 2nd best result of the season. LS2 helmets, AC40 Inters, Riley. I mean, I'm looking forward as ever to seeing these guys back out on circuit for the Junior GP at Silverstone.
Oh yeah, 100%. We're going to see a title battle, I think, between so many riders in this championship. Logan Paisley is on the move and looks to close in on Austin Baton, and you can see there the devastation for Albie Stone, missing out on the race win here at Ellough Park. But all that will rile him up even more to continue his championship charge. And now, as we say goodbye to the mini motos in Ellough Park, we move on to the bigger bikes, and it gets bigger and bigger every time, because we start off with the mini GP 50R category here at Ellough Park, and this one was quite dramatic earlier on today. Emilio Pereira, championship leader going into it, crashed out of 2nd place, which would have sealed him safely, remaining in the championship lead heading into this one. But with that crash, he allowed Mason Frederick to take the lead with yet another race victory.
Yeah, 7 victories now for Mason Frederick from 8 podiums. He's finished on the podium in all 8 races. And he's only lost one of them. That was race 1 back at Houghton Park, which was ultimately won by Jensen Ansell, who has been chasing the rear wheel of Mason Frederick all weekend, and the last 2 weekends, in fact, sometimes to his detriment, because he pushes too hard, slips the front wheel, and around he goes. Emilio Pereira, though, sits 17 points off the back of Mason Frederick, the championship leader, fighting at the front on the Metric at 70, which we have seen to be less than favourable maybe at certain circuits. Hopefully, the best is still to come for Emilio Pereira to claw back some points relative to the Avali of Mason Frederick. Bo Morris sits third in the championship with 3 podiums to his name, still searching for that maiden victory. Potentially that could come at Ellough Park. Of course, we'll run you through the full grid in just a moment as the sun now beginning to shine here at Ellough Park. And, with the weather now starting to improve. It was raining just 2 hours ago. And, now the sun is out and, the track warming up. We said that maybe they'd be able to set some fast lap times a couple of hours ago. Maybe not the case now as we head into the late afternoon.
Yeah, everyone's getting a bit tired and it's getting quite warm as well after the small stint of rain that we got. It's going to be a little bit difficult to see some incredibly fast lap times, but nonetheless, we're going to see I think a bit of a better challenge from Emilio Pereira now to get up into challenge those 4 strokes as we now get on to the formation lap to get started here for the final race of the Mini GP50Rs at Ellough Park before they head to Silverstone. Of course, not the class, but rather the bikes in them that we'll be seeing in the GP50 class and the other classes that will be racing at the Junior British Grand Prix. But right now here at Ellough Park, we have Mason Frederick on pole position ahead of Emilio Pereira, followed by Jensen Ansel, Jensen Knowles, second row of Jensens, of course, and Bo Morris in 5th, followed by Freddie Taylor, Matthew Jennings, Tommy Williams, Jensen Cedras, Joey Athasich, Reed Saxelby, Daniel Tanton, Austin Dilks, Nelly Newth, Oliver Wilson, Claudia Dudman, Emerson Oakley, Danny Longhurst, Rex Alman and Oliver Cheeseman rounding out the grid in 20th. So yeah, another really big grid because of the different machines. So coming together really from the GP50 class, and then the Ovale 160 jumping in there as this is effectively their sole class because they haven't got anywhere else to race. And we're going to get ready now to get racing. Let's see if Mason Frederick can extend that championship lead. And Jensen Ansel, he'll be looking to finally make a challenge to Mason Frederick, and hopefully for his sake he'll stay on the bike this time.
Maybe so. You can see him there on the 22, poised very aggressively in his grid box. Emilio Pereira there as well. He needs a good start because we know that Metrica isn't as strong off the line relative to the Avalis. Waiting for, that's Nelly Newth with a problem at the back of the field. That's really unfortunate for her. I think just getting her readjusted into the grid position. She will still take to the start of this race. Thankfully, she's been on top form on that Metrica 50. More experience for her. Emilio Pereira alongside Mason Frederick, the top 2 in the championship. Who's going to come out on top here at Ellough Park? Lights come on. Eventually. And I think a hold start. I think at the back of the field, there's a problem for one of the riders at the back of the field. And now we're able to get this one back going again. Bit of a stall at the back of the field, so now we can get the lights on and get ourselves ready to go for the final race of the weekend for the Mini GP 50R category. Lights go on, lights go off, we go racing. Good start there from Emilio Pereira, but still not good enough to thwart Jensen Ansel towards the opening corner. Side by side as Bo Morris gets overtaken in the fight for 4th, but so far so good for Mason Frederick. He'll defend turn number 2. Jensen Ansel will be right there on his rear wheel as they negotiate the opening sector here at Ellough Park. It's Frederick from Ansel from Pereira, the top 3.
Yeah, much better start for Jensen Ansel this time round, and he's got some work to do already though to close that gap on Mason Frederick. This time though, just has to keep his cool, doesn't want to push too hard. Better to finish second than to finish on the floor and end up not being very competitive with the race leader, of course, because it doesn't do you much good, not only in the championship but in the race. And this time Jensen Ansel may be just thinking about that and possibly considering Emilio Pereira behind him as a battle for second, but he's keeping Mason Frederick honest, to be fair to him, on this first lap. But you know, you can imagine for now not pushing too hard.
No, probably not. Just settling into the rhythm of this race. You don't want to throw it down on the final race of the weekend. It's Ansel from Pereira. It's Frederick from Ansel from Pereira, the top 3. Freddie Taylor running 4 from Bo Morris. Currently running in P5. 10 laps left to go in the 50R category. There you can see the white and red 57 of Bo Morris, just in behind Freddie Taylor, the 118, who so far this weekend has taken a 4th and a 3rd. Overall this season, 2 podiums for him in this category. Would like to make it a 3rd as well. 10 laps left to go, well, make it 9 at the line. So that's the closest battle on circuit. Still awaiting Jensen Ansel to arrive onto the rear end of Mason Frederick and spark a bit of intrigue at the front of the field. Bo Morris, a late dive to the inside of the apex of the the penultimate hairpin back down the inside of the final corner, but to no avail there for Bo Morris as they drop down from the 15 of Daniel Tanton on the exit of turn number 1.
Oh, that's a shame. It's an easy one to do there as you come so fast into that corner on the bigger bikes. He's unfortunately dropped it down at not turn 1, I think, on the entry to the hairpin.
It was, yeah.
Possibly just losing the front on the way in and having his bike slide out towards the tyre wall, similar to that of Emilio Pereira in this very race earlier on today. But at the moment, Pereira just keeping it cool and hanging on to third place, possibly waiting on a mistake for Jensen Ansel as the top 3 have really spread out. But Bo Morris actually is making a really strong charge to get onto the back of Emilio Pereira and maybe look at another podium this weekend.
Who knows? Bo Morris has already taken 3 thus far this season. Emilio Pereira has taken 9 from 82% podium finish rate for El Toro. He is running third. There you can see the gap between the black and blue, 31 versus the white and the red, 57. Pereira to Morris. Followed by that is Freddie Taylor, the 118 dropping behind the 57, who works his way back into 4th. Then comes Matthew Jennings, who this time not been given a 5-second penalty for a jump start. He's chased down by the likes of Tommy Williams and Joey Athisic. Those two have stopped for 7th and 8th. There is your race leader, though, the number 50 of Mason Frederick. 3.2 seconds clear of Jensen Ansel. We thought the 22 had some sort of a challenge for the 50. Not at all in race number 3. Mason Frederick has slammed down the hammer now and is really putting the pace in.
Yeah, and I think it's also a combination of what we mentioned earlier. It's just Jensen Ansel possibly taking home the 2nd place rather than ending it up in the grass or in the tyre wall. So doing a good job to hang on to that 2nd and just taking home a decent result to end proceedings here rather than another unfortunate mistake.
Yeah, you don't want to make the errors that he has made, unfortunately, for Jensen Ansel. His 2 retirements so far this season, race 3 at Houghton Park, race 1 here at Ellough Park, both came as a result of him pushing far too hard to stay on the rear end of Frederick. And you've got to respect the commitment and the passion to chase it, the ambition to go and win against one of the best riders in the FAB-Racing paddock in the form of Mason Frederick. And Jensen Ansel clearly very, very capable so far. 5 podiums and a win to his name. He definitely is up there, but maybe a little bit more to learn relative to Mason Frederick, who has given everyone a demonstration here this weekend, and what would be his 8th win of the season, and what would be his 5th in a row if he can seal the deal in 5 laps' time.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see how Pereira manages to hold on to that final spot on the podium. Bo Morris has got the gap at about 1.3 seconds, so it's a lot of work to do with only 6 laps to go. But if Pereira runs into some lap traffic, which he is about to do, Bo Morris could find himself on the back of podium contention, with Freddie Taylor also close in there behind on the number 118, possibly joining that battle as well if it does commence.
Maybe so. Who knows? With the pace and the fluctuations that we've seen race on race, we think it's going to go one way, and then very quickly it goes another. It can be just the sense that they've got the tyre pressure slightly wrong for the track temp and the conditions. That can make such a huge difference for Mason Frederick. He is the one riding the machine. He is the one making that difference. 5.2 seconds is the gap to Jensen Ansel. Emilio Pereira further 5.5 off the back of that, but then Bo Morris has been closing in last time through, half a second quicker than the previous championship leader of Emilio Pereira. He's closing him in the fight for the podium. It'd be the first time this season that Bo Morris has really been able to challenge Emilio Pereira, and he's going to be spurred on and motivated as ever to get onto the rear end of that 31.
Yeah, he's one of the fastest out on track at the moment, putting in some really strong lap times over the last couple of laps, trying to challenge the number 31. He might feel it's just a little bit on edge, having crashed in this race earlier on today, and that is his first crash out of the race this season on his own merit. Now, there was contact with another rider when he crashed in the GP50R race at Houghton Park, but it wasn't necessarily his fault. It wasn't either his fault. It was deemed a racing incident, I believe. But in terms of his own mistake, on their out there on his own. So we'll have to wait and see how this progresses, whether he finds a little bit of something in the last few laps, or Bo Morris might just continue to chase him down, because Bo Morris is doing a really good job. He's just put in a personal best lap of 50.675, and that was
quite a ways faster than Amelia Pereira last lap, so we'll have to wait and see how that changes. But I think Pereira, if he finds out that Bo Morris is behind him, might just be able to respond.
Well, he might have some more pace in his pocket, but can he unleash it? Amelia Pereira, we know he doesn't usually hold back. He always wears his heart on the sleeve and pushes with such passion and excitement. He doesn't really ever leave much on the table. So if he does sense that Bo Morris is closing in, I'm not really sure how much he's got left to deploy. That being said, he has mounted some sort of a response to the 57 as Amelia Pereira. He's been able to regain the gap and set his personal best at 50.567. Bit further back though, we've got Austin Dilks leading a train of Reed Saxby, Nelly Knuth and Jensen Cedras in the fight for 9th position. There you can see the 185 trying to emulate his brother's success through the FAB-Racing paddock. And right now, running in 9th position. He's got Reed Saxby, Nelly Knuth just over their shoulder as well. She looks to the inside of the sweeper. What a move from Nelly Knuth. What? Goodness me, that was bold, it was brave, it was brilliant. Oh my word, Reed Saxby had to sit the bike up at the last moment. The most daring place to go for a move, and Nelly Knuth has sealed it. Now she can challenge Austin Dilks for P9.
And there, on show here at Ellough Park, is the talent and bravery of Nelly Knuth, world famous, of course. So much attention across the world as she goes for another move. Wow, that was another brave one. It looked like she lost the front on the way in, and it sort of bounced her forward a little bit and forced her into making the move. And in the end, it ended up all right because she's now up yet another position. She's on the move, is Nelly Knuth, as she's made her way to the front of this group. Brilliant stuff.
What a lap from Nelly Knuth. Incredible. Just kept the power pins through the left-hander here and then went for the centre T number 1. She's figuring it out, that metric kit, slowly but surely. Is the 44 previous champion crowned at this very circuit. Austin Dilks trying to respond with a dive bomb of his own, but well, it's from a long way back. It was always going to be quite ambitious. I think just applying the pressure to Knuth as much as he can. But Knuth fearless on that 50. 1 lap left to go though for Mason Frederick as he'll negotiate his way around the final couple of corners. He has been leaps and bounds clear of the rest of the pack. He comes through the final corner now. And what a ride it has been. Mason Frederick, he's taken the lead of the championship. It's his 5th consecutive victory, and it's the trifecta here at Ellough Park. What a perfect way to start the second half of the season in 2026. Mason Frederick, take a bow. His 8th of the season, and commands this championship. Jensen Ansell will bring it home 11.5 seconds after the fact in P2 from Amelia Pereira, who hangs on from Bo Morris to take the podium. And Nelly Knuth now through the final couple of corners. She has been daring as ever. She will come across the line. She will see the checker flag. And what has been a sensational display of racecraft will come home in P9. A very, very nice result indeed. Matching her 3rd best of the season. Mason Frederick takes victory from Jensen Ansell and Amelia Pereira. Well, a pivotal point in this championship for Frederick.
Yeah, 100%. Mason Frederick is going to go all the way to the final round if he's going to make it to all the final rounds. If he doesn't, leave us to go race in Spain. And let's hope he doesn't because, well, this is truly incredible, isn't it? Mason Frederick, to see this talent on display. And it's reflective of those experiences going to Spain and learning from such an incredible depth of field in Spain as we have here in FAB-Racing. But Mason Frederick then takes victory, 11.4 seconds, and Jensen Ansell in 2nd, followed by Emilio Pereira, who does finish this race to end the weekend and comes home in 3rd place. He's followed by Bo Morris, who got really close in the end there to yet another podium. And then Freddie Taylor came home in fifth, with behind him in 6th being Jennings, Athasich, Williams, Knuth coming in home in 9th, and Austin Dilks rounding out the top 10. So quite a few battles when you look through the rest of the field. And the 50R category, once again, proving that, it's quite interesting to see the Metrokit 50s versus the Ovales, especially when you look at the middle pack, as I was saying. You can see that so many riders have an amazing opportunity to get out there racing, as so many do here in FAB at Ellough Park. And now we bring you Senior Minimoto for the final time this weekend. And one of the big stories coming into this weekend was Matt Birkin not present at Ellough Park. And he is usually the one to challenge for the victory the most, despite coming into this not as the championship leader. Many mistakes, many machinery faults that plagued him throughout the first part of the season. But now not here to nurse his hurt finger and, of course, take care of his partner Zoe at home. And we now wait to see who can take victory in this one. We've had two different winners in two races. Harvey Jeremy took the win in race 1, and then race 2 saw a dominant victory by Martin Glossop, the wildcard.
Yeah, and Tom Burt, a bit of continuity at the front, but points being taken out of him by Harvey Jeremy. P1 and P2 for the 45, the contender, the challenger. Now sits just 20 points behind Tom Burt, heading into the third and final Senior Minimoto race of the weekend.
Yes, we're looking for a really good race yet again in the Senior Minimoto class as we look across the grid to see Martin Glossop on pole position once again ahead of Harvey Jeremy on the second grid slot, then followed by Tom Burt, Nick Bennett, Reece Gentry, Chris Yeomans, George Rennicks, Chris Bain, Gary Eldridge, Nicky Lewis, Ruby Wild and Rob Gentry at the back of the field. So, yeah, 12 riders out there at Ellough Park and plenty of racing action for these guys because it's always a good battle at the start. We saw a little bit of drama with Nick Bennett getting a great start in the previous race and then unfortunately going down in the challenge for the race lead. I think it was Reece Gentry who was leading the race maybe, or Tom Burt, and he automatically went for the inside line, went into the back of the rider in front, missed out on the inside move. Thankfully didn't take out the rider in front of him and unfortunately went into the wall. So okay, he is thankfully okay, but you know, he's back out there to race in this one and maybe can get himself on the podium. We'll have to wait and see.
Time will tell as we'll wait for the lights. Harvey Jeremy on the left-hand side of your screen, the 45, the 61 alongside him. That is Martin Glossop. Lights come on for the Senior Minimotos. Nick Bennett getting eager to get away. We go racing as Tom Burt gets a decent launch. Nick Bennett shoots his way up, though, into second position as the pole sitter of Martin Glossop drops down now to fourth place. Can he hang on just about now through turn number 2? But Harvey Jeremy takes the first swing at this race. He leads through the opening sector from Nick Bennett. Tom Burt side by side, though, fighting away with Rob Gentry. That, in fact, is actually Martin Glossop trying to go down the inside. Well, Tom Burt has to sit it back up. An intense battle for the final place on the podium on the opening lap, and one with crucial championship implications.
Yeah, exactly that. Martin Glossop making all the difference in the championship here, despite being a wild card, as he makes his way up the inside of Reece Gentry. He has been an incredible talking point as Martin Glossop here at Ellough Park. Of course, a former British 125 GP rider and now looks to challenge Nick Bennett for second place. Nick Bennett, of course, I was saying just then how he was challenging for the race lead early on in the race 2 earlier, but we might just see now a bit more composure from the number 711 to try and maintain some strong pace, some consistent pace to challenge Harvey Jeremy at a later stage, because we've said it enough times today, you're not going to win the race on that one, and now he's thinking about a longer race plan. But at the moment, Harvey Jeremy's pulled himself out a little bit of a gap, a 5/10 gap ahead of Nick Bennett behind him. Then we've got Martin Glossop looking to make that a different story as he darts up the inside of Nick Bennett. A brilliant move from the number 61 as he now makes an effect on this battle for victory and looks to challenge Harvey Jeremy yet again. We didn't see him win race 1. He was close to challenge Harvey Jeremy, couldn't quite make a move on the number 45, who is on a championship start, as we now look at this group for the podium, and we're hearing there's a jump start penalty for I think, was it Tom Burt that I heard, number 68, the championship leader. That is unbelievable drama to know Tom Burt. That is huge points being taken away from him in the championship. And now Harvey Jeremy leading this race is going to take a huge chunk of points out of him if it stays like this. So Martin Glossop could be the saving grace of Tom Burt in the championship standings if he's able to get through and win this race, taking some points out of Harvey Jeremy to limit the damage done thanks to Tom Burt's misfortune. But a jump start for the championship leader then, Tom Burt, in this race. And now Martin Glossop is the best opportunity to try and limit the damage done. Can he do it as he now looks to get in the slipstream of Harvey Jeremy?
Yeah, what a blow that is for Tom Burt. He drops to P6, and this could be the swing that Harvey Jeremy needs in the championship. He took an early control of this race, but Martin Glossop quick to recover from the poor start, now able to start challenging for this race lead. 5.5 laps left to go. Oh, he's missed the apex. It's allowed Glossop to go through. Harvey Jeremy has left the door open through turn number 2, and Martin Glossop will capitalise immediately. Now he's in control. Now he takes the race lead, and Harvey Jeremy drops to second.
Yeah, and not only that, but in the background as well, and they're on perfectly on time. Oh, Nick Bennett has gone down yet again in the fight for the race lead. What a shame. Made a mistake earlier on fighting for the lead in race 2, and unfortunately it has come back to haunt him for race 3, but hopefully he can come back at a later date in the next round to continue fighting for those top positions. But right now, the wild card taking the top position of first place, Martin Glossop puts in the fastest lap of the race of a 53.6, and you see Tom Burt there in third, but on the timing, thanks to his penalty, he puts himself down in fourth behind Rhys Gentry. So a lot of work to do for Tom Burt if he wants to try and extend the gap to Rhys Gentry. If he wants to do that, really, you think he'd have to catch the 2 ahead of him, which is maybe a bridge too far for the last 5 laps.
Well, who knows what can happen. Tom Burt over his shoulder is Rhys Gentry, but he is carrying that 5-second time penalty. But around the outside, nonetheless, Gentry down the inside of the King. Oh, but he's shut the door there. Tom Burt says absolutely not. Gentry, ambitious, but he doesn't need to carry it. They're not going to know any the wiser that he's got the 5-second penalty. But a good effort from the number 100. But Tom Burt makes the mistake. He has to sit the bike up, just able to stay on top of it. Gentry capitalises and swoops round the outside to take the position on track.
Yeah, perfect level of commitment there from Rhys Gentry to swipe around the outside and take that third place. And meanwhile, he doesn't know that he's got that third place in the bag if it stays like this, even if it was behind Tom Burt, because, of course, the penalty for the championship leader. But now Tom Burt, he doesn't know about the penalty either, unless it was that severe of a jump start. But if it was that severe, we probably would have seen it, and I can't say I did. And we'll have to wait and see how this penalty affects his championship standings as he trails the number 100 with 4 laps to go. How will he challenge this? He doesn't need to challenge this, you feel, because if he really pushes hard for this final spot on the podium, he could find himself even further down the order if he makes a mistake.
Tom Burt definitely jump-started. I'm going to be honest. He was creeping before the line. I thought it was Nick Bennett initially as they both chuck it down the inside of Ruby Wild there. Just recovering from a bit of a problem for herself. And the 2-lapper very nicely indeed, just straight down the inside. Commitment from the pair of them. Tom Burt definitely is going to be aware that that penalty is looming over his head. He's going to be hoping that he got away with it. No way. The eagle eyes of race control will slam down the penalty when it's needed. The 100 versus the 68. Now, Tom Burt, as much as he wants to fight for the podium on track, we know that it's going to be inconsequential. He doesn't want to throw away a race position when Harvey Jeremy is running so well in P2. And that is going to be crucial points. The gap coming into this, just 20. They've got 3 wins apiece, 10 podiums to the 8 between Burt and Jeremy. And with Jeremy in P2, with Burt in P4, that's going to be some points lost for Tom Burt. That's going to bring the gap sub 20 points. And heading into round 5, when we head to Rowrett, it's going to be ever tight in the battle for the Senior Mini Motor Championship to crown a new champion potentially. Nick Bennett under a bit of pressure and trying to fight away with Chris Bain, who's got a problem. He's ran wide off the exit. The bike stalled. Quick one to get back going again, but well, suboptimal to say the least.
Yeah, it's a quick and easy thing to start though. It's like a lawnmower, but needed a lot less force because they're so light. So thankfully, Chris Bain able to restart his bike and get back on track, and not only only losing a position from that in the end as we watch him there, the number 92, carrying on his race as he now makes his way into the hairpin. But Martin Glossop, I did say this coming into the second race, perhaps after that first race of a bit more experience being a wild card rider, he's come back to it and now finds himself in the lead by a sizable margin. I tell you what, the Harvey Jeremy has just earned back a little bit of time, but you feel like on this last lap, which they're going on to now, you can't quite see it happening for Harvey Jeremy, as he'll look to just think about the championship points on this last lap. But he's just, as I say that, putting a fast lap of a 53.4. Can it be done?
Well, maybe so. Gap has come down to under 0.7 of a second. It might well be too little, too late for Harvey Jeremy, unless there's some sort of a Hail Mary that he can throw this one. There is Chris Payne in all of his fantastic stature and glory. He had a couple of problems a bit earlier on. Currently running in P8. There are your race leaders, though. Half a lap left to go. The 45 of Harvey Jeremy searching for another race victory this weekend. The pair of them have shared one apiece. Glossop will be trying to go all the way. A wildcard entry for the ex-BSB paddock rider. But now comes through the final couple of corners. It's been a resurgence the last couple of laps, but too little, too late potentially for Harvey Jeremy. Out of the final corner, Martin Glossop will go 2 from 2 here on Sunday. The checker flag flies, and it's victory at Ellough Park for the 61. Harvey Jeremy takes one step closer to the championship lead with P2, and across the line, Rhys Gentry will take it on track. Tom Burt P4, and with a 5-second penalty, as it stands, will stay in 4th. Harvey Jeremy takes out some crucial points. Meanwhile, Martin Glossop celebrating there, a close escape for Harvey Jeremy. His second wind of pace coming a lap too late.
Yeah, just a little bit too late, as you said. It's a great effort from Harvey Jeremy to put in that amazing lap time of a 53.4, not too far off the lap record that hasn't been beaten since 2021 by Will Howarth with a 53.0. So a great lap at the end there from Harvey Jeremy, who really put his head down and got into it. And then once Martin Glossop realised how close he was, could hear his bike, probably see him at the corner of his eye, realised he had to push on and maintain that race lead. But it is Martin Glossop who takes a second race win this weekend as a wild card. Let's hope he'll join us out next time at Rowra, because he's made it such an amazing couple races here at Ellough Park, and hopefully might even make an effect on the championship battle as he has today. But it is Harvey Jeremy who takes home second behind him, with Rhys Gentry, Tom Burt, Chris Yeomans, Gary Eldridge, Nick Bennett, Chris Bain, Nicky Lewis and Ruby Wild rounding out the 10 riders that race here in the senior mini moto class. And hopefully next time out, Zach, we'll see the return of Matt Birkin to join this incredible battle group.
Maybe so. Senior Minimoto is done and dusted, of course, for their, third round of the season, their 4th round of the season as we tick into the second half of 2026. We'll see them back out when we head up north to the lakes at Rowra.
And now the final race for the main event, the GP70s are coming to you live from Ellough Park for one last time, and we're ready to see if anyone has anything for Sebastian Gazlawski. We thought a few times that Bradley Curtis had the pace to do it, but has had some unfortunate starts in the previous couple races to get out there and put in some strong laps. It's been unfortunate for him to not get the start that he needs to challenge Gazlawski, but we'll have to wait and see how this one plays out with Rex Austin, a really good rider off the line down into turn 1. He can make a difference as well. Caelan Ratcliffe was also another rider who got away well. Despite his crash later on in the race, we'll still be expecting him to be up there in the podium battle.
We will be indeed. There you can see Sebastian Gazlawski arriving on the scene. 4 straight victories for Gazlawski. Before that, it was a 6th place from pit lane for Super Seb. Before that, it was 3 straight victories at Clay Pigeon. He's really grasping a hold of this championship, but only 9 points between himself and Bradley Curtis, and the pair of them 91 points clear of the rest of the field as they roll their way around on the formation lap.
And now we're going to take you through the grid for the amphibian scaffolding MK Mini GP70 race, the 3rd race of the day, weekend, and their final one at that. It is Sebastian Gazlawski who lines up on pole position, ahead of Bradley Curtis in 2nd, followed then by Rex Austin, Caelan Ratcliffe, Nicholas Dunwoody, Maxwell Keats, Daisy Polden, Josh Perkins, Harry James, Bojan Brzezewski, and then Taylor Davies rounding up the grid with 11th on the grid. So we'll have to wait and see, though. I'm really intrigued to see if Bradley Curtis can make a response to Gazlawski. If you weren't watching the second race of the Extreme 200s earlier, then you would not know that Bradley Curtis had a pretty bad smash-up at turn 1, and it looked to me like he actually hurt his wrist quite badly or something like that, his hand. Clearly not enough to stop him from racing, but will it just maybe hinder him slightly in his charge to the front?
Well, you can see there a bit of a problem there for Sebastian Gazlowski. I think all is sorted just ahead of the race start. Bradley Curtis checking something down by his legs as well and tucking it in. I'm not entirely sure as to what's there, but it's going to be eyes to the lights. He's got to be quick. He doesn't want to miss it. He's throwing his arms up in frustration. That might delay the start here, and it will. Quickly putting something back in. Oh, the panel's come off there. So that's not good in the slightest. We'll have to wait and see. I think it's attached. He's happy with it. The roving marshal is happy with it. Now for the final time for the premier class of FAB-Racing, the amphibian scaffolding Metchkit Mini GP 70s. Who's going to come out on top here at Ellough? Sebastian Gazlowski gets the launch, but Bradley Curtis on his inside. He's got Rex Austin to his left. Caelan Ratcliffe trying to get involved as well. The 96 will look to the inside of turn number 2. Austin tries to deter the move, but Ratcliffe down the inside for 3rd position. Perfect start though for Gazlowski, the championship leader, searching for his 5th consecutive victory this year.
And while it might have been a good start from Gazlowski to bring out a gap in front of Curtis, this is just the start that Curtis wanted. Of course, it could have been better and he could have gone through on Gazlowski, but it's better than getting swamped at turn 1 by Ratcliffe or Austin. And now he's able to maybe put his pace into effect and test it against his rival all the way back to Lyd at the start of the season. Let's see what he can do, unless he has challenge behind him, because Caelan Ratcliffe and Rex Austin, if they keep battling each other, they will drop off the back of Bradley Curtis.
Yeah, Rex Austin under pressure from the 35 of Nicholas Dunwoody, whose best result so far this season was the 4th place back in race 2 here at Ellough Park. He's searching to match that, currently running 5th behind the 991 of Rex Austin, who's got the racecraft, he's got the defence, he's not quite got the raw speed though. That can come. The experience and the power shown in his defensive riding though has been very, very good indeed. He just needs to find that extra couple of tenths of a second. Caelan Ratcliffe trying to stay on the back of Bradley Curtis, who's himself trying to stay on tabs of Sebastian Gazlowski. And to be honest, all of the races that Gazlowski has been in largely have been processional. He's been under very little pressure in the 70s. Rex Austin running a bit wider, wheel alongside for Dunwoody. He's definitely getting involved and ramping up the pressure in the 3rd and final weekend. Better late than never for Dunwoody to launch a bit of a podium challenge here at Ellough.
Yeah, a bit of a wild card in this one. Of course, a permanent rider in that sense, but a wild card in this podium battle, as you just said there, Zach. And it's going to be really interesting to see how they manage this. They won't be expecting to find Nicholas Dunwoody making a charge for a podium position. As here he comes now, darting to the inside of Rex Austin. Didn't quite make that one work. That would have been very, very brave if he committed to that one. Thankfully he didn't, because that could have ended his and Rex Austin's podium challenge. But now they chase down Caelan Ratcliffe for that final spot on the podium to see how early they can get that pressure put on him to find a way through.
Caelan Ratcliffe there, you can see the Hornet livery 96, followed by the pink and the black of the 991 of Rex Austin. Ratcliffe through out of the final corner. This long right-hander, you've got to be careful. You want to turn in early, get on the power early, but not too early. Then you wash wide onto the bumps on the outside of the circuit. 9 laps left to go as they cross the line. Rex Austin, not the best of exits. He's looking forward to attack and backwards to defend. There's Josh Perkins as well with Daisy Polden and Maxwell Keats for company. That's the fight for 6th. So plenty of battles to sink our teeth into. Meanwhile, Gazlowski and Curtis bridge a gap down the inside. Daisy Polden half in attack, half in defence, with Perkins in front and Keats behind.
Yeah, thought about it there. That's a move that we've seen quite a few times so far this weekend. May have just backed off a little bit there to rethink the way through on Josh Perkins. She's got plenty of time to get it done as Daisy Polden, but she's got to be quick if she wants to get through, because right behind her is Maxwell Keats. She'll be out tomorrow at Silverstone for a test, which so many riders will be there as well to get a go on the brand new Kart Silverstone track, which of course we'll be taking to in race format in 2 weeks' time. We can't stop telling you about how excited we all are in this FAB-Racing paddock for that. But for now, we're still watching this battle for 6th place. Daisy Polden starting to lose touch a little bit, but looking to regain a little bit of speed to find her way through on Josh Perkins.
Silverstone circuit, fantastic facility, fantastic circuit, fantastic layout, looks amazing for the bikes as well. I mean, it's great on 4 wheels, cannot wait to see what it can do on 2 wheels. So make sure you are tuning in all of the coverage here with FAB-Racing and Motorsport Radio. Back to the front though, Caelan Ratcliffe has been overtaken by Rex Austin. He's dropped to 4th and now under pressure actually from Nicholas Dunwoody, the 35 on the black and red machine, trying to chase after the 96. 7 laps left to go as they cross the line, well, some 6 seconds after Sebastian Sebastian Gazlowski. Rex Austin, though, look at this. He's actually got the pace to get in front and pull away from Caelan Ratcliffe. He could well find himself for what will be a 6th consecutive third-place finish in the 70s.
Yeah, Rex Austin has come a long way since Lady Phil. He's been really, really strong on so many occasions, really starting from the first race at Hooton Park and that comeback ride where he beat Max Johnson to the line for 3rd place. It was truly amazing to see, and that has really created a domino effect of his confidence to rather, instead of going down, going up, and really put him into a situation where he's a genuine championship contender if he is able to continue to fight in more battles like he is now. But right now we're seeing a battle on screen. It's Caelan Ratcliffe who's now been overtaken by Nicholas Dunwoody. This is really impressive to see. Nicholas Dunwoody, we certainly weren't expecting to see him feature so aggressively in this podium battle, rather top 4 battle, but now he's come a long way, maybe found something in the gap between race 2 and 3, and now passing Caelan Ratcliffe. A really good job from Nicholas Dunwoody.
Reports of a fairing knocking on the floor of the circuit could well be Bradley Curtis's. We saw a bit of a problem with it on the start. Maybe it's come loose once again. We'll keep you updated when we hear from race control. Nonetheless, Caelan Ratcliffe, after being muscled wide off the exit of that very corner a lap ago from Nicholas Dunwoody, who works his way up into P4. He's trying to stay on tabs with him, but the pace not quite there for Ratcliffe. It was a very good initial start, but let's not forget he's racing in the 50s and the 70s, probably feeling quite tired on a hot weekend like this. He's going to try and launch a counter-attack, though, to the inside of turn number 2. Caelan Ratcliffe straight back down the inside to take 4th from Dunwoody. What a move from the 96. Replicating what he did on the opening lap to stay in contention for the top 4. And it's a battle that, while they're completely isolated in, they've got the gap in front to Rex Austin. They've as much got the gap behind them to Josh Perkins, Daisy Polden and Tommy Keats, who are themselves all still battling. 4 laps left to go at the line. Sebastian Gazlowski leads Curtis, but there you can see the 64 Super Seb. This will be his 8th win of the season. Curtis has tried to keep him honest the last time through. I mean, he's managing the gap within 0.5 of a second per lap. But it was the initial punch, the initial start that did Gazlowski all of the favours to command this race from lap 1.
Yep, and that's exactly what he's been doing for so long now in FAB Racing, in all the classes he races in, Extreme 200 and GP70. And I'll tell you what, though, Bradley Curtis has been keeping him honest. The pace has been so strong from Bradley Curtis compared to what we saw at Hooton Park and Clay Pigeon. To be 1.8 off, that's not bad at all, considering how strong Gazlowski's been all season. And then you look at how Curtis got caught up in that turn 1 pile-up in Extreme 200 earlier on in their second race and looked like he injured himself. So to go out there with a wrist or hand that is definitely still hurting, and to be that desperate to chase down Gazlowski and continue on your championship charge without missing a race is really good from Bradley Curtis. Because one thing I'll give to him is that he's really, really good at staying on the bike. He very, very rarely has come off. I don't think he's had a crash on his own merit yet this year. He had that one moment with Caelan Ratcliffe, but in the end you have to feel, of course, that was not his fault. But yeah, that is exactly what he seems to be good at the moment.
Yeah, 2 laps to go at the line. Bradley Curtis, who started the season so strong, and you can see the gap in the fairing. Actually, it doesn't look well, as it should. Maybe just a lack of confidence for Bradley Curtis. I mean, he had the issue just before the race. That's going to be looming on his mind. And with just 2 laps left to go, he had such a strong start to the season at Lid, but he's only taken 1 race win since then, and that was when Gazlowski started from the pit lane for race number 1 of Hooton Park. He's managed to, well, keep the gap as it is. They've been trading blows. They're the only 2 race winners of the season, Gazlowski and Bradley Curtis. At the end of this one, the gap in the championship will be 14 points. And with half of the season still to go, well, just under half the season, Raura, 3 Sisters and Clandau, there is still maybe a championship charge on for Bradley Curtis, but he's got to find an answer because Gazlowski has been bulletproof since round number 2.
Yeah, exactly. He's just unstoppable right now. And the only thing that stopped him from finishing on the top step in 70s was that bike issue in the previous round at Houghton Park, the first race, which ended up victory for Bradley Curtis. But here we go then, the last lap of the amphibian scaffolding MK GP70 class. And now we're waiting to see Gaslavsky finish this final half of the lap and come to the line for yet another victory in this class and in FAB Racing as a whole. Only 10 years old, I remind you. This is, of course, the class that usually produces riders that step straight up into the Moto4 British Cup. But Sebastian Gaslavsky is nowhere near old enough to go into the Moto4 British Cup yet. For those who don't know, the minimum age is 14, so he's got many more years to go of domination at this stage. And he starts it off with another victory here at Ellough Park. The 64 comes across the line in first yet again, with Bradley Curtis a strong ride to come home in second.
Yeah, really good stuff there. Sebastian Gaslavsky, he's got the measure here in Ellough, his 5th consecutive race victory. Curtis limiting the damage. The gap in the championship grows to 14 points. Rex Austin takes another 3rd place finish, with Dunwoody and Caelan Ratcliffe completing the top 5. Dunwoody matching his season best result of a P4, which he did earlier on today. Completely new rider in the form of Nicholas Dunwoody this weekend. He's been completely different in terms of pace, taking that step up, making that progression. And Sebastian Gaslavsky will take another victory in the amphibian scaffolding Metrokit Mini GP 70 class. What a ride, what a weekend. Faultless once more from Super Seb Gaslavsky. You have to ask, what is next? What does the future hold for this young rider? 2.4 seconds was the winning margin, and the fastest lap, better than everyone bar one. Bradley Curtis clearly had the raw speed to challenge Gaslavsky, but not the consistency and not the stamina. Rex Austin completes the podium from Nicholas Dunwoody, with Caelan Ratcliffe your top 5. Behind that comes Daisy Polden, Josh Perkins, Maxwell Keats, in fact, with Harry James and Boyan Blazewski, the 10th and final finisher of the Metrokit Mini GP 70s.
Yeah, and now we're going to wrap up the GP70 races. That was a great weekend for Gaslavsky, wasn't it? The most incredible ride of his season, you have to feel, because he got challenged quite a few times by Ratcliffe and Austin and Curtis as well. So yeah, it was a great way to see how he responded to those things in race 1 and race 2, built that into a package in race 3, came home to take another dominant victory from start to finish. And that was the GP70s, and they'll be back at Silverstone. The pit bikes take to the track for one last time here at Ellough Park before we finish proceedings for round 4 of the FAB Racing Mini Bike Championship. Still a good few races yet to come, though, so don't go anywhere just yet. Me and Zach still in the commentary box to bring you that one here in Ellough Park. And thank you if you stayed with us all afternoon. Really good to have your company watching along the talent of the future in all of the classes. And talent of the future is Harrison Quincy, who starts here on pole position for this race. But the main man at the moment seems to be Chris Wells, starting in second, who took victory last time out in race 2, and this time will be leading the championship going into this race.
He will be. The top 3, though, only separated by 9 championship points. Chris Wells, Harrison Quincy and Jamie King. Harrison Quincy's consistency. Chris Wells, despite his absence, has taken 6 wins from the 8 races he's competed in. He's been on the podium on all 8 occasions here at Ellough Park. Absolutely no different. And, of course, he'll have quite the challenge to once again fend off Harrison Quincy, who starts this race from pole position.
Yes, he does. He lines up on the front row in first place. They had Chris Wells in second, then Richard Holmes-Williams, the wild card, who often visits here at Ellough Park, lining up in third ahead of Jamie King, who was championship leader coming into this round, but finds himself in third coming out of this race. Will that change this time around? Will Pitbike Sonic be able to get his pit bike into first place for the first time this season here at his home round? We'll have to wait and see. Maybe he was waiting for a few moments to just, build up the tension and end the weekend with a victory. We'll have to, keep an eye on that. Maybe we'll see Jamie King make a challenge for that one. And as we look down the rest of the grid, it is, of course, as I mentioned, Richard Holmes-Williams lining up in front of Jamie King. And then in fifth, we have Ben Simpson, followed by Tommy Almond, Stephen Humphreys, Luke Kirstein, Callum Maxwell, Bradley Ferreira, Perry Tomsett, Bradley Powell, Ivano Di Francesco, Matthew Rayland, Daniel Cliff, Jamie Hughes, Daniel Gilbert, Tom Wise and Roman Ratcliffe in 19th. But now we go from the grid to the lights as they go out very quickly, and we get racing in the Pit Bike 140 category. And once again, Chris Wells taking no prisoners at turn 1. He instantly takes the lead, and it now demotes Harrison Quincy down to second position. But look at Richard Holmes-Williams already getting aggressive on that one as he makes his way through into second and sets his sights to end the weekend with a victory.
Yeah, nicely done there from Richard Holmes-Williams. Exactly what he needed to do up into second. Didn't quite have the stamina to stay with Quincy and Wells through race number 2 earlier, but now he's into second. He's got to be the one to lead the charge and to get after the race leader that is Chris Wells, who was looking so daunting and so tyrannical in 2026. He missed Clay Pigeon, and yet he still leads the championship and is right now gunning for his 7th win of the season. Holmes-Williams, though, is there. He's able to front some sort of a challenge after finishing 2nd and 3rd so far this weekend. We conclude the opening lap, and it's the top 4. Wells, Holmes-Williams, Quincy and Jamie King still all in contention with plenty of racing still to come.
Yeah, exactly that. Jamie King has done a much better job this time compared to race 1 and 2 to get on the back of this trio. And now it looks like he's in a position to try and contend with Harrison Quincy. So it's quite interesting to see how he's improved throughout the weekend, despite having a countless amounts of laps around this track. He's learned a little bit and now looks to be a little bit more in the battle as he chases down 3rd place. He is the only one now in this big 3 trio of Chris Wells, Harrison Quincy and himself to not finish yet on the top step of the podium. So he's still looking for that first win, but you feel like not something that's really available for him here. Already down in 4th for the gap to make of the trio ahead of him. Yeah, it's quite a bit of work to do with 10 laps.
Well, still plenty of opportunities, though. Mistakes can still happen, but when you've got 2 champions leading the way and one of them trailing behind in the form of Jamie King, desperately trying to stay on the back of Harrison Quincy. Chris Wells runs wide, though, off the exit of turn number 4 over the curb and into the bumps, and that's going to allow Holmes-Williams to close the gap and mount a bit of a challenge. The top 3 nose to tail down the inside for Richard Holmes-Williams. He gets it stopped to the chicane. He takes the lead of the race away from Chris Wells, the championship leader, back to the outside into the penultimate hairpin, but Chris Wells cannot launch the counter-attack. What a move that was. Set up 3 corners in advance from Holmes-Williams, and a small mistake from Wells has cost him the race lead.
And that right there is the strategy you need in the Pit Bike 140 class to make an overtake. And there it is in action for Chris Wells. He sent it to the inside in perfect timing. I was explaining the strategy and timing you have to make the perfect move and make it stick. And already Chris Wells tried to respond and it went wrong. The front folded. He saved it, thankfully, with his wide experience in the Pit Bike 140 class, but this time has to wait and find a move at a later time. But Richard Holmes-Williams, being a wild card, has the experience of the first 2 races and can now go all for it in this last one to end his weekend with a race victory.
And that gives Harrison Quincy the opportunity here to reel in his championship rival. They're 2nd, 3rd and 4th on the road. They're 1, 2 and 3 as it stands in the championship, as we're now into the second half of the 2026 FAB-Racing championship season. A lot to prove. There comes Wells, though, with the run to the inside of turn number 1. Can he get it stopped this time? He had to sit the bike up last time through. Richard Holmes-Williams, though, flush as you'd like, will try and go up and under. Look over his shoulder, though. Under no contest from Quincy. Cannot tuck in through Chris Wells, but he sends the move to the inside of turn number 2, and he tries to escort Chris Wells wide, but can't quite do it enough. Quincy now looks to the inside as well, but Holmes-Williams, as quick as you'd like to launch a counter-attack. Wells, though, fends it off. Here comes Quincy to the inside of turn 5.
The gloves are off. Everyone's looking to end this weekend with a win. They're not going to be at Silverstone. They'll be out next time at Rower in a month's time. So they have quite a break before their next opportunity to take a win. And that's why they're all going for it here, including Richard Holmes-Williams, the wild card, who doesn't want to end this weekend without a top step. That's not what his money intended for. He wanted to be a winner, but like he did last year. And if he goes for this hard enough, he should be able to get it, because he's right on the back of Chris Wells and he's made some fantastic moves so far. So I think we'll be able to see a great challenge from him unless Harrison Quincy makes the late lunge.
This time he's trying to go to the outside of turn number 2. We've seen Chris Wells wash wide for the second apex. That opens the door for Holmes Williams to go for that sort of desperate dive to the inside of the second one, and it does work, but only if you can keep the power down through the exit. Tommy Almond also closing in. We've got 5 bikes in contention for the race lead. 6 laps left to go at the line. It's Wells from Holmes Williams, and then comes Quincy, King and Almond. King desperately trying to stay on the back of these guys. He's just biding his time, waiting for his opportunity to get the dream home victory at Ellough Park in the pit bikes for Pit Bike Sonic. Holmes Williams now has the run through the final corner in the slipstream, getting the headwind towards turn number 1, but Wells has got the straight line speed and will hold the lead through the opening corner.
He's going to need a lot of drama, does Jamie King, in order to make a challenge even for the race lead at this point in time. We're about halfway through now, this Pit Bike 140 race, and Richard Holmes Williams looks for the inside. He sticks the leg out to aid himself with the balancing feeling and doesn't quite make the move on Chris Wells, but they go through the fast left-hander into the right, and still that's opened a little bit of a gap to Chris Wells ahead to give him a little bit of a buffer to allow Richard Holmes Williams no chance of an overtake, at least for now. But we'll see. Harrison Quincy still there in third, waiting for an opportunity, and there you can see Chris Wells, I'm noticing at that hairpin, takes a slightly wider exit because it always gives him the defensive line into the next corner, so it's allowing Richard Holmes Williams to really not gain anything on the straight as well, because he stops it in the middle of the corner, and in turn Richard Holmes Williams has to react to that. So really good racecraft and defence from Chris Wells as they now approach some traffic ahead with 5 laps to go.
Yeah, nicely done there from Chris Wells, but it also means by running wide, he sets himself up for the inside of the penultimate hairpin. There's a small look from Holmes Williams there, but it also means he can carry more speed through the first hairpin and mitigate the opportunity for Holmes Williams to launch one down the inside of him. So it's a double whammy there for Chris Wells, who's now approaching the first of the backmarker traffic. He's going to be the one to spearhead the way through, but all 4 of them freight train their way past. What a battle this is in the pit bikes. Down the inside through the first hairpin, Holmes Williams tries to find the gap. Chris Wells defends the inside. Harrison Quincy getting tempted by the move to the inside of the final hairpin. King still hanging on. Here comes the move though, because Quincy's got the run on Holmes Williams. He's offsided slightly. Here comes the reigning champion down the inside of turn 1.
Yeah, perfect move. He got the great exit and made the move up the inside. Richard Holmes Williams is now going to try and respond, but it's not quite enough just yet. This is one of his favourite moves, to turn underneath everyone on the inside of turn 2 and then maybe send a dive here. Jamie King is going to try and get involved, but hasn't been brave enough to send a dive just yet. Harrison Quincy then, the ball is in your court. How can you respond and take another win this weekend?
Now that's giving Chris Wells a bit of a reprieve, but some backmarker traffic. That's Roman Ratcliffe in the TBM levers, just holding him up slightly, so that's going to allow Harrison Quincy to get on the rear end of his championship rival. Now as it stands, if Wells is second and Quincy wins, they're going to be matched on points in the championship heading into the final 3 rounds. And I mean, the clash of champions that we're seeing in pit bikes in 2026 is historic in of itself. To see it this close, to see it this competitive is incredible. 3 laps left to go as they cross the line. It's Wells versus Quincy once more here at Ellough Park.
It truly is fantastic, and long may it continue, these amazing battles, as Quincy takes the wider line through turn 2 to set up an exit and maybe an inside line into that left-hander before you come into the second half of the lap. Can't quite find the space just yet. Just remember though, Harrison Quincy a lot shorter, so in turn a lot lighter than Chris Wells and most of the people around him, so is able to get a move on the straight. But here he goes, he finds the move on the inside. What a heroic dive bomb from Harrison Quincy, who finds himself in the lead now after that amazing move, as Jamie King finally makes a move on one of the riders in this group. He attempted a move on the inside of Richard Holmes Williams, runs wide, can't quite find it, and now is getting attacked by Tommy Almond for 4th place. 2 laps to go and the clubs are off. They all want to end their weekend with a win, and they're all going for it as hard as they can.
That was brave there from Harrison Quincy. He darted to the inside and escorted Chris Wells wide like he was escorting Jamie King out of a Wetherspoons through that back-end hairpin. What a move from Quincy to seal the deal and take the lead of the race. It's not done yet though. 1.5 laps left to go, and Chris Wells is, well, defensive cracks maybe starting to show. Jamie King, a desperate dive to seal the podium, tried to capitalise, ultimately was a little bit too deep on the brakes. Still an opportunity with 1 lap left to go. Chris Wells under pressure from Holmes Williams while Quincy builds the gap.
If they close this gap to Harrison Quincy, making it a last lap battle, it's not going to be an easy task, but this could very easily be be one of the best pit bike races we've ever had, and Jamie King could put the cherry on top with the podium at home. That's certainly what he's searching for after not being on the podium all weekend long. He'll be so disappointed with that. But now, on the last lap, it's the last chance for anyone to make any chance of a victory on Harrison Quincy, because he's pulled an amazing gap on Chris Wells. And here comes Richard Holmes-Williams trying to find an inside line. Could this be a chance for Jamie King to go through if a dive bomb is sent? Yes, it is.
Well, he tried it down the inside of turn 5. This time he's going to go up to go to the long way round. Jamie King gets himself onto the podium at home. Richard Holmes-Williams now trying to contend. Jamie King is going to white line this to the flag, but Holmes-Williams gets the switch back. He squeezes him to the white line. Jamie King hangs on. Here comes Tommy Almond to the outside of the penultimate hairpin. Meanwhile, Chris Wells and Harrison Quincy are home clear. Quincy, out of the final corner, will take his second victory of the weekend. What a ride it was for him. It's tied at the top of the championship. In the fight for third, Holmes-Williams and Jamie King, the two home heroes, decide the podium by a 1/10 of a second at the line.
That was just sensational. It was incredible. I could see out the commentary box window there that Jamie King sent an incredible dive bomb up the inside into the hairpin, because the exit got really messed up by some back markers out of the chicane prior. And then they were side by side coming out, and Richard Holmes-Williams forced his way around the outside, therefore putting him on the inside of the next corner and got the exit, ran it out wide, and found himself in third place. Not the way he would have wanted to end the weekend. He would have been looking for a win, but definitely a sigh of relief that he could still end up on the podium. What a race, Zach.
I mean, that was sensational. One of the best I've seen. Pit bikes, they do give us some historic races, but none as close as that. And what a season we've got in 2026. I mean, it is just remarkable. The top 3 in the championship are veterans, are champions of this series, and they're tied at the top. 206 points apiece for Harrison Quincy and Chris Wells. Quincy making the difference this weekend. 2 wins and a second place. He leads the championship heading into the final 3 rounds of the season. It was 1.0 seconds of a winning margin. He made the difference. He had the racecraft. He had the stamina to go the distance. Chris Wells and Richard Holmes-Williams, a Herculean ride from the home hero to fend off Jamie King and deny him his own in 4th. Tommy Almond P5 with Ben Simpson just outside of the top 5 in 6th. Stephen Humphreys, Luke Kirstein, Callum Maxwell and Bradley Ferreira, your top 10 after what was 12 insane laps in the pit bikes, Riley. I mean, that was nothing short of brilliant, and one we're going to remember for a long time.
Yeah, let's hope so. Or, well, if we don't remember it, then the only reason for that is because we have much better races after. And wow, long may it continue, that action in the pit bike 140 class. And wow, I can't wait to see that again next time out at Rowra, because of course they won't be coming along to Silverstone. But we move on to the next races. But yeah, that was pit bike 140s, an incredible show to end their weekend. And wow, yeah, you just can't wait for the races next time out. And now we move on to one of the most eventful classes of the weekend, the Mini GP50 class by Nova Racing, of course, on board Metrokit Mini GP50s. Such incredible little racing machines that these kids grow up racing on, and it is, of course, such a good battle every time. Now, okay, I say that race 2 was not the battle that we were thinking, but I'd say that's mainly because Caelan Ratcliffe, all of maybe half an hour beforehand, fresh off a really fast crash in the GP70 class, rolling into the tyre wall, possibly hurting himself just a little bit, maybe a bit sore, a bit of a lack of confidence. But after the moves he was putting in that GP70 race earlier, the 3rd race, I think that's definitely back, and we could see another battle once again between Pereira and Ratcliffe.
I mean, it's the 50s is just the 70s with 2 different riders. In the 70s we've got Gazlowski and Curtis. In the 50s we've got Pereira and Ratcliffe. 11 races so far this season. Pereira's won 6, Ratcliffe 5. They've got 21 podiums between the two of them, and it comes down to this: 16 points between them in the championship, and all you can see is gold and silver on their standing sheet. Pereira and Ratcliffe, 2 brilliant riders. It was Pereira that had the measure earlier on today in race number 2. Has Ratcliffe got a response as they share the front row?
Well, I sure hope so, because I'd love to see yet another battle in this class. But we'll run you through the grid then before their final race of the weekend at Ellough Park. And we have Amelia Pereira on pole position, ahead of Caelan Ratcliffe, Tommy Williams, Bo Morris, Josh Perkins, Jensen Cedras, Reed Saxelby, Nellie Nuth in 8th there. Keep an eye on her. She was making some amazing manoeuvres in the top 5 positions, progressing on through adventures on the bigger bikes and maybe even challenging for a podium this time round. But she's followed on by Danny Longhurst, Oliver Wilson, Adele Everett, William Skingle and Oliver Cheeseman at the back of the grid in 13th. And yeah, Nellie Nuth, another word on her just before we get started. She was quite fast in 50 hours as well, taking the challenge on the Metric Kit to the Ovales, finishing, I think, 8th place in the previous race, and now in the 50s, might just be looking at a podium.
Maybe so. Who knows what can happen? Nellie Nuth has gone from strength to strength, still very, very young, still very, very small on a very big geared bike, but has won a championship around this circuit, and it's the circuit that so far has boasted her best results of the season thus far. For the final time for the Nova Racing Metric Kit Mini GP 50s for the first half of their season to conclude. It's eyes to the lights. We go racing. Great start from the pole sitter of Amelia Pereira. Caelan Ratcliffe tucks in behind. They're 4 wide on that run towards turn number 1. Bo Morris sandwiched through, but threading the needle is Josh Perkins ahead of Tommy Williams. Amelia Pereira in towards turn number 2, closely followed, hot on his heels by Caelan Ratcliffe. Now in towards the hairpin. It's El Toro versus the Hornet at the front end of the field once more.
Yeah, Ratcliffe taking all the wide lines on this early part of the lap, trying to find a way through, set up the next corner. It's always a stage of this corner affects the next, and it goes all the way around one lap, especially on the first lap, as we're seeing the defensive lines from Amelia Pereira, who knows Ratcliffe will be behind, and then the wide lines from Ratcliffe, who prepares to counter that with a dive bomb into the next corners. But now we're seeing Amelia Pereira putting that pace that he had in race 2 into the track, because he's already pulling away. Look at the gap he got there, because I think Caelan Ratcliffe went wide. I know he's got a problem. He's got a problem. Oh no, the number 96. We couldn't wait for the battle to commence between the two, but it looks to me like he does have an issue. The number 96 clearly struggling with something on the bike, who's putting his hand up now, may have just sorted it out, and he rejoins ahead of Bo Morris. Oh, the heart aches for Caelan Ratcliffe, who you feel could have challenged Pereira yet again for a victory.
But once again, he shows his sheer determination. He had the problem, and as soon as he got an inkling that maybe it was mended, he got himself straight back down the inside of Bo Morris. How decisive could this race be in the overarching narrative of the championship? Caelan Ratcliffe trying his best, no matter what gets thrown at him. He throws himself back at it and is still maybe in a fight for P2 to limit the damage. He won't win this race, you'd think, but he's able to mitigate it. Pereira will run away with it. And now Josh Perkins is in a golden position here in P2, but Ratcliffe eyes up the move to the inside of turn number 1. We'll try and get up. We'll try and get underneath. We know he's so good on the brakes in towards turn number 2. He'll trail it in, a little bit of rear brake, gets it stopped. Beautifully done there from Caelan Ratcliffe. Back in a second despite the problem, and able to just, wow, oh my goodness, he nearly drops it there through the hairpin at turn number 4. But right now he's back into P2 and has sights on his championship rival.
A huge moment there. He's clearly not happy at all with his machine for that issue, and is desperate to push on and catch Amelia Pereira, testing the limits of these Metric Kit Mini GP 50s. But you feel at this stage, with 9 laps to go, the gap at about 3 seconds between Ratcliffe and Pereira, with Pereira just doing the fastest lap of the 50.1. You can't really see Ratcliffe closing in unless he puts in the shift of his life here at Ellough Park to beat Amelia Pereira. But right now, Josh Perkins doing a great job at the moment on the podium. He got a great start, took advantage of all the hustle and bustle coming out of the first corner, and has since stayed on that podium. But already behind him, Bo Morris, Tommy Williams, a duo that frequently appear together on the timesheets, are trying to catch up. And Nellie Nuth there in 7th, not too far behind either.
No, not at all. She, so far this weekend, has been 2 5th places. She could have got her season best of a P4 earlier on today, but runs a bit wide through turn number 5, draws herself alongside Jensen Cedras, the number 2, who almost found a way through there on the 44, but, well, no dice. Nellie Nuth keeps her composure, stays through despite a slightly small mistake. 7 laps to go at the line. Pereira leads them across, will set what is the second fastest lap of the race. Caelan Ratcliffe will go quickest. He had a problem. He's responded brilliantly. 49.987. It's a 3-second gap to close, though. And right now, he's not got the pace delta that he needs to go and challenge Pereira. All it is now is damage limitation for Ratcliffe to bring home still a very respectable P2.
He really is the Hornet, isn't he? He never, ever, ever gives up, no matter what. He could have probably like the worst injury of his career, and we'd find him out next in the following round only a week later. He's so dedicated to motorcycle racing. He's grew up around it, I'm sure, with his brother Roman, of course, his older brother, racing as well. And it's a racing family, you feel, so it's incredible to see that dedication to get straight back up and go for it. It's so good to see that pace being thrown down on track by Caelan Ratcliffe.
Yeah, I mean, again, you're going to have things thrown at you in a championship. You're going to have reliability problems. You're going to come off. You're going to make mistakes. It's how you bounce back. It's how you come back from them and how you respond that truly makes the difference. Some people thrive, some people crumble. Ratcliffe, one of those that absolutely thrives under pressure and will make the most out of a bad situation. And it's an attribute that is shared with Emilio Pereira. And this 50 championship in 2026, I mean, it is going to be one to remember. It's going to be one that we talk about later on in their careers when they're off doing fantastic stuff in the world of motorcycle racing and showcasing their talents on the world stage. Right now, following a battle here, though, Nelly Knuth on the rear end of Reed Saxby. Over her shoulder is Jensen Cedras. Good ride out of the chicane for Nelly Knuth, but not close enough to the inside of the hairpin. This is the closest battle on circuit right now, the one for P6. Nelly Knuth, who was crowned Rookies Champion on the mini-motos back in 2024, between herself and Emilio Pereira, a decisive weekend that came down to the final corner, and Emilio Pereira chucking a move to the inside of the final corner, ultimately dropping the bike for the second time in that race and losing the championship to Nelly Knuth, who has since obviously risen the ranks of mini-moto racing, now onto the bigger geared bikes at such a young age and continuing to impress. They negotiate the 35 of Oliver Cheeseman as a bit of lap traffic. Getting the worst end of that, though, is the number 2 Jensen Cedras. You can see the difference it's made, as now it's just a 1v1 in the fight for 6th. Saxby from Knuth.
Yeah, Nelly Knuth really pushing on now to try and get into that top 6 behind Reed Saxby there, and possibly just waiting for the later stages to come along. When things like this happen with lapped traffic, it always makes the difference in race results in these battles, as there in perfect example is Reed Saxby getting sat up a little bit by some lap traffic, and Nelly Knuth trying to take advantage. But we look back to a battle for the final spot on the podium, 4th place between Bo Morris and Tommy Williams. They are so close together on track all the time. I spoke to Tommy Williams on Friday. You would have seen that in the paddock show earlier today, and I was talking to him about how much he battles with Bo Morris, how much time he's spent with him over the season on track, whether it be for 4th, 5th, 3rd in either GP50 or GP50. They always somehow manage to find each other on track, and yet again proving that they are so close in pace. They're now battling for the 4th spot on the podium. No, 4th spot.
Yeah, 4th spot overall. I mean, four steps on the podium is quite impressive. 3 laps left to go, 2 at the line. Pereira from Ratcliffe, Perkins. Then this battle here, Bo Morris from Tommy Williams, who, well, for the best part of the season, were trading podiums. Josh Perkins has arrived on the scene to disrupt that pattern. But, well, the rivalry still there. The white and the red 57 of Bo Morris, the all blue of the 51 of Tommy Williams. There they are. Morris ahead of Williams, 4th and 5th. Through turn number 4, this hairpin, where we've seen some plentiful amounts of overtakes happen. Pereira, though, still leading. The gap, in fairness to Ratcliffe, has come down to 2.2 seconds. It was as high as 3.5 earlier on in the race, despite Ratcliffe's problem. Maybe if there's a small crack in the defence of Emilio Pereira, maybe Ratcliffe can still win this, but he's giving himself all the best opportunities to do so. And we'll have to wait and see what the final 2 laps of this race can bring. Still, it's Saxby. Now from Cedras, well, it was Cedras. Now it's Knuth, the 44. So they've been swapping places in the fight for 6th. The 44 still trying to get onto the rear end of Jensen Cedras, who has found his way through. And Nelly Knuth has dropped back a little bit. She's down as low as 8th as they head on to their penultimate lap.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a story brewing, actually, through the season of the 3rd place in the standings. And that is, of course, shared by Bo Morris, Tommy Williams and Josh Perkins. They were so close together going into this round at Ellough Park. And now, every single race, they keep chopping and changing one in front of the other. other and gaining one little margin over each other, and it's keeping them all relatively equal as Josh Perkins currently runs in third place ahead of Bo Morris and Tommy Williams. Once again, they're all locked together in battle, and you can see there Caelan Ratcliffe now on the last lap has closed an amazing amount to Emilio Pereira, but you feel like it's not going to be enough. But regardless, what a sensational performance from Caelan Ratcliffe and Emilio Pereira, who from start to finish has taken the lead and not looked back whatsoever.
Yeah, it's going to be too little too late from Caelan Ratcliffe, but an incredible recovery, maybe with some lap traffic drama, could throw a late spanner into the works. We saw it happen at Clay Pigeon, but I think maybe Emilio Pereira, as long as he can keep it tidy through here, he's not going to get held up too much. Gets it stopped, gets past Cheeseman, and that's jobs are good. And for Emilio Pereira, he was under threat coming into this weekend. He's responded brilliantly with a threat of his own. Out of the final corner, it's now 7 victories for El Toro. He sees the checker flag first. It's victory once more at Ellough Park. 2 from 2 on Sunday. Ratcliffe recovers and finishes second, with Josh Perkins now coming across the line. Will take his 4th podium of the season and take a step closer to the top 3 in the championship. Bo Morris has the measure over Tommy Williams at the end of that one. Seeing the checker flag before the 51, but for Emilio Pereira making the difference, Ratcliffe bringing it home nearly under a second, despite the huge problem we saw on lap 3.
Yeah, another superb ride, though, from Emilio Pereira to bring that one home in the lead of the race. Another race where, from start to finish, he has dominated proceedings here in the GP50 class. And that is the end of the GP50s racing at Ellough Park, but we'll get the results in a moment's time. But we'll continue to talk about that battle for third in the championship, because Josh Perkins, Bo Morris, Tommy Williams, that's going to continue getting closer and closer as the season goes on. They all take turns to finish in front of each other, it feels like, and we'll maybe have to look a bit deeper into that when we get to Rowra or Silverstone. But yeah, for now we'll go through the results. It's Emilio Pereira who takes another victory in the GP50 class by Nova Racing, ahead of Caelan Ratcliffe. Josh Perkins taking another podium here in the final race at Ellough Park, ahead of Bo Morris, Tommy Williams, Reeve Saxelby, Jensen Cedras, Nelly Newth with another 8th place, ahead of Danny Longhurst, Oliver Wilson, Adele Everett, William Skingle and Oliver Cheeseman at the back of the field in 13th. But Zach, it might not have been the most well, you have to say incredible racing that we've seen from GP50 usually, but I think it's telling stories. You have the battle for third in the championship, and then the comeback as well from Caelan Ratcliffe. Certainly going to make for some interesting scenes next time out.
Yeah, indeed so. I mean, not every race is going to be a barnstormer, but that's the chapter that you write throughout a season. For the Metrokit Mini GP50s, brought to you by Nova Racing, that's round number 4 of the FAB-Racing Championship done and dusted. They'll be back out for the Junior GP at Silverstone.
Extreme Racing coming your way live from Ellough Park on the FAB-Racing and Motorsport Radio YouTube channels. We thank you for your company through all of today's action and the weekend's action for that matter, as well as they get ready to go on their formation lap, the Extreme 200 class, supported by LRA Moto. A multitude of machines and a multitude of riders from so many different classes enter this grid for one last race this weekend before we head to Moto's team after this. But yeah, Zach, this one's been quite interesting to see due to the wild cards we have this weekend. We have Wilson Dilks out there on his Ovale, and that has certainly made for an interesting headline. Someone finally to challenge Sebastian Gaslavsky.
Maybe so. Missing a couple of riders, we're getting told from race control. Potentially Logan Cousins is one of them. Wilson Dilks, though, yeah, taking the challenge to Gaslavsky. If it wasn't for late traffic, Gaslavsky could have had an opportunity. Over the course of the race, though, Gaslavsky was able to stay in contention. No Logan Cousins, though, to start this race, so they'll head off on their formation lap for the final Extreme 200 race of the weekend.
Yes, we will. It's going to be a really exciting race to see whether Gaslavsky can challenge Wilson Dilks this time round, having 2 races of learning where he's at in terms of speed and qualifying as well, because it of course resulted with Wilson Dilks putting his Ovale on pole position with a 47.5, 4 tenths of a second ahead of Sebastian Gaslavsky in second with a 47.9. They're followed by Rex Austin in third and Bradley Curtis in fourth. Behind them was meant to be Logan Cousins in fifth, but we're hearing that he's not here for this race, so may have gone home. Yeah, we'll have to find out that one at a later time. But then on In the 6th grid spot, we have Dylan Toreen, followed by Tommy Keats, Mason Frederick, Riley Paisley, Harrison Quincy, Nicholas Dunwoody, Daisy Polden, Harry James, Thomas Med, Zach Toreen, Scott Dermott, Ben Simpson, Jake Knight, Felix Hearn, Joshua Williams, Bojan Blazewski and Jamie King. Pitbike Sonic rounding off the grid in 22nd in the senior class. But yeah, I think the main headline here is, can Gaslavski take a victory? Will we see a battle between Dilks and Gaslavski this time?
Ice to lights for the final time this weekend.
Here we go then. They get ready to go for one last time the Extreme 200 class, and they get racing. Another short wait on the lights, and this time Gaslavski takes the advantage down into turn 1 like he did in race 2. How can Wilson Dilks respond as we move across the rest of the first lap? Rex Austin once again with a good start, but nowhere near as good as these two in front of him, because here comes Wilson Dilks shooting up the inside with a brilliant move to take the lead, same as he did in race 2 earlier. But this time it's about how Gaslavski responds. Will we see him move up the inside heading into the hairpin here? I think it's quite likely if he wants to respond quickly, but no, he's biding his time and waiting for a move to open up for him.
He tried to go for the switchback, but got caught up on the apex. Dilks knows how to down the inside of turn number 4, managed to got it stopped and covered off the switchback. Lap 1 in the books though for Wilson Dilks. You can see so aggressive in his stature. Out in front, Bradley Curtis completes the top 3 from Austin. Dylan Toreen, your top 5. And then comes Keats, Frederick, Med, Polden and Zach Toreen in the seniors. Second place in the seniors, with Wilson Dilks winning both overall and in class. Sebastian Gaslavski half a second back off him, would like to find some sort of pace, but remember Dilks is a lot fresher than Gaslavski this weekend. Gaslavski doing both the 70s and the 200s, and he's only had about a race in between the 70s and this one, so probably feeling a little bit tired, understandably, but still leading in his respective class. Nonetheless, a battle close here, P2 in juniors for Curtis and Austin, and also Dylan Toreen, who's, well, his main aim surely is going to be to finish this race with no incident. Yeah, he's had a bit of a difficult weekend, as we deep dived into earlier on today, but this time running quite well in 5th place ahead of Tommy Keats there. A train of Ovales with Mason Frederick at the back, then followed on by Thomas Med in 8th place as well. So again, so many different machines out there in the Ellough Moto Extreme 200 class, but Bradley Curtis making his way up into 3rd a lap ago, ahead of Rex Austin, trying to close in on Gaslavski, and Dilks ahead of him, but already they've pulled out a massive gap, and Gaslavski is even having trouble staying with Wilson Dilks. They're just proving, once again, the wildcards getting stronger as the weekend goes on, because the gap improving now to about a second between the two. Yeah. Wilson Dilks firing on all cylinders this weekend. Down the inside from Tommy Keats. Thought about it on Dylan Toreen, but no, not on that one. Too late. And, well, no way through. Mason Frederick there as well, fighting against some riders who are a little bit older than him, a little bit more experienced, but still showing that he's got the talent out there on circuit. Leading the championship in the 50R category is Mason Frederick, and right now is on the back end of Tommy Keats through turn number 4. Try and get the run out. He's got 4 riders in front of him. That's 4 targets really for Mason Frederick, but right now Bradley Curtis is hanging on to take his 9th podium of the season, and to, well, I guess just try and stay in some sort of championship contention with Gaslavski. But in the Extreme 200s, it's even more of a dominating affair for Sebastian Gaslavski. He's looking to take his 8th win of the season and just walk away with it. The only other rider in this field to have won in the Extreme 200 juniors is Finley Polehill, and he's not been here for the last 2 rounds.
No, he hasn't. It's been a shame to see him not present here in FAB-Racing, because he has been the ultimate fighter to the domination of Sebastian Gaslavski in the previous couple of rounds. So you think back to Clay Pigeon, where they had quite a good battle in many cases, but I don't think we weren't watching that battle because we were too busy watching the sensational fight for 3rd between Harrison Day and Bradley Curtis and Henry McCartney, if we think back to that one. But right now we're looking at the battle for 5th place. Dylan Toreen leads Tommy Keats at this point in time, and they're not too far off Rex Austin ahead as well. So the top 4 could be a really good result for Dylan Toreen to end a weekend which has been super difficult for him on the number 88.
Yeah, it has been, and he'll be looking to, well, do better by it when we take to Silverstone if he's joining us, and from beyond then to the final 3 rounds when we take to Rower, 3 Sisters and Clandau, to a very northwest segment, I guess, of the championship. Bojan Blazewski fighting with the 892 of Jake Knight. This is for 13th overall, an inter-class battle. Knight is a senior, Blazewski is a junior, so no championship point differences between them, but still fighting for overall position and still learning for Bojan Blazewski, who's been a part of the FAB Racing banner for quite some time. Still learning, still trying to find that ultimate pace. He had a bit of an off as well at Hooton Park, a huge high side through turn number 1. Probably still maybe recovering a little bit of, I guess, psychological lack of confidence maybe after it, but yeah, still not backing down here at Ellough Park and trying to go for the best result that he can. 5 laps left to go for them at the line. And Wilson Dilks, 1.6 seconds is the gap back to Sebastian Gazlowski, who's staying on tabs with the race leader, but not able to close the gap and definitely not able to surpass the 85.
Yeah, perfect pace at this point, perfect consistency, not going too aggressively at this point in time is Wilson Dilks, just trying to keep it level at this point. He knows this track so well. Of course, so much history here in the FAB Racing Championship, so much experience in general with motorcycle racing. One of the older riders in the junior category in this Extreme 200 class, and yeah, you find the juniors, they'll be leading most of this race. Of course, they'll be on the 70s and the ovales, whereas the seniors usually tend to be on the pit bike 140s. It's more of an extra session, an extra race for them to get out on the 140s, where we see the senior riders get out on the bikes to find a bit more find a little bit more time on their rivals when they come back to the pit bike 140 class, and that's why Jamie King is out there as well. He's currently not on the timings by the looks of it, so maybe decided to go home. Mason Fedrick going down there, and quite hard as well. It looks like he's injured, lying on the tyre wall. That's a big shame for Mason Fedrick, who is literally just off the back of another dominant weekend in the 50R category. What a shame for him. We hope he's okay, because we'd hate to see him injured for the next race at Silverstone in 2 weeks' time. That would be heartbreaking for Mason Fedrick, and all his efforts racing out in Spain, coming back here and doing so well. It would be devastating to injure yourself at this point, where everything starts to ramp up in FAB as summer gets to its prime. But now we're seeing a prime at the moment in FAB Racing for Wilson Dilks, who continues to lead this race. What kind of career can he go on to have in the future with this kind of talent?
The sky is the limit for Wilson Dilks. Of course, talent isn't always the biggest factor in the motorsport equation regarding how far you can get, but hopefully he does get the support. And if you are a sponsor eyeing up a young talent, a young prodigy, Wilson Dilks should be high up on that list to propel through the ranks of motorcycle racing, because he definitely has got the talent to go all the way. Sebastian Gazlowski, another rider that will be one that we speak about in years to come. At such a young age, already dominating the 70s, leading the Extreme 200 Championship as well, and staying on tabs with a rider as good as Wilson Dilks. Bradley Curtis in P3, some 7 seconds, in fact 9.8 seconds off the back of Gazlowski, with Wilson Dilks, just walking away with it. It's been a while since we've seen him in the FAB Racing paddock. I think nearly 12 months. The last time he was here was for this round. This time last year, he dominated that weekend as well. And, well, while he didn't win overall yesterday by virtue of a, self-inflicted drive-through penalty, as Gazlowski's been given a problem. He's got it. He's got it sorted. He's got it back. But, for a moment, a scary, scary lapse in the 64 camp for Gazlowski. He's able to hang on to it, thankfully, and keep the overall lead in the juniors. But yeah, for Dilks, yesterday he won in the seniors, was P5 overall after a drive-through penalty, if you like, because he had to come in and tighten up his helmet, got himself back out, still managed to climb for the entire field, finished P5 and 1 in class. And then today, he's hit it out of the park. 2 back-to-back wins and a lap and a half left to go.
Yeah, maybe just a misshift there for Gazlowski on the exit, a lapse in concentration as everyone gets quite tired at this stage of the weekend. We're nearly over here at Ellough Park, and everyone, including the riders, especially the riders who have been racing in so many different categories, like Sebastian Gazlowski. This is his last race of the weekend, as it is for most riders out there in the FAB Racing paddock. And yeah, possibly just in a simple misshift coming out of the hairpin, where you'd most likely be at second gear on these two strokes, and then perhaps shifting up to third. Made a bit of a mistake, but making no mistake though is Wilson Dilks. He lost the lead at turn 1, but got it straight back at his favourite corner on the circuit, you have to think, because it was an amazing dive that he pulled off on multiple occasions across the weekend, and he comes back despite his issue, as you said, Zach, in race 1, to take a commanding lead over Sebastian Gaslavsky. He is a returning champion. Wilson Dilks is going to come around the last corner. His wild card is complete with 2 wins to his name here at Ellough Park. A great ride from him on his Ovale, followed closely before the era by Sebastian Gaslavsky, who adds another really strong weekend to his account. And now we'll see Bradley Curtis come home for third, and a really good result for Dylan Taurine in 4th place. A really good ride from the number 88 to make light of what was such a difficult weekend. That'll be, I think, his best result of the season, and wow, a really good way to turn things around for him.
Yeah, I mean, he's done so well. Dylan Taurine, after falling off in both races so far, it was twice earlier on today as well. It went from bad to worse, and it's nice that he's been able to reap some of the benefits and bring it home for a P3 in class. Let's run you through the results. Wilson Dilks takes his 2nd win of the weekend, 2.5 seconds clear of Sebastian Gaslavsky, who takes the win in the juniors and P2 overall. Bradley Curtis, Dylan Taurine, 3rd and 4th overall, but 2nd and 3rd in the juniors from Keats, Austin, Thomas Med from Riley Paisley, Daisy Polden, and Zach Torian inside the top 10 and rounding out the top 10 finishes. A lone retirement from Mason Frederick, the number 50, having a bit of an off on the exit of turn number 1. Hopefully he's going to be raring to go and all okay for a test day at Silverstone tomorrow. But I mean, Riley, Ellough Moto Extreme 200 once again delivered some good action.
Oh, 100%. It was a great battle in the midfield in some places. We saw at the start there Wilson Dilks versus Sebastian Gaslavsky, and how Gaslavsky could respond. And yeah, thankfully it's good to see Mason Frederick back on the bike and getting back to pit lane to end his weekend. An unfortunate crash, and it looked like he was injured at first, but it looks like he's good enough to get back up on there and continue on. So it's really good and confidence inspiring that he'll be back out perhaps at Silverstone in 2 weeks' time, like you all should be joining us in Silverstone. But for now, that is the LRA Moto Extreme 200, which will come to a close in a few moments' time because Moto Team will be on their way. But Extreme 200, an extreme category, as I said at the start of this race, all the different machinery coming into play. You could see so many different bikes there. Novale won the race in the form of Wilson Dilks. Then you had a GP70, Dylan Taurine on his Ovale as well, and the seniors as well on their pit bikes. So as we see Mason Frederick come back to pit lane, thankfully uninjured, that is it for your Extreme 200s by LRA Moto here at Ellough Park, and hopefully we'll see some awesome action next time out at Silverstone. And now, the last race of the weekend here at Ellough Park. Moto Team rounds us off with one last action-packed scene of racing. The most affordable and accessible category, of course. If you've not seen before, the Moto Team category, emphasis in the team, allows you to get out there on a 125 4-stroke that you can get off the road, or a 50cc 2-stroke, and assemble some of your friends to create the ultimate combination of riders for a team here in the FAB-Racing paddock.
Well, just getting reports as well, some dark clouds looming around here at Ellough Park. I mean, we have had a little bit of spit, but I don't think that's really going to be that consequential. To be honest, I think we're going to be nice and dry all the way through. This is the last race of the weekend, and well, it's only 12 laps long, so they should be okay. Team Atme, though, looking to do the quadruple and, well, make it what would be 6 races in a row and make it their 11th of the season so far. They'll roll their way out onto circuit. Team Atme from Jamie King, Ivana Di Francesco and Thomas stood in the front 2 rows with the 166 alongside the 67. That's Jacques Van Eden on row number 3. Of course, the race starting grid decided by the finishing results of race number 3, which P1 and P2 all weekend long have been the number 8 of Team Atme, Marco Pandolfo, and the number 76 of Jamie King, winning in the open and the standard class respectively. Now, Jamie King, this is his 10th and final race of the weekend. he must be absolutely exhausted.
Yeah, especially after that action-packed Pit Bike 140 race. If we're certainly exhausted, then I think he definitely is. He is there, sat in behind Acme Racing. Of course, Marco Pandolfo piloting that machine. Marco's cousin, of course, here as a wild card for Ellough Park, flew in on Thursday night from Italy. On the gold member machine, of course, the one that you can get out on, situation free. You don't have to deal with the bike. You don't have to, be the mechanic going into the weekend and make sure it's all in check. That's all done for you, so you can get yourself out on that bike. And that is Antonio Squito out on that machine. And it'll be interesting to see how he does, of course, coming from Italy, cousin to Marco Pandolfo on the Acme Racing machine. But speaking about Acme Racing, it'll be interesting to see how this last race goes, because Jamie King got all that experience under his belt now with the Moto team bike. Can he make a challenge?
We'll have to wait and see. The final race of the weekend. It's all been boiling down to this. The Mastermat FAB-Racing Moto Team Championship. For the final time, it's time for some bikes and Beckles. Let's go out. We Go Racing. Good launch there from Ivana Di Francesco, who tries to split the two leaders. Look for Jacques Van Eden as well. But Jamie King goes for the overall lead. Marco Pandolfo tries to get up and underneath him, but a good start finally for Pit Bike Sonic. He leads overall through turn 2.
Could this be the magical home victory to end the weekend? What a perfect YouTube video that would be for the Pit Bike Sonic YouTube channel. But right now, Acme Racing looking to deny that chance for Jamie King as Marco Pandolfo tucks in behind the number 76, trying to find a line wherever he can, but already defensive lines being made by Jamie King, who knows the pace of Acme Racing, could easily see him up the inside and then gone.
Yeah, maybe so. I'm interested to see how hard Jamie King is going to fight this. How hard can he fight it as well, with Marco Pandolfo in his leaps and bounds of talent. Jamie King, a veteran in the FAB-Racing paddock, multiple pit bike champion, multiple motor team champion as well, running the race team as well. The 76 leads the opening lap, both standard and overall. His 10th and final race, running purely on good vibes and maybe some adrenaline as well on top of that 76 machine. Look to the inside from the 11 of Malcolm Stein, fighting with the 166 of Mario Gelli. But Jamie King from lap 1, white lining it to keep the number 8 behind.
Yeah, he's doing a great job of defence in these early moments of the race. The most that Acme Racing has been disturbed so far this weekend, and he looked for a moment there like he was going to go up the inside of Jamie King, being Marco Pandolfo, but just waiting a little bit, not to make a mistake that could be too risky. But now he sends it to the inside, gets the move done. Could that be it for Jamie King, or will he get the adrenaline boost now to respond and put the effort in to dig deep and find his home victory in the final race of the weekend? He lacks a bit in power, having been in the standard class compared to the open class, but nonetheless, he's trying all he can to catch Marco Pandolfo and find another opportunity to go through.
Unfortunately, Marco Pandolfo breaking the heart of every Sonic fan out there. Pit Bike Sonic losing his speed, maybe. Lost the track position, runs wide. And the dream maybe of an overall victory coming to a close. He still wins, still leading in the standard class. We'll be looking to go 4 from 4 in that regard, but yeah, he's not going to be able to do it on track, unfortunately. Marco Pandolfo through, running away with it now on the number 8, and looking incredibly strong as Jamie King trails in behind in P2. Ivana Di Francesco from Thomas Dudson, the two championship rivals in the standard class. It's swinging in favour of Ivana Di Francesco this year, as Dudson managed to, get the better of him with a P2 in the first race yesterday. But since, it's been all in favour of the 141. An issue there, though, for one of the riders a bit further back, not too sure as to who it is, but crawling to a halt through the sweeping section of the circuit. Not at all where you want to see a bike going slowly.
No, not at all. It's a really, really fast section, and can easily end up in a bit of carnage if someone goes through and doesn't see the rider in front of them through a bit of a group like we're seeing here. But that rider has made their way into the pits, and I'll tell you what, Jamie King hasn't exactly let go just yet of Marco Pandolfo. He's hanging on for dear life just for a little bit longer, and hoping hoping that he can still catch up and make a challenge to Acme Racing. But is that just Marco Pandolfo trying to get him some more airtime on the YouTube channel, perhaps, and maybe just torturing him a little bit, perhaps teasing him to let him think he's got a chance? Because if we go off the pace that he had in the previous races, he's still got more in his back pocket.
Now, I never thought I'd say this, but Sam Clowes for Team SFC. We'll get back to that in a sec as Malcolm Stein goes down the inside of Jacques Van Eden through turn number 2. Van Eden tries to get up and underneath him, but I have just seen a comment from Sam Clowes cheering on Marco Pandolfo, his main championship rival, mind you, to beat Jamie King, because he knows that they will never hear the end of it if Jamie King wins. Fortunately, don't worry, King hasn't got the stamina, and Marco Pandolfo had it all under control, and is able now to bridge a bit of a gap. For a moment, Jamie King gives you some hope, and then you remember that he's Jamie King, and quickly that hope fades away. Defensive into the penultimate corner from Jacques Van Eden, and under a bit of pressure, that's Sam Sadler trying to find the way past, but no dice there. 6 laps left to go for these guys at the line. Team Acme now 1.1 seconds clear of Jamie King, and look at the gap Malcolm Stein has been able to bridge as well on the open bike, the number 11. For the first time this weekend, Jacques Van Eden won't finish second in the open class, because look at the gap now from Malcolm Stein after just half a lap in front of the 67.
Yeah, and one thing actually to keep an eye on is that if this gap stays the same, it's 1.1 between Jamie King and Team Acme Racing. You really don't want to let it get any bigger than that. We'll have to wait and see how that goes for the rest of the race. But if they start to approach lap traffic, that can disappear in an instant if Marco Pandolfo runs into some trouble. And Jamie King knows that. He's hanging on for dear life and hoping that this does happen. He can still make this happen as we come across the line to start the next lap. 5 laps left, and he has closed the gap as Pit Bike Sonic down to 0.8 of a second, making it even more possible if they do approach lap traffic, which they will soon do in a few moments' time. A rider not too far out in front of them that could make the difference, and in a few moments they'll catch even more riders as well, because in perfect timing for Jamie King, the largest grid Moto team has ever seen with 22 riders.
Yeah, and he's risen to the top of it, right, in the standard class on a standard bike. Acme Racing, maybe Marco Pandolfo's got the better machinery. Of course, Jamie King will always attest to that. But he's risen to the top of the standard class. He's arrived, he's put the work in, and right now he's running P2 overall for the 4th time this weekend. 5 laps to go. Marco Pandolfo will tick it over, make it 4 to go at the line. Jamie King, to be fair, he's done all right to stay with him. The gap back under a second. Any lap traffic, it's not over for Jamie King. But I think Marco Pandolfo probably just bringing it home and making sure he can solidify the 4th victory of the weekend.
Yeah, maybe just that. But also the lap rider that they just went through on was, of course, the gold member bike. And that piloting it was Marco Pandolfo's cousin. So I can confirm that I saw out the window there was no dirty tactics going on there for Antonio to try and hold up Jamie King. So good, sensible racing from them all there, but it looks like Jamie King, he ran it wide there at the hairpin and has found himself a larger gap between himself and Marco Pandolfo. But let's see how he manages these next 4 laps as we go down the straight. Then how does this happen then for the rest of the race, the final race of the weekend? Can Jamie King make it a historic race? No, he can't. I don't think he can, because the fastest lap comes the way of Acme Racing, who responds to Jamie King with a 52.1, bringing the gap to 1.5 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he's just hit it out of the park there, Team Acme Racing. With 3 laps to go, the sun beginning to set on this weekend at Ellough Park. 52.1 takes 7/10 out of Team Acme Racing, collecting all of the gold rings there, stealing them from Pit Bike Sonic, who, well, in the standard class has been able to take all of the gold, but not even stepped onto the podium in the pit bikes, and, well, not really fighting at the front in the extremes either. He must be exhausted after a weekend like this at his home circuit as well. One that he has ridden countless laps of. He's always driving down here from his home, just about 20 minutes down the road. He's always riding around here, putting the laps in, putting the work in. And unfortunately, the results not to show it. But he has taken, well, will take 4 victories in the standard class. Malcolm Stein clear of these 2, battling. This is Jacques Van Eden versus Sam Sadler. An inter-class battle, but one that, well, it's for 6th and 7th overall, but Sam Sadler's got a problem. The 254 pulls off at the exit of turn number 1, and that's going to be his day done. Or has he just outbroke himself? Is he trying to rejoin? He is, but a problem definitely for Sam Sadler that brings that battle for 6th out of the question.
Oh, a brutal way to end his weekend as he tries to make his way around the rest of the laps, possibly get back to the pits or finish the race if he can. He's been running quite competitively in the top 5 positions, battling for many good results, and unfortunately it feels unjust that his weekend ends like this, but nonetheless a pretty strong weekend from him, but none stronger than Marco Pandolfo on the Acme Racing machine here as he goes around the outside of 2 lapped riders for the last lap of the weekend. Who else would be leading it than Marco Pandolfo on the number 8 Moto Team bike? Team Acme Racing have been so dominant all weekend long in similar fashion to how they rode 2025, and now I think we're going to see Jamie King. He's going to be so tired when he crosses the line.
It's nothing that Quick Pine isn't going to fix for Jamie King. Nonetheless, nothing can be taken away from Team Acme Racing. They came into this with the expectations to dominate, and they have done exactly that. They broke the lap record as well in the open class this weekend. They come through the final corner, and for the final time, the checker flag flies, and it's Team Acme that takes victory. Jamie King, fist in the air. 10 races this weekend, a mammoth task, and 4 wins in Moto Team in the standard class. What a ride from Pit Bike Sonic. What a ride from Marco Pandolfo on that number 8 machine. A dominant stance now in the Open Championship. 99 points clear of the absent Team SFC. And, well, the championship falling nicely into their hands with just 3 rounds left to go as we conclude Ellough Park.
Yeah, he has to be proud of that, does Jamie King. You can see he was punching in the air. He is so happy with that. Just to get to the end of those 10 races, but not only taking the triple in the standard class, but just being in the standard class and challenging so early on to Acme Racing in this race we've just had, and being so close to him as well as we move back to Jamie King, who's going to enjoy a nice burnout at the end of his 10 races, or maybe not. I think he's just stalled it. Wow, unbelievable. What's a Pit Bike Sonic way to end the weekend for Jamie King? Let's just be thankful for his sake that didn't happen during the race, as he now comes back to the paddock to celebrate his ending to his home weekend. It's Team Acme Racing who takes the final spoils at Ellough Park before the next round for Moto Team at Raura in 4 weeks' time. Followed closely by Jamie King, who put a mighty effort in the final race to try and challenge him, but it wasn't quite enough for Pit Bike Sonic, who still takes a win in the standard class, then ahead of Ivano Di Francesco, Malcolm Stein, Thomas Dudson, Jax Van Eden, Mario Gelli, Simon Cockerton, Tommy Almond, Sam Sadler, Phil Joyce, Harrison O'Keefe, George Knights, Paul Kelly and Ben O'Keefe in the final point scoring position. Well, Zach, it might not have been the most intense class was Moto Team, but still, and very thankfully, the best race for them this weekend to end proceedings.
Yeah, I mean, we've had, well, over 30 races this weekend. Each and every single one of those 30 races are memorable in their own right. The stories that have been told, and we are firmly into the second half of the 2026 Mastermac FAB-Racing British Minibike Championship. I mean, Riley, a lot to look back on, a lot to reflect on. So many championships that are still tight as ever, and some that we're now starting to get a clearer picture as to who the running favourite is. So much has happened around this historic circuit of Ellough Park.
Yeah, a lot of unexpected moments like the AC40 Interclass, a triple for Logan Paisley, which was so incredible to see. His defence proving incredible in this situation. And then you saw Wilson Dilks. He came out of nowhere and took 2 wins in the Extreme 200 class. That's made a slight difference on the championship. It's helped Finley Polhill if he plans to come back and continue his fight with Sebastian Gaslavsky, despite that being quite hard to pull off now, considering he's missed the last 2 rounds. But next up then, in 2 weeks' time, we can't wait. The whole FAB-Racing paddock anticipates the Junior British Grand Prix, of course, alongside MotoGP at Silverstone. It will be at Kart Silverstone on the inside of the circuit. Please make sure you join us for it, whether it's coming to the circuit and watching along, competing, or having your kids compete. You're in those races. And remind that it'll be Friday and Saturday only, so it doesn't collide with the Sunday action on track for MotoGP. It will be brought to you by myself, Riley Davis, Zach Sweeney, and Ross McIntyre, of course, will be joining us for that one as well. It'll be great to have him back for FAB-Racing. That'll be one many people know from a while ago. Maybe, well, last year is not really that much of a while ago. But anyway, yeah, make sure you're at the Junior British Grand Prix, whether it is you're watching along live on the broadcast or joining us at the track. And as I said earlier, getting your kids out there racing at the British Grand Prix. Thank you very much for joining us for an amazing day's racing at Ellough Park. And keep your eye out for any updates regarding Silverstone. Thank you very much for your company.